source WSL, this is why it matters from a business perspective. And then the second point was, the second tip is showcase the benefits and acknowledge the costs. So we've made the case of like, hey, this is why you should care, totally, right? And then it's, okay, let's get into the details. What exactly are we going to get out of it, and what exactly are the costs going to be with it? Do you want to explain, or you want me to? All right. So the benefits.
I'll let him do it. He knows he's better.
So the benefits would be for WSL, it's we have a community online, right, that looks and gives us issues on GitHub. We're going to get more community engagement. We're going to get more folks who would take a look at WSL. There are going to be folks who say, well, it's closed source, so I don't want to use it. We're going to be able to attract those folks to be able to use this product. And on top of that, we expect to get better press, better kind of community engagement, better recognition within the community by saying, look, hey, we're here with you, and we're fully open sourced. So those would be the tangible benefits that we expected. And if you note, they're also measurable things, right? Measurable by proxies, so that we can prove our case later. And in terms of costs, hey, we're acknowledging, if you open source something, you have to deal with more issues, right? People will have issues that they'll write. You'll have to deal with PRs. Community members will write pull requests for you if you're successful, and it's your responsibility to go read and adjust those. Those are real costs, but the point is we acknowledge those and we say, look, we want to minimize those as much as possible. And we'll show you the tips of how we do that on the team.
So Craig, did you talk about also the transition from a potentially internal system into an external system?
Not yet.
Okay.
If you would like to.
Okay, so WSL is a...
I think the live stream people just joined us, so maybe you could just say hi to them.
Oh, sweet. Hello, live stream people. We're currently having a little bit of technical difficulty, so we are currently acoustically doing everything right now. We do have slides, but there are actual slides and actual demos. But right now we're walking through the.
And I'm Craig.
Oh, I'm Clint.
We work for Microsoft on the Windows team doing developer stuff.
Cool. So we're currently talking about how to open source software at your company. Craig just talked about kind of driving real business value and how to get your stakeholders bought in. Yep. And now the second bullet point is showcasing the benefits and acknowledging the costs of it. And one of the costs that we're going to talk about here is the transition from an internal system into GitHub. So for Microsoft, you can imagine we have a bunch of internal systems, a bunch of security systems, code scanning systems. All these things have to work both in open source and in the public as well. So we have internal systems that do the signing and all that. But we have to also make sure that when a community member submits a pull request, it goes through the same validation, the same level of security and scrutiny that it does internally as well as externally, and that does add cost to get those pipelines up and going, especially the first time. We talked about our team has a bunch of prior knowledge, and that prior knowledge is actually what lets us run much faster nowadays than we did after the first couple products. The other one is you saw it took 10 years basically for WSL to get open source from the very, very beginning, and part of that was the history. So software, everything has history, and that history adds cost. So because WSL was initially so tightly coupled to the Windows kernel, we couldn't open source it. Even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be allowed to. And then over time, we started doing it because we were like, this needs to be open source. So we started removing all those private calls, decoupling everything, and that's what let us get to where we are.
Right. And so we've shown business value, which is the pitch. We've said, okay, look, here's the details of what the benefits, here's the actual details of the cost, acknowledging it. And then I think the last one is kind of almost the most significant to tie together, which is understanding the real business value of what you're pitching. And so all credit is to Randy Packer from DreamWorks for this, because I saw his talk on Open Moonray, and I was like, hey, how did you convince your company to do that? That seems like secret sauce, competitive advantage stuff, right? What was the argument that you put forward? And his comment was, well, at DreamWorks, they make amazing movies. They don't ship and sell a rendering engine, right? And I was like, oh, kind of a light bulb moment of the real value, right, the actual value of your product, of what you're shipping to people, when it came to the Windows subsystem for Linux, we are saying, look, the Windows subsystem for Linux, its goal is to empower developers to do more, which includes doing Linux tools on Windows. And so if we open source that, that impacts the value of WSL more, right? And so that was kind of I guess, the last point of it. If you're open sourcing something, distinguishing between, hey, is this secret sauce competitive advantage, or is this doing something else that's valuable, right? That we can open source it, get the community in, and then basically build more engagement.
So once we actually open sourced, now what kind of happened? How do we know that this actually resonated? And a good way was, WSL has always been on GitHub, but it was mostly for like issue tracking and engaging with the community in that sense. But as soon as we open sourced, it went from 15,000 stars to 30,000 plus stars. So that was a good, and that was in basically one day. It skyrocketed, jumped, and hit it. It was on Hacker News, the #1 post for I think 24 hours, which is unheard of. So we knew we did the right move.
Yeah, we had a graph, and it looked like this. And we open sourced it, and it went wing like that. And that was the effect. And so that was part of actually the email that we sent out later saying, hey, you know, we had this whole pitch about open sourcing. We made all this stink about here are all the benefits and costs. That was one of the ways that we measured it. And of course, stars on repositories is not a perfect measure of interest from the community. But it's a useful proxy to be able to say, look, there's enough people who are interested to go click that button, right? That's really what it measures. And then the other thing that we took a look at was the pull requests that we got. So we open sourced WSL. We got a lot of attention on it. You know, how did we do on the costs, right? And we got 15 total pull requests in the first 3 months, which was not bad from a cost perspective. That's actually not too much work to go review those. But were they valuable? Were they interesting? Well, actually, only 2 of them were ones that we rejected. We took all other 13. And one of the first, or actually the exact first feature pull request was from the Docker team. So shout out to Craig Gumbley from Docker if you're watching. And Craig was able to go and add a full feature to WSL to basically show the VM ID, and then you can connect to the VM ID over a virtual socket to have faster communication. That sounds very useful if you're an app like Docker who builds on WSL to give Linux containers on Windows, being able to have that communication method. Well, he actually only learned that that was even possible by seeing our source code. So we had a scenario where, you know, they had a need that we didn't know about and that he didn't even know could be possible until it was open sourced and put together. So I think that's a really, really cool first feature PR example. And then we had a ton of other improvements, everything from docs to bug fixes to localization fixes. And so in terms of costs, we can very confidently say we had low cost, but then high impact PRs.
And then going back to costs, another one would be, do you get a massive surge of issues and bugs and all that? And actually for WSL, we saw a decrease.
Right.
So that is another great way where by open sourcing, we're helping people find their own answers. We're helping people solve some of their own problems. And we shockingly, like we said, saw a decrease on it. So that was a great win for it.
Right. And so really kind of the end result here is, you know, we want to be able to give you this as a pitch, right? And like take this formula, you know, take those 3 tips of drive real business value, showcase the benefits and the costs, and understand the actual value of your product and showcase those. And then you can go and use some of those metrics, right? Like total number of issues. Stars is a good one for a proxy for engagement. And then you can do an analysis of what PRs were adjusted to be like, look, it was successful. Our bet paid off. This was how much we were able to impact the community.
So one of the tips and tricks that we learned is highly valuable is we have a contribution.md file along with a pull request YAML template. And those 2 things combined helps provide this is what the project is about. This is how you go about engaging with the product and what the vision of the product is supposed to be. So that gives us a little bit of a defense when someone says, I want to put in this thing. We're like, sorry, we're not going to put that in because that is not in the vision, and here's the rules of engagement for submitting a pull request before that happens. The reason why that's super important is we respect your time and the community's time, but at the same time, we have to be sure that the vision of the product is where it's supposed to go. We love engaging with the community, and this is one of the great ways to be sure that everyone is on the same page.
Totally agree. And we really want you to go take a look. If you are running an open source project and you're like, hey, like, how do I make sure that the PRs come in, that they like talk to us first, or they, I'd love to have a design session with someone before they go and write a bunch of code that I'd want to go change. Those are problems that we've struggled with as well, and we've actually built a ton of systems into the repositories like PowerToys, Terminal, and WSL. You'll notice that they're all very similar language, because we obviously work on the same team and share the same tools. Go take a look at those tools themselves. I know it's not exact code, but it's almost human software or instructions at that point, because the contributing.md, the pull request.yaml, everything like that, it really makes actually a large impact. And so that's why when we were able to go and say, hey, we got 15 PRs and we only had to reject 2, I put a lot of that reasoning or I guess backing into why we had that result because of some of the efforts that we've done. So please take a look and take them for yourself. 100%.
And the key, one big thing is all those things have been learned from other products also. So it literally was what the first product took from, I think it was Terminal, borrowed from Visual Studio Code's template, and then from Terminal we went to PowerToys, and we moved forward, and every time we learned on a future product or revised it, we went back and updated those also. But each project also is unique in itself. The communities for each project is unique in itself, so you have to tweak and adapt and work with the community for those products. And I'm going to really laugh if this works with negative 18 seconds left.
Yeah.
You've done an admirable job of freestyling a talk there. I think what we're going to do, if we can get this working, is that we will keep moving through the schedule to stay on track, and we have a gap later on today during the unconference where we can hopefully redo your part of the talk if that's what you'd like to do, and then get that done properly so that
sounds good.
Amazing.
It's on the stream. But it's been extremely good to have something more interesting than a blank screen for an hour, and markedly so, not to be disingenuous at all. That was really informative in terms of the broad principles of what companies might be considering when they're open sourcing the technologies that they're producing in-house. I know it's a big effort, and it's a big contribution to the community. So thank you so much for helping us through these technical issues. Hopefully we can do this properly later today, and thank you both for what was already an engaging presentation that we hope to see again later today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So tune in for demos later.
So second presenter, I guess?
Yeah, but are we ready for the second presenter?
Let's try.
Can you hold this?
All right. Well, while we are waiting for the second presenter to come, I will go through some of the announcements that we missed this morning because of the technical issues. So, welcome to day 2. Slightly later welcome than we were expecting, and welcome to all of you at home joining on the live stream. Sorry for some of those technical issues that we had leading into the stream. The activities are all shared on the Ubuntu discourse. You can stay tuned for the polls, the social activities, and the giveaways. You will have heard the Creative Commons Musicians Parallel stream, and you can use that to take a moment of respite in between the talks. Remember that the Ubuntu Summit is full of different Easter eggs. So if you saw or heard something strange in the stream, then reply to the Easter eggs topic on the Ubuntu discourse, and if it wasn't a hallucination, you might see a special badge. The first 3 activities of the day should already be live. There's 2 polls. One of them is, are you a morning bird or a night owl? And there is a workshop wish list. And there's an open question there if you would be interested in starting a new Ubuntu loco, and tell us where. So thank you all for joining us for day 2. The second talk, have we got it up on the screen? No, we don't. Can we? Oh, yeah. Perfect. Look at this. And this is on infrastructure-wide profiling of NVIDIA. But because you're already here, I will let you introduce yourself. Welcome to the stage, Frederick.
Thank you. All right, first of all, I think I want to apologize because I think my computer may have crashed the AV setup. At least everything was working until we plugged in my machine, so apologies. So that's why I guess I'm not going to be able to do demos, but I think it's okay. I've got a couple of screenshots to save us as well. So I'm Frederick. I'm the founder of this company called Polar Signals. We work, unsurprisingly, on profiling. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. I'll go over that in a moment. But yeah, so yesterday already we heard in a couple of talks about AI inference and performance optimizations of AI model inference. And obviously, you know, in today's day and age, this is becoming more and more important. And so I want to lay out a kind of a scenario here where, you know, we maybe have done all of the things that we heard in the talks yesterday, right? We've done quantization for the hardware that we're going to be running on. We're using all the latest versions of everything. You know, we've done all of those things. So if we're at that point, you know, maybe we're able to serve our model at, like, I'm making up some numbers, of course, but like maybe at 60 tokens per GPU per second. You know, we're at 85% utilization of our GPU, so it's not terrible, right? Obviously, we would like to get that to as close to 100% as possible because GPUs are freaking expensive. You know, memory bandwidth 70%. It's okay, I guess, but there's definitely room for improvement. And we've tried a couple of things, right? Like I said, maybe we've done quantization, but the kind of downside of that can be that we may lose quality for performance. We're kind of trading off potentially something. So not always ideal either. Maybe we've done a bunch of different things where we've tried to do batch size tuning, right? So, you know, all of these things are things that we should do and should try out. But once we're kind of at the point where, you know, we've tried all of these things, there's really nothing else other than actually profiling. And in the NVIDIA ecosystem, the tool that people typically end up defaulting to is called Nsight. So this is a profiler that NVIDIA releases that you know, you can use to profile your CUDA workloads. And the way that this works is, you know, you launch your CUDA workload with this wrapper, and it starts profiling everything. So it looks at what are you running on your GPU, what is the memory bandwidth that's being used, all of these different kinds of interactions that happen with your GPU. It records it at a very high resolution, writes all of this data to disk, and then you can start to analyze this. The thing is, Nsight kind of was born in a world where we don't necessarily have distributed you know, AI training or distributed inference. And so much like, maybe people are familiar with perf within Linux, much like perf, it's kind of born in a world where, you know, I'm running one application, I want to understand what this one application is doing, and that's a use case that Nsight is great at. It collects very, very high fidelity information if I can run this workload kind of locally. There's some, you know, maybe I'll make some people angry with saying this, but like there's some hacks that you can do to like run Nsight in like your Kubernetes cluster and stuff like that as well. But it's really quite like patchworky solutions. And so my point is, doing all of this takes a long time, has a lot of rough edges, and maybe at the end of doing all of this, maybe we get an answer. So let's pretend for a second that we do, and we find out that in fact we were wasting a lot of time on a bunch of memory-related issues. Maybe we were also not using the right kernels because, you know, the software was accidentally falling back to slower kernels than we intended to. And so this doesn't look all that different from, you know, other like CPU-based workloads, right? Like memory allocations, memory copies are quite typical performance bottlenecks, whether it's GPUs or CPUs that we're working with. But like I said, this kind of workflow takes days to kind of go through. You need to set it up, you need to learn the tools, you need to gather all the data, you need to make sense of all the different things that happen on different machines. So we at Polar Signals basically said Nsight, the way that it exists today, doesn't cut it. We kind of figured this was a tool that was born at a time when we didn't have distributed environments with GPUs. And so it's best suited for local development and not for these huge kind of cloud deployments. And at the same time, maybe sometimes we can reproduce things on our local machines, but nothing really quite behaves like production, right? So if there is an environment we truly want to observe, it is production. And so we kind of set out to ask ourselves, is there a possibility for us to create a profiler for the CUDA ecosystem that has very low overhead so that we can run it always on in production? And before I kind of dive into all the details, I think it's quickly important to talk about the kind of larger architecture of our open source projects and products. So the way that this works, up until this point, we've only created a CPU profiler for the same purposes, basically. And the way that you typically deploy this is you deploy our profiler on every single node in your system. Let's say on your Kubernetes cluster, you deploy it on every single node. It starts profiling everything that is on that host, and it sends all the profiling data to a central storage where it can all be aggregated and analyzed later. So just wanted to kind of demonstrate that this is kind of the deployment model. So like I said, we already have this profiler for CPU workloads. And we support a very wide range of languages, including, for the purpose of the CUDA ecosystem, probably, C, C++, and Python are probably the most important ones, right? We're starting to see a lot of Rust as well, actually. So that's a cool change that we're seeing. But realistically, probably 95% of all workloads use Python somewhere, and then and eventually call out to C++. So in case people aren't familiar with profiling data, this is what's called a flame graph. So the way that we read this visualization is, so it's kind of hard to see. Unfortunately, I can't zoom in because my computer isn't working. But the way we read this is kind of from the top down are the functions that end up calling each other. So up here, I know people can't probably read it, but it says main function. And from our main function, in our Python code, we call the train function. And the train function, actually does all the business logic that trains our model. And this is a CPU profile. And so it tells us where are we spending all of the CPU cycles during our training. And the width of these frames tells us how much time was spent by this function as well as all of its children. And so what we're seeing here is the data loader. This is a typical kind of training run as we would see it from the CPU perspective, because effectively all the CPU does, it loads some data, it puts it into some format, and then pushes it out to the GPU to process. And so that's exactly what we're seeing here. So that's great. But my point was, we can see these kind of Python functions here. And so this is work that we have already done. If you're really interested in all the work that went into this, we basically had to reverse engineer the Python interpreter and all this stuff to make this work. If you're interested in the nitty-gritty details about this, check out this talk that we did at FOSDEM a couple years ago. But yeah. So yeah. However, the problem was the Parka agent, the profiler that we work on, only supports CPU profiling. Well, hello. Until now. Just 2 days ago, we released this feature as part of the Parka open source project to actually profile CUDA workloads in an always-on fashion. So how did we manage to do that? Um, so we basically looked at, well, what do other profiling tools do, right? Like fundamentally, there isn't a problem with the fundamentals that Nsight uses. It's just the entire ecosystem around it. It wasn't built for this kind of scenario. So after a lot of digging, and there's not a lot of documentation around this, effectively what CUDA does, what Nsight does, is when you launch your CUDA application, it launches it and automatically injects this environment variable called CUDA injection 64 path. And so whatever this path is set to, you essentially tell the CUDA library to dynamically load whatever this library is once CUDA is being initialized, and then we'll see what we can do with that. But that's ultimately the profiler interface, let's say. And so what happens? Like I said, when CUDA is being initialized, it calls dlopen on whatever this environment variable is set to. And then there's a single function that it calls called initialize injection. And this is ultimately the secret sauce. Because now what we can do is we can use this other function, ecosystem within NVIDIA called CUPTI, or the CUDA Profiling Tools interface, which we can use to instruct the GPU, because all interactions with the GPU are asynchronous. So we submit something, right? And eventually, at some point, it returns, but we have no idea when that happens. So CUPTI allows us to essentially say, okay, whenever you want to launch a kernel, make sure you notify me first with this and this information, providing me with that. So in our case, what we want is we want to know when are you going to launch a CUDA kernel or a graph launch. For those who are unfamiliar with this, I learned this as part of this as well. Basically, this kind of interaction with GPUs calling individual kernels is relatively expensive. And so what most workloads do is they pre-compute a graph of interactions that they want to run on the GPU. And then they submit this graph and say, just execute everything in this graph however you see fit. And then the GPU essentially ends up, or I guess formerly the CUDA ecosystem, ends up executing this entire graph. And this is far more common these days because all of these AI applications have been optimized quite a lot, and this has been kind of pretty early on figured out that this is a common bottleneck. So realistically, almost everything's a graph launch. So these are the two events that we listen to, and we asked CUDA to notify us whenever it wants to either launch a kernel or launch a graph execution, and then also tell us whenever any of these finish. So basically what that then looks like is we don't actually, so the reason why I wanted to visualize this is this isn't a shim where it's passed through. Even if we made some sort of programming error in our library that we've kind of loaded with this injection path, the worst kind of error that can happen is that nothing happens, right? It'll still end up calling everything in the with the GPU. So how do we then actually make use of this? So again, we haven't really talked about this because if I had to talk about all of these details, would probably need a 2-hour slot. But how do we make use of this data, and how do we actually then collect it? So we use a technology called eBPF. For folks who are maybe not familiar with this, it's kind of like a virtual machine within the kernel that we can use to safely extend the kernel. So in this case, this kind of from the eBPF documentation, we say I want to execute my eBPF program every time the syscall exec-v is called. So then that's kind of intercepted, and we can run our BPF program, and then it continues as usual. Why do I say this? Well, as part of our shim, because we somehow need to communicate this information from our shim to our actual profiler that a kernel was launched and that a kernel has finished. That we do using USDTs. These are kind of static trace points that we've instrumented our shim with, so that we can say, and we effectively call them every time a CUDA kernel is launched or a graph execution is launched. And then as we're listening to the completion of events, we also fire another trace point whenever that happens. And so what we do when we kind of put all of this together is we say, okay, notify us when a CUDA kernel is being launched. When that happens, kubectl does this kind of callback. That's when our trace probe fires. And at this point is when we do, and this is exactly why I talked about this earlier, we perform the stack collection. What was the function call stack that ended up leading to this point that called this CUDA kernel. So we save that together with something that thankfully the CUDA ecosystem has thought of, which is creatively what they call the correlation ID. This is the ID that you can then later, as executions finish, you can actually correlate these events with each other. So again, we kind of just save the stack trace together with the correlation ID, and then later when the kernel execution actually finishes, that's when we fire our second trace point in our shim, and we figure out, okay, this is the correlation ID that we previously recorded the stack trace for. So now, and it tells us also the start time and the end time of the kernel execution. So now we actually have a sample. We know what is the function call stack that ended up calling this kernel with this name. We know when it started. We know when it ended. So we've created a profiler. And just to kind of demonstrate that this also works for graph executions, it's a little bit more complicated, but in essence, not all that different. We just listen to, like I said, the execute graph launch call. At the top, basically everything exactly the same way happens, except that with graph executions, we never know when the full graph has actually been executed. So what we need to do is we essentially need to keep the stack trace around basically forever, and it's more like an LRU cache. We hope that by the time that it finishes, we still have the stack trace around, but we can never really know. However, in practice, it works out just fine. But what happens is for every single kernel execution as part of the graph call, we get a callback. So ultimately, it ends up being exactly the same, except we don't pay the price of launching each kernel individually. And so this is all pretty nice because actually all of the really hard stuff happens on the CPU and not on the GPU. And this is actually really crucial because it means we're actually putting only very, very minimal overhead on the actual GPU workloads. All the tracing happens on the CPU. And so this is how we're ultimately able to create a profiler that is very low overhead, but gets us all of this really crucial information to allow us to optimize our AI workloads. So what does this get us? Like I said, we get the start and the end times of kernel executions, whether it's a regular execution, whether it's a graph execution. We know what is the function call stack that ended up leading to this, but most importantly, this is kind of the goal that we set out to do. We can do this fleet-wide at very low overhead, and we can both get the visibility across what is the most expensive CUDA kernel executions that we perform across our entire system. We can see that fleet-wide, but also we can dig down into each individual node, each individual CUDA launch to understand and truly debug everything in detail as well. So yeah, that's what allows us to grab this kind of visibility whenever we truly need to. So with that, I had a demo to show you.
Frederick, if you want to take 30 seconds, we think we can get this working for you. So
Okay,
shall we give it a go?
let's try it.
Everybody pray to the demo gods. We'll see how it goes.
Let's try.
Worst case, you can tell me if it's slow. I think we had polar signals come to some of our previous events as well, so it's been a good ongoing relationship around the profiling pieces.
Entire screen.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it's working. I can see it there.
On the main screen.
Now, if Wi-Fi also works, it's gonna be. All right, so basically, just to kind of explain the setup, what I have running on our infrastructure is that every couple of minutes we run a relatively simple PyTorch training because we're not GPU rich, but and that we're always profiling so that we can get exactly the kind of insight that we desire. Now, why is this not loading? Okay. What's good is I have a tab open with some of this data actually. So unfortunately, what you're going to need to kind of imagine in your head is a pretty graph that also tells us the actual utilization of the GPU, right? And we can see when it's fully utilized or when it's not. And so therefore, we can look at what on earth is the GPU doing when it's not fully utilized, right? And so then we can get exactly the same kind of visualization. Actually, this is the CPU's time. Yeah, here we go. This is the GPU time. There we go. So yeah, basically here we can see exactly the same kind of first couple of frames, right? This makes sense. Ultimately, we end up calling train, but here we can see on the GPU, actually, the train part is actually not the part that wildly dominates. It's actually the test part. In reality, there's a bunch of PyTorch stuff that we can't definitively assign. But the point is, at the bottom here, all the green frames that we can see, these are the actual CUDA kernel executions. So this is the type of insight that previously, it was practically impossible to get at low overhead across your entire fleet. So again, we can now kind of go ahead and kind of slice and dice this through our entire infrastructure. We can look at an individual node. We can look at data center A versus data center B. Maybe we have some new GPUs that we're trying out over here. Are they actually performing better, or do we need to still do some more tuning? Is it actually using the right kernels for this particular hardware? All of these things we can now actually answer, within minutes as opposed to days. So yeah, that's my demo. So with that, now we all have the tools to optimize our AI workloads without compromise. Thank you.
So I'm not seeing any questions on the online discourse. So remember to post your questions on the discourse if you have any on the talks. Do we have any questions from the room?
Handheld 3 is going live.
So on the website, it says, like for the cost of running less than 1%. But if you're running $1 billion worth of GPUs, 1% is a significant amount of money. So do you have like more data on, is it 0.1%, 0.8%? Like what's the actual real cost in terms of more exact data?
Yeah, great question. So there are actually two answers to this. So 1% is for sure the worst case. So we'd rather err towards that rather than claim it's 0.1%, and then for your workloads it's actually 0.8, something like that, right? So 1% is kind of the worst thing that we've measured. So ultimately the answer is depends. So unfortunately you should use it with your workload and figure it out. The reality is that we've not found a customer who can actually distinguish between general CPU noise and 1%. And then the other answer to that is because you now have this kind of visibility, 1% actually amortizes very quickly because you see this one interaction that isn't supposed to be there, you optimize it away, and all of a sudden you're 10% faster, right? So it's obviously not free, but the kind of insight that you get allows you to optimize far more than 1%.
Do we have one more question before we close? Going once, going twice. Excellent. Thank you very much, Frederick. So moving right along, we have the story of RISC-V moving forward into the future to RVA 23. I welcome to this stage Heinrich Schuchart and Yuning Lang.
Press it really hard.
Okay. That's more important.
Are we online?
Hello.
So let's get started. Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And my name is Heinrich Schuchart. Yuning is the CEO of Deep Computing, who has really made it possible to really have a RISC-V device on your laptop, or as your laptop, and work with it every day. And, oops. The thing that I want to talk about in the first part is why did Canonical decide to move the ISA from what we had before to RV23? And in the second part, Yuning will present how this translates into the hardware story. So why did we need an ISA upgrade? So in 2010, at Berkeley, RISC-V started as a university project, and it was enough to show that you can build a microcontroller with it. And in 2018, there was a first board that was really able to be ported to Linux, and it had just the essential instruction set that's needed for it, like integer instructions, floating point, and that's it. And if you compare to other architectures, they were far ahead. So if you look at ARM and x86, having a single instruction, multiple data, or let's say vector operations was standard by then. Hypervisor was a standard that you would expect on a board. And also you would expect more security. The one thing is control flow integrity, which is really part of the ISA, but also things like IOMMU weren't even defined for RISC-V. So the ISA that we came up with when we launched in 21 our first image for RISC-V, that ISA is not really up to the standards that we expect. And this is why RISC-V International, the organization that was founded, I think, in 2015, to standardize the different extensions for the RISC-V ISA, took up their work. They had the first version of a standardized ISA RWE20 that was, I think, in 22 they published it, and then they also published RWE22, which had more instructions like cache management and also as optional vector and hypervisor. So that was a step forward, but already in 22, everybody was telling me 23, RWE23 will be the thing that everything is converging on. And with RWE23, now hypervisor and vector operations are in the mandatory set. In the mandatory sets, there are things that are needed for enabling some expansion options like control for integrity and a lot more. And I just picked out 4 of them. So the one thing is increasing performance via single instruction, multiple data. So we have vector instructions as optional part, also vector crypto. There are extensions coming now for reducing the code size further so that one can replace some of the 32-bit instructions by 16-bit. There is an extension to improve energy efficiencies. So this wait on reservation set is, I mean, you often wait for a second thread to do something, and you can simply say, I just switch off the core until this memory cell has essentially been changed. And in security-wise, there are extensions now in the optional set for landing pads and shadow stacks, which really give you a control flow integrity once they are implemented. If one looks into all those hardware vendors that I have here, and I've not listed all of them, but at least all of these that are here on the board have said they want to move to RWE23, and there are even more that have said they were moving to RWE23. For instance, 10th Torrent published yesterday that in second quarter next year, they want to have a dev board out with RWE23. Or for instance, Damo, with whom we have started a partnership and announced it this week, is also moving in that direction. So all the industry is gravitating to RWE23. And so when we had this decision, shall we wait for the hardware being out with RWE23, or should we be at the forefront? It was easy for us to decide, yes, we should be at the forefront because the partners that we are working with are going to RWE23, and for testing their designs on FPGA and on the upcoming boards, they need some distro that has RWE23. So if you look at the timeline of releases, so Ubuntu 24.04 is the last release which will support the old hardware, which is just having RWE64GC or up to RWE22. And with 25.10, we now have the first release that requires RWE23, which unfortunately means we are leaving the hardware behind with an LTS release. And currently, the current release runs on QEMU only because the hardware is expected beginning of next year. But next year will also be the first LTS release with RWE23. And we will continue the support for pre-RWE23 hardware with our Noble release. And we are still trying to bring new boards to that release. But for everything that's RWE23, we needed that new release. And, oops. What is our experience with it? So my experience was it just works. There were very few bugs that we came upon when we were rebuilding parts of the archive. So there were 3 GCC bugs fixed upstream. There was one thing emulating some RW8 instructions on S390X mainframes in Big Endian didn't work. Okay, such things you'd only discover when you're really testing. And it will not stop here. So if one looks ahead, we are in the next cycle. We are investigating how we can enable RW23 for more languages than C and C++, so for Go, for Java, for Rust. We will start investigating what control flow integrity will mean. The promise is that if you have software compiled for control for integrity and other software, it should run seamlessly together. But before enabling it for the distro, we will for sure test that it really does. And looking even further, there's a lot of work ongoing for matrix operations, which will further speed up AI on RISC-V. And that's it for the outlook. And now it's up to you, Yuning.
Okay, that's great. So, for those one never heard about deep computing, and here we're trying to explain what we do. We only make RISC-V consumer electronics, and we start from the most complicated one, which is a laptop. So that's why for us, now the speed of us is from the chipset tape out bed to a mass-produced board. Our record is 4 months. So and this year, we're looking forward is RV23's chip coming back in December. We're trying to fix the kernel upstreaming. Then you will see the ball probably around Foxstorm timing. And we're trying to catch up the 2604's release. And then Canonical can probably the first one will get onto official building the best Linux OS image for RISC-V. So that is the roadmap. Doesn't work.
Harder. Press harder.
Harder? Okay. Sorry. So I'm a software guy. I earn all my money from my selling my software startup, and then I lose all my money on the hardware. so pretty similar to Mark, isn't it? Right? Anyone remember the Ubuntu phone? But we'll become again, okay? 3 times lucky. So I'm a software guy, and I used to do VM runs the Nokia platform or the feature phones. So we lose to Android is part of my fault. And then I do static compiler as well on my startup. And then deep computing is founded in COVID. I got nothing better to do, got locked up in Shenzhen and Hong Kong every 2 months. So we start doing the hardware because Shenzhen is hardware side. So I only can travel around Shenzhen. So we just start doing the laptop. So deep computing is we focus on consumer electronics, and premium one we don't do cheap stuff. Right? That's why I don't do the one board. Sorry. So I need somebody carry around RISC-V the whole day. So the one board is not. So the one will sit on the desk. So and I normally I get a chip. No matter how bad it is, how good it is, I try all the product segment. So I make 2 generations of iPad, RISC-V pack running Ubuntu as well, and then 1 generation of speaker. So I found out all the problems. And also the pack can call on Ubuntu, can make the call as well with external LTE modems. And then the most we famous about is making the laptops. So it's the most expensive laptop as well ever see. It's $5,000. So and more expensive than the Apple, or even the NVIDIA DGX. So, but it's 100 times slower. So, and sitting in the UK in Milton Keynes Computer Museum, National Museum. So people will take a look. And I promised who had the buyer for it, and we got an NFT there. So gonna worth a lot more. So and as I say, I'm a software guy, earn all the money, and then lose all the money. So I'm getting stressful. So I decided and make some toy cars as well. So I make the drone, and then let the government shut it down. So with the RISC-V on it. So that's power fun. And with Canonical is a kind of a very impressive journey. I still remember when I announced the laptop, I talked to the sales guy of Canonical, and they asking me for $1 million and wait for 9 months. And then I tell them I might be dead already. But I don't know how, Cindy, probably you know the story. But Sandy Sin has somehow come back out. No, anything for RISC-V, free. So, oh my God. So we get over it. So all the old 2003, 4-core, I do my own laptop at that time. And then I refresh it with 8-core 2024. They all running 2404 release. I find it very funny on RISC-V. At that time, the first generation running the 24, the first release is very slow. But you running the later on release is going faster. Same hardware. So it's very different from Windows or Android, you know. And the old hardware with the latest software runs faster on RISC-V. It's very different. If we like Windows, usually, right, new OS makes the old hardware you cannot run, so that you buy new hardware, right? But on RISC-V it's completely different. So this is the time I make all these hardware myself and lose all the monies because it doesn't scale, doesn't sell. Never reach to 1,000 pieces. So in hardware you don't make 1,000 pieces, you don't make money. So that is the time, 2004, we announced now a deeper collaboration with Ubuntu and Canonical. So we have a vendor kernel, and then Launchpad makes all the image. And then in 2005, 25, we partnered with Framework. I'm fed up of losing money of making my shell. So I focus on what I'm good at, making the motherboard, because we have a very good relationship with all the RISC-V SoCs. So, and more exciting, I think 2006, I'm going to fix the kernel upstreaming. We have a program of a RISC-V International, we call it kernel upstreaming program, silicon upstreaming. So we're going to do better than ARM. So I think there's a few ARM guys here, right? So we're going to do better than ARM with silicon upstreaming. So you will see upstreaming, we don't even before the chip comes back. So after that, then Canonical, we will build the image officially for us, and accept probably GPU support. So that problem I cannot solve until I got enough money buy off a GPU and open source it. Probably Mark can do it. So, and then after that, you got a RV23 hardware, you want the official image, and you guys feel free to contribute to optimize all the RISC-V package. In RISC-V ecosystem, we have an organization called RISE. Why we call it RISE? Because I would say that it's part of the RISC-V rising. It's an unstoppable force. Because our slogan for deep computing, we make the best Linux PC. We don't make Windows, Android run on it. So we're going to open source everything from BIOS, ELK2, UEFI, to kernel upstreaming, everything open source. Probably we're trying to do it with silicon, so people can have a hands-on quicker. And then RISE have come up now. We build all the package. We got a term called MNO. Most the package are not optimized. So you guys, software guy, can help on all the optimization of every packages. So now, I'm Framework's partner with Framework's good because I make motherboard every 6 months. A new one, for example, now this 8-core just announced with 50 TOPS AI, you can run large language model, 14B model on with 5 tokens per second. And then we finish porting on the VLC, support local AI, the subtitle translation as well. So that's the reason I don't want to lose money on the things it's nothing to do with RISC-V. So and then it's very good framework. I think probably half of the Canonical guy use framework anyway, so I don't need to explain. And then all the brand is going to have a RISC-V from 12-inch all the way to 16-inch. So, and next year, once the SoC is a good power performance, and with Tenstorrent, with SpaceMip, so we're going to fulfill all the lines with a RISC-V, from the kids all the way to the highly hardcore professional 16-inch. And then 2005, the first generation, we're trying to, because I need to test out the whole framework collaboration, so we made a very cheap one. This is the BOM is around, with the DDR increase now, now the DDR is just 8 giga DDR is $30 now. It's a crazy price. So this is around $150 BOM. So, and from the, after the framework collaborations, so we take a look at the hardware side now. Because the RVA23 announced, we have a problem of all the old chips, what to do with it. So we have a RVA22, which is space MIPS with vector. So what I'm going to do, we start making a router. So you guys can really open source latest software, loads of security patch with OpenWRT router with RISC-V, very high core performance. And then this is the RVA22 with AI focus. It doesn't have vector, but it has a very strong MPU. And then RVA23 is coming back time next year. We're going to have chip back with December, and the ball out by EVT ball out sample before FOSDEM. And then when 2026-04 announced, we do another announce here, probably, you know. So the kernel upstreaming is what we're going to do. This is the most important for the thing. And then AI is, yeah. You know, with vectorized come in, and then I think the matrix extension will be ratified this year, hopefully. And then the year, I think where we the end of the last year might have seen matrix extension for AI. So which is, and then as I say, we have a term called MNO, so most notified. So you guys can help, definitely can help. And then make RISC-V faster and faster, even on the whole hardware. And this is the router. So, and we do a evaluation. We're going to beat all the Broadcom and Qualcomm. They're still running 4.1 kernels. Okay. So, and this is what is now. Is 2006. We have 8 core 2 GHz, 64 DDR. So, and lucky we buy a few DDR, so we get rich by selling out the DDR now. Instead of selling out RISC-V board. So, and this is what it looks like. It's the first RISC-V chiplet. I don't think ARM has done chiplet yet. So this is the first on RISC-V. We hit a lot of problems. And this is the current state of it, of our board. 1/6 kernel, and then you can play around with all this AI, and then it's not optimized yet. So if you optimize paper, probably even faster. So what else we need to do? And RISC-V, there's a problem with RISC-V. So because we don't do Android, we don't do Windows, and we cannot scale. The chip is very expensive. And existing market is really hard to compete. But we decided, as I say, our slogan is tending to we make the best Linux machines. Just because we upstream everything. So Ubuntu is going to be part of the rise. We're looking into next year, we're going to send 10,000 pieces. The year after, probably 100,000 pieces, just for Linux users, for all the developers. So all the software optimization really had to give it back to Ubuntu. You guys have all the expertise to help us to make the history. So we have 20 million for Linux user. I sincerely hope that we can get 2 million. That will be a 1 billion worth company for RISC-V. Then I can buy off the GPU open source. So, and I'm a British as well. So you know, in UK we have a few GPU company. And we look at it. Linux is one of the things I know is a certain market. I think the trend of RISC-V, we do a startup, we need to set the start line and same as all the existing player. So all I can think of, we can compete with ARM. The only thing left of is AI. You can see the AI, my friend's doing another ARM board for framework. I look at that chip, the AI is not any better than us, RISC-V. So we see that AI is probably our all-in stage. We get we on the data privacy, we got the local AI running. So that's we're trying to do, two sides, Linux and AI. So yeah, as I say, you can see it's sad things, but I see it as an opportunity. Remember 30 years ago, Linux? Anyone play with 1.5? Anyone play with? I was the guy doing the first 2.6 kernel port on V scale, the first ARM11. So I know all these problems. At that time, kernel a problem, GCC 3.4 is called problem, and our Java VM have a problem, and the chip have a problem. So exactly the same, no surprise. So, but everything very interesting. So that's the status of it. And then the coming schedule is very exciting, right? Hopefully you guys can, I'm still trying to hit 2604 Cindy, make it happen, mass produce. So, need you guys help. I'm a very small company, I only have 30 people. But I got a very good support line, Henrik, Emil's, and Cindy's team. And the most important, free of charge. Right. And exciting as well, we also get a 32-core build server already. So, and now we officially can build RISC-V on RISC-V. So same time frame, and 16 core, and then with 12 core as well. So it's very exciting. I say next year. So that's why I do framework. I can't make my own laptop anymore. So I'm a software guy. Now this is a joke. I'm sure, you know, Connecticut, a very serious software company. It's time to do hardware again. And probably do the chipset again. So, and my crazy idea is to do an AI phone again. So I have talked with Maru saying, I'm sick of parking apps. I travel around the world. Each city have 3 parking apps. At least. If London, probably every council are free. So you can see. So I hopefully one AI phone can help do all the things for us. That's just part of the fun of RISC-V. So open source everything, AI everything. We don't need to have screen anymore, just do the work. So this is so hopefully, you know, Mark can see this and start doing the AI phone again. But this is going to be successful with RISC-V. Well, and when I look at the phone, the reason why Android is so successful because the SoC is the bottleneck. Now we're making RISC-V, the SoC is primarily for Linux and open source even before the chip out. So Ubuntu basically can make any hardware. All right, and then because we have so many problems on the software side, we announced 100 open source community projects. Whoever contribute that on, we give the hardware for free. Okay. Thank you very much. And that's it. We can get all you guys. I just came back from the RISC-V Summit all over America. And then we have a first ever time we do software workshops. So hopefully you guys contribute more. We can do workshop along with Connecticut's all the meetup event, and we talk about how you guys contribute the real open standard open source CPU. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Henry.
Yeah, for those who are here in London, there will be a showroom where we have some RISC-V objects at 13:30, I think.
Yeah, you can come and play, And it's not going to be perfect. You can shout at me. It doesn't matter. I've been shouted at, when I built the first phone, I got lawyer writing me a letter. You're a scammer. And then lucky, because whatever project we deal with it, we have a RISC-V International, all the roadmap, all the support they have. And then RISC-V International ask them, bugger off. That's part of the fun, RISC-V.
So I have a couple of questions for you from the discourse. So the first of them says, inspired by the day one talk, can it run Doom? Beyond AI applications, what are some unique, potentially untapped industries that RISC-V can infiltrate? And I think you've covered some, but if you want to answer the rest.
Something like 95% of the packages that are available for x86 also are inside Ubuntu for RISC-V. We have already we had problems with the Snap ecosystem. So this year the desktop team has enabled the GNOME Snap. We have been building Firefox. It's currently still in a beta channel, but we will continue to broaden that Snap ecosystem. And also a direction that we have to look into is all the other enterprise products that Canonical is offering. There are some, like LXD is available, Snapcraft is available, but there are more offerings that we will be working on in future.
So I add to that. We got the Chromium working without Google support. And now we got it YouTube. It's very smooth. We have 2.8K screen with 4K decoded. So it's pretty usable. And if you guys can contribute, you can make it faster. Because the chip hardware itself is equivalent to the ARM's mid-end. So any Android phone around the performance around 3 years old Android phone. So it should be do everything you can do.
So I have another question for you, and then we might be out of time, but this is from Kunal. Amazing hard work on diversifying CPU popularity. This is probably someone who's in to try and contribute and get themselves some hardware, I think. How can we contribute? Are there any low-hanging fruits that you can share? We also learn to contribute, and we grow the ecosystem of RISC-V hardware.
Good. I think I know most of the problems. The whole RISC-V ecosystem, all the members all together, I would say that it's just around massive. It's around, apart from the AI side, and all general CPU side, all the resources around 1/10 of ARM's company. Just ARM, ARM has 10,000 people. We probably, on the general CPU side, including all the SoC company, IP company, probably just 1,000. So you can see low-hanging fruit everywhere, opportunity everywhere. So just like 30 years ago, Linux, opportunity everywhere. But I will say that because it's open, it's part of the human civilizations. It's going to succeed. People going to die. All the staff going to die because we run out of money, but another staff will come. And then they have more the same resource of the people making it. And people learn from the mistake and do things quicker and quicker.
So we're heading into a break now, so I'll steal 1 or 2 minutes for one more question from the room if anyone's got something good. Otherwise, we'll wind up. Going once, going one. There we go.
I'm afraid that although you've invited everybody to get involved in hardware, you've also, I think, frightened a few people off with the implications of what it means financially, because it just does seem like such a much greater risk than the risk of doing things with software.
To answer you these questions, I spoke to Linus and Greg. 30 years ago, what's your risk to doing RISC-V? I never think about making money. I just want to make the history. That's what they answer. There's no risk. You never have return.
Well, thank you both for
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you, everybody.
So thank you for that very engaging talk on this exciting new architecture. The people in London, we are going to take a short break now, and the next talk will be at 11:20, but things don't stop for those people who are watching online. There is the Creative Commons music that will be playing through that gap. So rejoin us at 11:20 UK time. We'll look forward to seeing you there. Thank you. Oh, and if you could fill in the front 3 rows, please, just because it's nicer on the live stream. Looks like we don't have an empty room full of people. Are we live? Are we on the- Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the live stream, and for those in person, back to the show. There's a new discourse activity up. What was your first or favorite release of Ubuntu? Let us know your story. The activity is up now. What were your first releases of Ubuntu?
2504.
We need new blood.
I can't say I remember. I was too young.
Wait, 2504.
It was Silk GNOME 2, though.
Well, it was Warty Warthog was
410.
14. It was 1504. The first products we shipped was with Breezy Badger.
Okay.
1504.
And if you can craft an announcement with the cosmic cuttlefish in it, it can be used as an Easter egg. There you go. I don't know the details of that one, but I'm interested to see what people are going to craft with the cosmic cuttlefish. And if you put that somewhere, then I might see it. All right, so moving on to the next talk, we are very thankful to have the System 76 people here. So welcome to Victoria Brackenfeld. Didn't do it very well, did I? I'll let you do it again. And to Carl Rochelle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the sound of cosmic cuttlefish. I have to count how many releases that means. We might have to skip a few letters. Maybe we've done that before. That's all right. I'm Carl Rochelle. I'm the founder and CEO of System 76. I'm with Victoria Breckenfeld, engineer for the Cosmic Desktop, who works on the compositor. So to start off, we'll talk a little bit about what Cosmic is. It is a new desktop environment. So if you're familiar with GNOME or you're familiar with KDE, Cosmic is a complete desktop environment, just like GNOME and KDE are. We started the Cosmic project about 4 years ago. It is professionally designed, professionally developed, and professionally QA'd with a team at System 76. Cosmic is unique in that it is modular and composable. It's a desktop environment that is made up of numerous discrete components that can be combined together to create a unique user experience. So even in these screenshots here, we have a panel at the top and a dock on the left, similar to the Unity layout. In the center, we have a panel on the bottom, and all of the functionality you would need to operate your computer all in one panel on the bottom. And on the left, for the folks that don't like a dock and they like the most screen space they could get, we have just a panel at the top and all of the applications tiled in. The panel can even auto-hide. And I'm very close to that. The only thing I really, really miss is my clock. Somehow I have to look at the clock all the time, so for some reason. So I have to keep my panel up. Cosmic is a desktop environment, but it is also a platform for developers. Because it is discrete components, you can use what fits your needs and develop new applets or shell components for what's missing. So you can scratch your own itches, and it's easy to adapt and expand Cosmic in a very high quality way that's intended to be done. For distros, you can adopt different configurations. So based on the feedback from your own users, your own user research, or the types of problems you're trying to solve as a distro, you can use the components that make most sense for addressing those problems or the things you're trying to create. You can ship different applets and components. And you can brand Cosmic. It's intended to be branded for your distribution. So if you're Fedora or Ubuntu or SUSE or Aaron OS, what we want is for people to be able to go to your website to download, see your brand, your colors, download your distro, and feel like that distro is part of what your brand is in the same experience. And for end users to make it your own. It's very easy to, you see where we have different panels and docks and things like that. Sometimes when you think you see that, you might have to go into a bunch of dot files and other things and change configuration files. In Cosmic, everything is drag and drop inside of settings. So it's simple for any user to make the desktop their own. Cosmic Beta was released on September 25th, 2025. And Cosmic is available on popular distros. Pop! OS is the System76 distro, so of course there. Arch Linux, Fedora, OpenSUSE, CachyOS, Nix, Redux, AridOS, Slackware, Postmarket OS, Gentoo, and RHEL through Copper Repo. It's available on all the most popular distros. It's not available on Ubuntu, the most popular distro, but I'm sure we're going to fix that. For me, that's bug number 1. If you recall, bug number 1, it was the first bug for Ubuntu, and it was that Microsoft had a dominant market share. This Cosmic on Ubuntu is my bug number 1. Next up, towards the end of the talk, we're going to have the release date for Cosmic, because it's now set, so we'll reveal that at the end of the talk. But we also want to talk about features. Because we're nearing our first release, we want to talk about what we're going to be building next and what we see in the future for Linux desktop. Victoria will start us off.
Thank you, Carl. So Cosmic is evolving. For everybody who doesn't know, I'm Victoria. I work as an engineer at System76 on the Cosmic desktop, mostly on the Wayland compositor. So I'm starting off with a little bit more technical topics and then go into more of like the grand picture of what we're trying to build in the next release of Cosmic. So for our current release, one of the most requested features by far, which is quite surprising to me, it's quite new hardware, right, is HDR support. And we've been on the table at various HDR Hackfests, at various conferences, discussing how this is going to be implemented in the Linux ecosystem and also contributing code from the get-go. But sadly, this didn't make the cut for 1.0, right? There's different stuff that might just be a little bit more higher priority when you're trying to ship a desktop than the colors looking nice on your favorite new OLED TV. But we have a plan, and part of that is a more general overhaul of our whole rendering pipeline, right? Right now, it is very simple and in many places not really color aware. So to enable HDR, we need better support for different color spaces, and this will be a more general makeover of that whole pipeline, which will then also enable a bunch of other little features that are very color dependent, like for example nightlight, which is also a very highly rated issue on our project board. Another thing is that we are still working on multi-GPU improvements. Cosmic is already way better than what we shipped on the previous Pop! OS release in that regard, but I did a whole talk about this together with Sebastian Wick from Red Hat at this year's XDC a couple of weeks ago. So if you want to hear more about the technical stuff on how we are trying to make that situation in Linux even better, I recommend you to simply give that talk maybe a watch. And then the other obvious technical thing is more protocols. There has been a lot of good stuff upstream that we don't really support yet. A lot of that is really low-hanging fruit, like top-level tag is not very difficult conceptually. Top-level icon isn't either. We just need to figure out a way to then forward the icon to the various shell components that need to display it, and yada yada. Lots of these small little protocols that are already used, thankfully not required by a bunch of components, but that we would obviously like to support. And then in the same vein, we want to continue our very upstream first development. So we still have a couple of private Wayland protocol extensions that we think would make a good fit with upstream that we're trying to get into shape and talk to the right people of the other desktop environments to make that happen. For example, recently we proposed the X2G surface shape extension, which is all about the toolkits being able to communicate their rounded window corner radiuses to the compositor so we can draw nicer outlines that are actually fitting. So I'm hoping there's already some interest from GNOME folk that we get this through quickly, and then this won't only work with our apps, but with all the different toolkits on our desktop. On another more general thing, this is what our current workspace overview looks like. When we first launched this, I think in Alpha 2, Alpha 3, it was a little rough. It was lacking a bunch of features people were used to coming from our previous GNOME-based pop shell. It's still lacking like very, very few. For example, you can't just drag a window out of the workspace preview into the next one. But in general, it's now much better. A bunch of performance issues were solved, even though there's still definitely a little bit of room of improvement there. And in general, the feedback has now been from people coming over from the old pop shell that it is doing all the things they expected to do. On the other side, Cosmic has really attracted the attention of a bunch of people who come from the tiling window manager world because we have built-in tiling support. And there the people were initially not very happy because we have a very dynamic workspace system inspired by GNOME. They were still quite happy that we had like separate workspaces per displays, but they wanted to have a static configuration of workspaces, right? And with a bunch of user research and UX, we ended up implementing something completely different, a third thing, which is now workspace pinning. You can now pin a bunch of workspaces so that they will be persistent. A bunch of settings to them will be persistent across sessions, and then you will start with all your pinned workspaces in your new session, and dynamic workspaces will continue to be added to that. So that solves the issue for this user group quite nicely while giving a new tool that is hopefully very intuitive to our existing user base as well. And I hope that also informs how we are hoping to tackle more features like this in the next release of Cosmic in general. For example, there's been a big ask for session restore, and there's also a bunch of upstream work going on there. And we hope when we hopefully deliver this feature that this will eliminate any need for, I want my browser to always be on workspace 1 because we can just automatically restore what was on the previous session of the user, which is probably more intuitive to the majority of users. But in the same way, we already get requests for, now that we have the pinned workspace, for window rules. Oh, I want my terminal to launch on workspace 4. I don't care where it was last session. I want it to always be on workspace 4. And of course, at this point, it's too early to talk about how we're going to tackle this, but I can try to assure you that we will tackle this in the same vein that we did the workspace pinning, where we have these very different requests from the users and trying to end up with a cohesive UX experience that provides the features for all the use cases both of these groups have in some way, shape, or form. And in a similar way, window management will, of course, also see further refinement. There's still a little gap of things that we need to bring over from PopShell. For example, we have tiling exceptions. There's a list of windows that should never be tiled by default. And you can edit that in a config file, but on PopShell, we had a way for users to graphically select a new window they wanted to add to this list. Little stuff like that still missing. But as I said before, we're hoping to do the same UX research and then even elevate further on all the window management concepts that we already have. And then last but not least, a really ongoing thing from the beginning of the desktop till now is, of course, the topic of accessibility, where I think there's also no real way to ever be done with that, but we definitely still have a bunch of work to do. Which is mostly because we had lots of groundwork to do, right? We developed a completely new toolkit that the base IST we were using had no support for accessibility at that point in time. We've since contributed a lot to that, tried to upstream a bunch of those efforts, and are very close to enable screen reader support for all our apps. On the other side, on the compositor, we shipped screen reader support earlier than other desktops on Pop! OS because we used a private protocol there. But now finally the upstream stack with Newton has established itself, and so we need to transition over so that the screen reader support will also then be what it needs to be on other distributions by default. And there's lots more. We're far from being done. We have a screen magnifier, we have color filters, but we don't have a way to reduce animations. Like, we have a ginormous list of things that we still want to tackle here, and you can be sure that Epoch 2 will hopefully deliver much more on that front as well. And then last but not least, I hope there will also be a couple of surprises that we can't anticipate yet in Epoch 2 for you all to discover. And one of those surprises is something that Carl hopefully will now talk about, which I hope we will be able to ship a little bit before Epoch 2.
I hope so. I hope so. All right. So at System 76, we regularly survey all of our customers. We want to understand how well we're doing, where we can improve, where we're falling short, what features our customers are interested in. What we found, we did these surveys before we started work on Cosmic to get some data and information about our customers' usage. We asked them, how many computers do you use regularly? Well, 73% of our customers use more than one computer regularly. And a shocking 10.5% use 4 or more computers regularly. So we asked those users, would you like to sync installed applications between your computers? And about 62% said yes, they'd like to synchronize applications between their computers. This one also surprised me. 60% said they like to sync their dot files between their computers. Now, what does that say about our customers? That they know what dot files are, that they use dot files, that they're important to be the same on different computers. So in response to what our customers are telling us they need, we built Cosmic Sync. And I'm going to show you a video of Cosmic Sync in action. So just to give a little bit of setup here, the screen on my left, or on the left here, is my desktop. The screen on my right is my laptop. I've signed into my System76 account on both of these. And by the way, I got this code 2 weeks ago and was really impressed with how well it's working. We've been working on it through most of the year. But as we start the video, as I change my settings on the left, they will just start to change on the laptop on the right. There's a bit of a delay today. That was my first request, was you guys got to make this faster. And there the docs disappeared. And over the last week, I received updates that said, okay, this is going to be much faster for the demo that's at our unconference a little later today. So we'll all find out together how much faster it's become. Now I moved the panel to the bottom. I'm starting to change the layout of the applets on my desktop to what I'd like to have. And as that's happening, it's already starting to happen on the right side. We built Cosmic with that information from and that feedback from our customer in mind. So that means we built the configuration system with synchronization in mind. So state and configuration are completely separate in Cosmic. So that means something like if you're in Cosmic settings and you have, it's a certain size, it's a certain position, and it has maybe its settings, or maybe you're in Cosmic Files and you have the settings pane open, that's your state. Your configuration is, I prefer list view over grid view. I like, I want to always have the preview menu open. I like my sorting to be this way. That's your configuration. So now here at the end, I was changing settings for Cosmic Terminal. So what the configuration is not just what the desktop layout is, not what the wallpaper is, it's all of the applications as well. So all of your preferences throughout the entire desktop stack, and this will work for third-party Cosmic applications as well, can be synchronized in Cosmic. So as you go from one computer to the next, you have everything that you are, everything's set up the way that you prefer. Oh yes, we're not on the slides anymore, are we? Okay, so Cosmic Sync features. Settings across all your computers, and it's a desktop environment. The desktop environment is available in a lot of different distributions, and that means the same preferences across all of the distros that you use as well. Custom keyboard shortcuts in our user testing, that was very important to a lot of users. It takes time to set up those keyboard shortcuts. We get pretty married to our keyboard shortcuts. So they synchronize as well. Personal files is an interesting one. I put it up here because I'd like to have it. And essentially, this is what we've built, and it is working. I've tested it. But there's a lot of cost modeling for us to do to work through what personal file synchronization is going to mean. But it's something that I'd also like to provide. Dot files, of course, because our customers told us that's very important to them. Configuring Git repos in their folders. So we also know a lot of our customers are developers. So inside of settings, you will be able to configure different folders with Git repos that you want to be cloned into those folders. Then when you go to another computer and you sign in, all of your folders and your Git repos will be created for you. I think the Microsoft guys had a fantastic talk this morning, and they said something very interesting to me. It was that they reload their operating system often and use a YAML file to get back to their configuration. That's precisely what this is. But instead of any configuration file at all, you just log in and your entire desktop becomes what your other desktop was. Unfortunately, this is only available on Linux. Wi-Fi networks and VPNs and user apps as well. I would love to figure out system apps. I think there's a pretty big lift to do that. I think it would be valuable for our developer customers using different distros. But then I think about Nix OS. I think, how is this going? How's this going to work? But user apps are an important step that I know we'll be able to accomplish. Cosmic Sync is a zero-knowledge service. Everything is encrypted end-to-end, even the paths. So because you can have personal information in the name of a path of a file, that's encrypted as well. There's a personal key that's created on a user's device. That key can then be added to other devices. The key is never on the server. We can never decrypt the files that are on the server. So that means there are trade-offs there. That means we can never build a web interface where you go see what your files are. But that's the point. I think the world's kind of getting stranger, and zero-knowledge services, I think, are very important, or more important today than they probably were even a few years ago. It is the user's key, so the user owns everything, and this will be arriving in 2026. All right, and finally, the Cosmic release. It's scheduled for December 11th, and that'll be our first release. We're going to make some changes to the way that we do releases. Originally, we had planned to do annual releases, but as we've thought through this and what we'd like to deliver to our customers, I think is much more likely, because we're getting our design, engineering, QA processes tightened up and into a production state. I think we'll be able to do a rolling release DE. So features and bug fixes are constantly moving to users, and distros can pick a flag, a release flag, at any point that makes sense for them to package and deliver, and then decide whether at what point they might want to update the packaging inside of their distribution. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of you. I have a few questions come in online, so obviously you have inspired some questions here. The first of them is, how are some Wayland-related stumbling blocks working in Cosmic? E.g., when I changed to Wayland, I had issues with screen capture and utilities like OBS not working. That's the first part. That's a three-part question.
Should I address this?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
So I think when we started this 4 years ago, the Wayland ecosystem was in a very different state, and it was on the horizon that all of these things would have been solved eventually. And I think now it really is the time where a lot of these cases should just work out of the box. XUG Portal provides a great infrastructure for things like screen sharing. There's probably still a little bit of ironing out to do. Permission dialogues are a little annoying when you're trying to log in remotely. But for the most part, I feel like we are shipping all the features that we had on Pop Shell on X11 with the new Wayland first Cosmic Desktop. And it really helped that we focus on the technology from the get-go, because that means that is also where our upstream attempts were focused. So all of the work we have done was done for the Wayland ecosystem in hopes of reaching this point, which I think is here now. I would strongly recommend you give Wayland a second try.
Yeah, I agree. The gap has narrowed considerably. I don't feel any difference as a user anymore. And a lot of it also has to do, we ship NVIDIA hardware, and so it's very important for us for Wayland to be supported with NVIDIA. And somehow the ecosystem and everything else came together at the right time for, I think, what we were building with Cosmic.
Perfect. There's a couple of questions on sync. In the case of sync of dot files, what if we screw up and break the UI? Will it break all the sync devices too? Is there any way to revert settings when they don't open?
So Cosmic settings is atomic and can be rolled back. The way that you modify settings in Cosmic is through the settings application, which is something that's QA'd and developed by System 76. You can hand modify them, and that hand modified file would synchronize over.
Much of the discussion around Cosmic is desktop focused. It seems its flexibility lends itself well to other use cases like kiosks, interactive panels, embedded devices, etc. Have you received any interest from parties looking to use it outside the traditional desktop?
We haven't, but I think that's an astute observation. And yes, it has been built so that it can be used in different types of devices. One thing that we didn't talk about is we haven't put a lot of effort for the first release into touch, but except from the UI designed perspective. So we'll be putting more emphasis on touch, which would be good for kiosks and future touch devices like laptops and tablets.
Somebody's asked, can you briefly explain the power behind the application launcher?
The application launcher, it's
So the launcher in general, the little search bar that you can pop up with a super key, has a bunch of plugins. So it can also do calculations or open a browser for your web search next to launching all your known applications. And that can also be a very modular thing and extend it in the same way as, for example, you can extend the panel with different applets. There have been less contributions on that front than there have been, for example, for the applets, but that doesn't mean that it isn't possible. In fact, we have a very stable API there that was already in place, I think, for PopShell and GNOME. So that I hope answers the question.
I just learned that in our launcher you can type GitHub and search for anything. And I've been using this, obviously for years, and that was a new feature that somebody contributed. It's pretty impressive.
But there is a help button where you can then list all the different shortcuts that it also has.
Right.
Is it possible to configure which settings you want to sync?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. Yes. So maybe you have a desktop with a large display, you have a laptop with a small display, and you want your panels to be laid out in a different way. You'll be able to choose granularly which things you want to synchronize.
That's really cool. And how can we join in the team and contribute to System 76 Popos Cosmic if we're not located in your country?
Well, we have a lot of contributors from throughout the world. It's actually pretty shocking to me. I'm surprised how many people, because the compositor is so esoteric to me, and I'm shocked by how many people contribute, but there are contributors everywhere. If you just visit system86.com/cosmic. It'll give you the path to how to communicate with us, work with us, and contribute.
That's really helpful. We have lots of questions. Shall we come down the front first? Is there someone with a mic? Take mine in the meantime.
I was curious on how you balance your philosophy for customization versus saying defaults, because I feel like when we develop software, it's very easy to have everything customizable, and then if everything's like that, I feel like sometimes you can get the user into like, why is it set up like that, right? And so how do you balance that, especially making something as personal, customizable as something would want, like a desktop, but still very easy to mess up?
You're absolutely right. It's a very fine line, and I think with thoughtful and careful design, you can offer a lot of features that feel organic instead of feeling like you're searching for different things that you need. So, for instance, if you want to tile things, there is a small applet, and you just toggle a button, and that workspace will tile. And an alternative way to perhaps design that would be that there would be some setting far down into a menu, but just very carefully separating out where things are and where you choose them, I think helps you deliver more features without being overwhelming. Sometimes I think that our design, because you can do so much with it, I get this feedback that is, it's great, but it doesn't seem to have a lot of features. But when you actually go and list feature by feature by feature, it's actually feature packed with a lot of features that don't exist in many other places. I think just really careful design makes it feel like it's more intuitive and maybe doesn't have as much, even though it's actually baked in.
And if I can more add on the technical side of things, so there's a bunch of options that are just hidden in configuration, where then you would say, well, that still adds maintenance cost, right? It might even be worse because not a whole lot of people even know about the configuration and test these code paths. But in reality, for example, the panel is very generic over the places where the panel can be. And the settings just expose a panel and a dock as two panels that you can have. The panel doesn't care. You could also have 3 or 4 or 5. So it is the same code path that is hit in a lot of these ways where we have more configuration. And then when we get into the point of, okay, there's just too many features now, this becomes a maintenance burden, we hope that the very component-based modular system of Cosmic is helping in a way where the user could just replace a component that does not fit the feature set that they were looking for. As a very radical example, last year at Ubuntu Summit, we demoed that you can run most of Cosmic Shell on top of other Wayland compositors. And one of the examples I was given there was Neri. And We immediately, when we released this, got feedback of, oh, I would like scrolling tiling. Can I also have scrolling tiling in Cosmic? And for our UX designers, that's a nightmare, of course, right? Because you're trying to explain tiling to a bunch of users who are new to it in the first place, and then you might have two tiling paradigms. That's not a great user experience for non-power users. So I hope that at some point all of this will be stable enough and all the protocols upstream have diverged to the point where you can simply replace the compositor with Neri, and that's it. You have your scrolling tiling while still reaping all the other benefits from Cosmic. And on a smaller scale, just add your favorite new applet that does the functionality that we are currently lacking. And hopefully that will be enough.
Yeah. Well, there's a room full of questions here. I think we're over time, so unfortunately we're going to have to move on. But hopefully you're around for questions.
Feel free to grab us, yes.
The people who are
Anytime.
in person. Perfect. So,
oh yes, and see your unconference. We'll be demoing Cosmic Sync. So.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that talk. Another round of applause, please. So there's a discourse activity up called Contribution Conundrum. How do you contribute to open source? What drives your contributions? If you've not contributed yet, what stops you from contributing? If you can put some answers to that in discourse, that would be really interesting to see. Now, up next, we have Samuele and Pedro, who are going to talk about snapping privacy into place, Proton's GPL-powered journey with Ubuntu. So as they get ready, if we could give them a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
I'll let them introduce themselves, but Samuele comes to us from Proton AG, and I think Pedro is from Canonical.
Canonical, yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh, nice voice. Okay. So hi, nice to meet you all. And since this is the first time that Proton has been represented in this type of summit, I'm going to be a bit introducing also what Proton is. But yeah, myself, so I'm Sam, and I'm engineering director of Proton VPN, which is one of the main products of Proton, and we are a product company. And yeah, Pedro, maybe.
I'm Pedro. I'm a software engineer at Canonical, and I like snaps, so that's how I got into this speech.
And that's also why I got here, because of your contribution. So a bit of a brief history about Proton. So Proton was born now 11 years ago from an idea of among CERN scientists that after Snowden demonstrated to the world what nasty things were happening in terms of against privacy. They decided that it was the right moment to try to build the products and solutions to provide privacy to users. And so 11 years ago, from a few discussions at CERN, this became a reality. Proton started as a community-funded company with a crowd-funded initial investment, and then became little by little to grow by adding additional products. So basically, it was an ideal as a type of company to demonstrate that it was possible to create a successful company that wasn't selling data of their user in order to profit, right? Differently than other companies like, okay, maybe I'm not talking about the other companies, but the idea is that you could make a profit, be profitable, even if you are protecting actually the privacy of users. And the point is, people was the right moment because people were ready to pay for getting a service and being protected at the same time rather than just give away their data for free. And basically the idea is really like that Proton exists in order to serve the world, right? We want to provide privacy for everybody, so not just paying users. So we are always like a free tier for all our services for anyone who needs basic privacy or basic access to the internet in the case of the VPN. And basically our ideal is really like to always put people before profit, people before everything else. And so we are actually a product company, which means that we are not building technology specifically for developers or similarly. Yeah, I've seen a bit of talks in these days in this summit, where indeed talking about open source when it's technology built for developer, there is a natural way to open source it because you are going to talk to other developers that are going to contribute. In our case, we are building products for final users, so they can be anyone, of course, like of all the different type of background. And so there are some challenges that I'm going to talk a bit about. But the principle is that what we are doing is building products that are end-to-end encrypted, protecting privacy. We are based in Switzerland, which has a strong privacy history, and it's one of the differentiation. And also, indeed, we have always like a free plan for everyone. And when you are building privacy, when you want to really like be transparent to users, well, privacy is guaranteed if you are open source. If you can gain the trust from your user, and in order to gain the trust, you really like need to be open and transparent. And so that's why we have decided that all our code base of what goes installed on the devices of our user is open source. It's available to be inspected. Users could, in principle, build their own client for every product, should they not trust what we are providing them like as a binary. And yeah, this is part of really like the promise of being transparent. Wow. And concretely, what does it mean is that everything that runs on a user device is open source, and in general, all our apps are GPL v3. And instead, for libraries, we use MIT license, so that anyone can do whatever they want. And we have different code bases for web, for Linux, for Windows, Android. Every platform, we have different support. And in particular, on web in general, it's all based on React.js and TypeScript. On Android, we use Kotlin and Rust now, some old parts of Go. On iOS and macOS, Swift, and again Rust, or sometimes Electron. And on Windows, we use C# and Rust again. So Rust is becoming like the de facto language for the shared part of code and also for system development. And on Linux, we have Python and Go and Rust. So in particular, the Proton VPN client is really like developed in Python and GNOME. And we still have some old code base in Go, but we are migrating out of it for good reason. Go. And so being open source is, of course, being available also. So this is just an example, but yeah, all the code is on GitHub. So people can download it, inspect it, and yeah, sometimes indeed we receive also contribution. And yeah, for basically, this is just to demonstrate like every app is accessible. And indeed, in terms of open source, again, people can inspect our code, so it's sort of open access, right? And you can build your locally, and ideally we try to go the extra mile. For instance, we try to be available on F-Droid. I don't know if for those that are Android users, F-Droid is a repository that is allow you to have apps that are absolutely open source and de-googled, so that you are sure that the code there is not sending data home to Google in case you disagree with that. And so this is possible only if you are truly open source, not linking to Google libraries, etc. So we have done also this additional aspect, and other apps are going to go into that direction. And being open source, and also it's actually meaning being community driven. So again, we are a product company, so we have product managers, they have a vision, a strategy, etc. on how to build. On the other hand, what we are building is for the people that we are trying to solve the problem for. And these people are our community. So the community of Proton is really like vocal. They reach out to customer support, they reach out on social media, we have user voice, they send merge requests if possible. And in terms of source code, that's the tricky part, because when they send merge requests, since we have our own roadmap, it's sometimes difficult to accept those merge requests. And also we have very little teams, so different than what we heard from Microsoft. Well, they talked about a cost in accepting merge requests from the community. And for us, the cost is high, so it's tricky. We are not often able to accept random merge requests that arrive out of time. But on the other hand, it's easy for us, for example, to have the community collaborating in translation, in reporting bugs, in packaging, and we have here one example. And for instance, also on Windows itself, we have a community that is maintaining the winget repository. We have Flatpak, we have Snap. And then we also received at some point entire clients implemented by community, in particular ProtonVPN first two Linux client iteration. They were both implemented by two community members that were so enthusiastic, or maybe so pissed off that we didn't have a Linux client, that they contributed it. And one of them now is working with us and is the main one of the main developer of the current Linux client. So it's actually a success story. And yes, and otherwise the community is present on every social channel. And open source is not just receiving contribution to our code, but it's also contributing upstream. So of course, since we are building privacy products, and privacy is all about trust, and we need also to trust what we are running. So everything that we are running, for instance, on our backend or in general, is open source. We are building everything on top of the open source frameworks. And our engineers have sometimes to extend these aspects. And so this is an example of various projects that we have contributed upstream code base, in particular the Symfony PHP web framework. So now you know that the backend of Proton is running on PHP. And on the Linux kernel, we had some patches also integrated there because we are pushing the limits of what is possible, especially on the VPN servers. And so sometimes we find things that needs to be changed or adapted. And we are the official maintainer of OpenPGP.js, which is useful for encrypted end-to-end emails. And then, of course, open source, it's really like synonym of Linux. And now we are a product company again. So we are building for everybody in the world. And if you are building also products, maybe not Canonical, well, but any other company that are building mainstream products, you know that the community, I mean, the user base is using all sorts of operating system, and Linux users are a minority. That's the truth that that needs to be admitted. Like in our case, so this is from our production, we have 2% Linux user, we have Android 24%, iOS 26%. This is for our Proton VPN client, for instance. But if you ask on Reddit, on our Reddit space, well, they thought that they are the, I mean, the survey came out that the Linux users are 40%. They are all on Reddit, and they are very vocal, and because they are passionate. Linux is about passion and about, and yeah, about really putting your voice out and talking about the problems and also about bringing people in. So even if Linux concretely is in proportion a minority, Linux is really important because the Linux community and the open source community is really like part of those who go around and talk about technology, talk about the rights, about privacy in our case, and they are really like passion, and this is really important. And also they are the most skilled. So skilled people are then going to talk to their grandmothers or parents and and try to explain how to protect themselves, how to adopt a certain technology or product. So we need to make Linux happy, and so we are working on it. So for instance, this is Proton Pass, now available on Linux. This is Proton Bridge. So this is our IMAP export of our Proton Mail API, which is okay, download for Windows, but Linux is there for RPM, Debian, and package build. And also, like, this was Proton Mail desktop app. And yeah, and Proton VPN also with Ubuntu screenshot is also available on Linux natively. And in general, our principle is that since we are a product company, we want to be available to everybody in the world. So we want to be available for as many distros as possible of Linux, because that's the truth, right? Like you don't want to say, okay, this one is an annoying distro, and and we don't like it, and therefore we ignore it, even maybe if it's a major distro. So it's tough because there are lots of competing technologies around, but we are trying as much as possible. And in general, yeah, we are building things using Linux technology on Linux. So Qt library and or Electron, or for Proton VPN is based on GNOME and Python. But yeah, the fragmentation of distribution is really a challenge. And by the way, I use Arch. Is really like something that comes all the time. And yeah, they expect that basically, yeah. We have all the time like, yeah, but when it's on Arch, and all their specific distros. And similarly, we have Proton Drive. So Proton Drive is a storage solution. We have clients for all the platform, but Linux is still missing, and it has become a meme in our community. Basically, all the time is, okay, yes, thanks, you have implemented this feature, but when Proton Drive on Linux? It's always like very important. And yes, we want to implement it, but the team is underwater in this moment. And that leads me to Proton on the Snap Store. So we try to be on many distros, and officially it's good to provide the Debian packages and RPM packages that covers a vast majority of situation. The community has built Arch packages, but then again, if it's the community, then we cannot say we officially support. We say it's the community. But providing Debian and RPM packages that user needs to download from our website is not really helping for discoverability, because well, they are running. The user needs to go on our website, download a package that maybe it's a repo package, install it, update all the source list, and then reinstall the specific package. It's cumbersome to explain to new people. With the Snap Store, things can be different. And I would pass the ball to Pedro here.
So yes, this is where snaps come into the picture. As Sam explained, with the deb package and RPM package that they provide currently, you have to reinstall the package every time there's an update. That was the main thing that drove me to looking for other alternatives to installing the packages. I noticed there was a Flatpak, but there was no snap yet, so I decided to take on that challenge to snap the packages that Proton provides. So why snap? I decided to use snaps because, one, they offer discoverability. As Sam mentioned, that was a drawback for their deb packages. The Snap Store and the client on Ubuntu provide a really easy way for users to find any applications that they're looking for, see user feedback on their upvotes or downvotes on each snap, and also for user experience, that's also a big part. You can automatically download any updates. You can roll back any changes in case there's any issues. And for the developer experience, it's a really simple packaging format. It's just one file, if you're lucky. There are some other snaps I've worked on that are not one file, but anyways. It is one manifest file, one YAML file that is very simple to package for any packages out there. And it has a very well-written documentation and a really vocal community and support forum that you can reach out to in case you run into any issues. In terms of security and privacy, which are a focus for Proton, it provides confinement, so that's a big selling point as well for snaps. So that was another reason that I chose to package these applications as snaps. Currently, out there, you can install the Proton Mail, Proton Pass, and the Proton Mail Bridge as snaps. You can find them on my GitHub page, Pedro-Avalos. Currently, we're working on transitioning that over to Proton, but that's still a work in progress. So these are packaged from binaries mainly. I've experimented with packaging from source for the Proton mail bridge specifically, but that's still in the works. I do want to shout out the Snapcrafters. They're a great community that can provide a lot of help, a lot of resources if you have any issues with getting started with Snapcraft and packaging and the applications out there. Their template is really useful to automate a lot of the process to get into the Snap Store. So, with the Snap packaging experience, I want to talk a little bit about my experience with that. There are some challenges when you're creating a Snap package. In my case, the biggest challenge was that I'm not a Proton dev, so I don't have access to any insider knowledge, any knowledge about maybe issues with packaging that they have run into in the past, any reasoning for specific implementation choices. So I had to find that out by myself. Thankfully, Proton is an open source company, open source first. So that challenge was not as much of a challenge for me, since I could just go to their GitHub page and find any issues, any feedback from users, any change logs, or look at the code specifically in case I needed to create any patches for the bridge specifically. And yeah, that's all available out there for me to look at when I'm creating the package. Then I do want to give a little bit of note on the Proton VPN. That's in the works. I've received a couple of comments online asking when that's coming to the Snap Store. We're working on trying to package that from source, actually, for various reasons. First of all, that it is easier to package it from source in our case, since it has a lot of dependencies and custom dependencies. So this makes it even more easier for the snapping, and also for providing confidence in that the package is built securely. And also with the Proton VPN, we're working more closely with Proton, specifically to create the package, giving any feedback back and forth on where maybe Snap falls short in its features or access to Linux, and also providing feedback on how they can improve their programming for adaptability to different platforms, specifically with how Snap accesses the file system. So yeah, that's great progress that we're making with the Proton applications. And then I believe Sam added these slides.
Oh, it's missing the other one.
Yeah, it's transition.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. This is a funny thing. Like, look at the link. This is exactly this talk. Someone in the community found that we were going to talk at Canonical at Ubuntu Summit, and oh no, like this is so bad. Like, you are going to do Snap and not Flatpak, and it's really like, no, like seriously, like we are trying to be everywhere, right? To be available. So it is clear that we are doing Snap. Well, actually, thanks to Pedro, we are on Snap, but in addition, right? And thankfully, still the community, finally one user was not biased and really said, okay, I assume that Canonical approached Proton and said, hey, why don't we bring things on Snap? And it makes sense, blah, blah, blah. And so it's not in exclusion, and and it's really in addition. I commented, pretty much is exactly what happened. And and then the thread calmed down, because yeah, it was really like quite an intense thread, again, because seems all the Linux users are on Reddit, and they're all on Arch, and it's really like, but we know that the vast majority of our Linux users are Ubuntu instead, so it's difficult to explain it to the Arch user. But, and I had a screenshot, but it seems like I've not. Yeah. About our presence now on the Snap Store. This is really like nice, because yeah, maybe I go back to this. One of the nice things of the Snap Store is actually that it's a store, and this is actually very important for a product company, because it allows us to customize a bit the presence, to to explain to users, to put the screenshot, to monitor. It's really important to know a bit where are users coming from, which markets, etc. And this is really like very useful. And we have been spoiled by Android, not by iOS, but by Android, about all the nice features in the Play Store. And the Snap Store is really like coming towards that direction, and it's really like useful for that. And so basically, just concluding a bit, really, this path is to really talk about the fact that, yeah, open source is really like about trust, and it allows to building trust, and that communities are really do matter. And yeah, I'm really grateful for this collaboration with Canonical. And therefore, if you are not working at Canonical, because it's sponsoring, if you are in the community, and we are hiring, so shameful plug, not to poach Canonical people. And but yes, no, we are thanks to this collaboration, we can reach we can make even more people be able to adopt privacy protecting tools worldwide. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Can we get a round of applause? So we have a couple of questions come in online. The first of them is, please share about your challenges with nation states that were okay in the past but turned to moral policing over time and maybe ban certain entertainment categories, which pushes all this traffic over Proton and VPNs. We can move on to the next one if you like.
I mean, well, Proton VPN specifically, we have, it's a tool to enable access to the internet. That's the philosophy. So no matter what, we try to provide the users the ability to go around blocks. So regardless of governments or local situation, because in the end we think that access to the global internet is really like a fundamental right nowadays. So yeah.
Perfect. There seems to be a rise in browsers directly integrating VPNs into their software. Vivaldi is a great example. Does this integration make it easier to broaden the availability of these security-focused tools? Does it present any difficulties or added challenges?
It's an opportunity. Like indeed, browsers such as Vivaldi, we have a collaboration with them indeed, and they are privacy first, and privacy comes also indeed with VPNs as a tool to protect your IP address. So it's an additional possibility offered to users. So without having to install completely a client that runs across all your device, you already have an initial level of privacy added inside your browser. So it's an opportunity.
Excellent. And a specific one, possible issue in version number on the site for Linux website, but you can have a look at that one later. Okay, what if people come to you, this is a general VPN question, so if we've got any that are related to the talk specifically.
Hi, you mentioned vocal Arch users, and there's vocal Nix users and Fedora users. And you mentioned that Ubuntu users are like by far the majority of your users. Are you able to give us any numbers or at least percentages of that? Because I feel like people don't quite get how much bigger Ubuntu is than the other distros sometimes.
I don't have them by heart, but I mean, I had some numbers from some years ago, and I think Ubuntu was kind of half of the Linux population, and then we were having all the other distros, which were anyway large, but Ubuntu is one of the largest.
Any other questions from the room? Down here in the front.
Yeah, so your talk is called the GPL-powered way to do this, but you didn't mention it, I think, explicitly in your presentation. But what is the reason to choose the GPL over more permissive licenses? Maybe you can say something nice about that.
Actually, it's GPL is useful for us as a product company with a brand and and building products that we want to stay in control of in a bit. So we want to be open source, so everybody can access the code. They can fork it, but if they fork it, they should at least let us know, and we should agree in a sense. We don't want that there are other companies that are just forking out, changing a logo, and making another VPN, for instance, and we have lots of competition. There are hundreds of VPNs. In the case of VPN, I always talking about that, but it's the main one with lots of competition. And so in this commercial space, the GPL license allows you to have more control in terms of copyright, so that you can be open source, but yet protect your product, basically. And that's why the libraries instead are MIT, because most of the libraries that we have, they are really like, let's say, not necessarily the core business, but they are useful. And so those are really like open for everybody to tinker with and do whatever they want. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. If we could have another round of applause, please. So we have a slight change to the schedule for this afternoon. Because we had the technical issues earlier this morning, we are going to resume the live stream a bit earlier, half an hour earlier. So instead of the live talks resuming at 2:10, they will now resume at 1:40 p.m. UK time. And that will be the WSL talk that was scheduled for first thing this morning, so that we can do a proper recording of that. And for those people who are here in London, we're going to take a break for lunch and then have the 1 hour unconference. The unconference will start at 1:10. So those people who are good at maths will have figured out that that means that they can do the unconference for half an hour if they like, and then join the WSL talk, or they can do the unconference for the full hour. I will leave it up to you. But for those on the live stream, please join us again at 1:40 for the WSL talk from the first thing this morning, and we'll try and get the schedule updated for you so that you can check that on the discourse. Thank you very much, and see you back at 1:40.
not, set it to public if you want to be found or not, and create the group, edit your group, change the avatar, the description, and here comes something a little bit special from some Matrix apps because it has a quite good media player. Because luckily I could copy a lot of code over from my my app MusicPod. So if you open a music file inside a chat room, it opens the media player down here, and you can also go to the full screen here and add more items to your queue. For example, I can add a nice song from one of my favorite bands, from The Warning, and add it to the queue. And you can also change the volume here. I've muted it currently to not annoy you. And there's also some special feature inside the app, which is a radio browser. So if you are really into chatting and really into browsing radio stations, yeah, this application is basically for you. Yeah, you can you can search for rock stations, for metal stations, or whatever. Or if you got, yeah, this is my my favorite radio station, 640 Radio. YouTube recommended if you're into post rock and alternative music, and if the song name is sent with an IC title, the app searches for the artwork on the internet. Yeah, and if you're done, you can close the player again and yeah, stick to regular features like chatting inside your Matrix app. Yeah, that was all. I hope the video is not too long, and I wish you a nice Ubuntu Summit. And also, thank you very much, Ken Van Dyne and your son, because they made the snapping possible. All right, goodbye.
It's a fantastic opportunity for us to show what we've done and how we cooperate with Canonical on Ubuntu, different version of OS, and it's been great. It's a fantastic chance for us to get to know people and let people know about us, what we do on RISC-V especially. It's just beyond I expected. They're very positive on what we're doing, and they're very encouraging, and they look forward to our product and on the market. It's just unbelievable. We are specialized in making the RISC-V products, and also we are partnering like frameworks and together to make great product and in speed. Hopefully the product get into the mass market as early as we can, and it's been a great experience. Every day is excitement now. I feel that they've been here for 3 days from the keynotes and to the talk. You know, we have a DreamWorks talk coming, and then I did make a talk in the early morning during the keynotes. So every day is excitement. So, and we demonstrate a lot of things, our products and our goal and our vision and mission we're going to do this year and next year. This year, Roma Laptop 2 is the second laptop we do on RISC-V, using RISC-V with an 8-core high-performance RISC-V CPU, and then it's the first laptop that runs a Ubuntu 24.04. It is a great experience, and it's also the product we planned before I got to know frameworks. Now we mainly main board for paralleling with frameworks, laptops. Also, the main board can be used as a desktop with a Cooler Master case. So it's been a great experience and journey that I feel that paralleling with a framework is far better than I do another version of laptop myself. Thank you.
I'm Maarten. I'm a software engineer at Fairphone. It's been a great experience so far. We've mostly been at the booth because we've been receiving lots of attention. The attendance at the booth has been really great. It was busy right from the start, and basically we have visitors all the time, being super interested and yeah, welcoming. and it's great to have them. We produce phones and also audio accessories, and one of our goals is to make our products last for as long as possible. And looking at it from the software perspective, we aim for example, for 8 years of software support with our most recent device, the Fairphone 5. But besides that, we also want our software to be as open as possible. So we actually work together with various open source communities, among which Ubuntu Touch, for example, who are actually exhibiting right next to us. And yeah, we have several alternative operating systems on display at our booth for people to try out. I think we're mostly here today because of our collaboration with the Ubuntu Touch people that are next to us, but actually all of us as developers working on Android, we all use Ubuntu as our main operating system to get our work done. I think, yeah, we try to focus mostly on the alternative operating systems and our own operating system that we offer. But we've noticed that our audio products are also receiving quite a lot of attention. So our over-ear headphones and our in-ear wireless earbuds that are built with the same philosophy of being modular, long-lasting, and easy to repair.
So I'm Nirav Patel, I'm the founder and CEO of Framework, and we make repairable, upgradable consumer electronics products, really under this philosophy of designing things to last. It's been amazing. We knew there were a lot of Canonical employees who are Framework laptop users, but it's still kind of shocking to walk in and just see our logo everywhere. That's obviously not the norm most places we show up, so it really just means we're in the right place. Yeah, definitely. And what's cool about this audience too is actually a lot of our partners are here. So Deep Computing, that's building a compatible mainboard for our products. We've got a company called Playtron that also has Framework laptop set up. Actually, there's like 3 or 4 other booths with our laptop running. And in terms of like people coming to our booth, there are a lot of people who own our product who just want to chat with the team, but also a lot of people who haven't seen it before. So it's always fun to demo and show what it's about. It's really to continue to engage with the community. We want to continue to work with Canonical employees. We want to work with people around the Ubuntu community broadly, and we want to work with our partners too to really collectively continue to improve the Framework laptop experience in Ubuntu and in Linux broadly. We can't give a sneak peek of anything that's coming down the roadmap, but just generally, we're always excited to continue supporting Linux and also continue to make our product better and better from a hardware perspective.
I'm here at the Ubuntu Summit 2024 with Zach Latter. Zach is the founder and executive director of Hack Club. It was founded in 2014, and it's a non-profit that helps students get into open source software. Zach, welcome to the Ubuntu Summit.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you here. And as you know, we're reflecting on 20 years of Ubuntu this year, which is very exciting for us. So I wondered if you could share your first experience with open source with us.
Oh, totally. I think my very first experience was trying to get a WordPress blog installed in like 4th grade. It didn't go too well, but my first real experience was with Ubuntu. In 7th grade, I think it was on the family computer, I discovered that in addition to Windows and Mac, there was this third operating system called Linux, and I couldn't figure out how to install it. And then I found Ubuntu, and I downloaded, the installer, I dual booted the computer, and I discovered this like entirely new world. And at first I was like, wait, like why do I have to use the command line for all these things that feel like I could just like click a button or something like that? But after a month of using it, it was like the greatest gift of all time because it made me realize that the computer wasn't like the TV. It is actually a device where you're not just a consumer, but you're a creator. And what started as like a passive interest in that turned into like a really active interest. I got kind of active on the Ask Ubuntu forums. I went down this like long rabbit hole as a high school student trying to get a scanner driver installed in Ubuntu. And like that was like when I found the community for the first time. And then I discovered the rest of the Linux community. Like I installed Arch, and it became this like, it made me realize that computers are built by people. Where beforehand it kind of just felt like they like appear from stores. And that's kind of the end of it. So Ubuntu really had a transformative impact for me.
That's great to hear. And I just want to ask you a little bit more about the community aspect that you've just mentioned.
Sure.
So what would you say that community means to you now, and has it changed over the course of your open source journey?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was really about finding mentors. both my parents were social workers. My mom worked in foster care and my dad in homelessness. And I went to public schools in Los Angeles that, like most schools in America at the time and still today, didn't teach, and I believe still don't teach, any computing classes. So that meant that computers was always a very solitary pursuit. I was always just like trying to solve problems on my own. I didn't even realize like this was a career that you could have. And discovering the open source community led me to meet people who were older than me, but gave me advice. And that advice ranged from like, you could like do this for real, in like a big way, to like, hey, like if you really want to get good at this stuff, like you really, should probably learn Go. And that was really the difference for me. Like I feel like a community is a series of friendships, and in open source, one of the amazing things is that all the maintainers are friends with all the other maintainers, and most of their work, unfortunately, tends to go unrecognized. And that means that when you do recognize it and you do reach out, they tend to be incredibly kind, incredibly helpful, incredibly supportive. And at an event like this, like I can't believe how many incredible people I've had the chance to meet, where like I like use their software for years and they're like a real person, and they're like nice and kind and helpful, and like, I mean, it's like the best thing in the world.
That's great to hear, and I think that's something that you hear a lot at open source events, just about how friendly everyone is, and putting a face to a name behind software. Does it feel a bit like meeting a childhood hero, perhaps, when you meet some of them?
Oh, totally. Yeah, no, I mean, for me, like you hear about stuff like systemd, and you're like, some like genius somewhere just like pulled that out of nowhere, and then like you see these epic arguments for like, is it good, is it bad, it's the worst thing ever. But then when you meet the people behind it, you're like, or like the guy behind it, in this case, you're like, wow, like this is like a real person who like kind of spent a huge portion of their life making a gift and just giving it away to others. And in some ways, I think open source, and particularly the Linux community, is just a bunch of nice people giving gifts to each other.
So touching, I think, a little bit on what you mentioned about how you started, it felt very solitary, you went looking for mentors. What has brought you to the Ubuntu Summit specifically, and how does it link into your work with Hack Club?
So for me, I mean, it's such an honor to have Hack Club be invited. Like, to give some background, so we're a charity that helps high school students get into open source. We serve, depending on how you count, between 30 to 40,000 students a year from all over the world. We're based in the United States, but we have students all across the US, all across North America, now all across the world. And many of the students in Hack Club, they get started through an open source lens. That's when they write software, they publish on GitHub. They use open source programming languages. They realize that like the languages and tools they use are made by other people. And Hack Club having a connection to the open source community is really important to us, because it helps Hack Clubbers realize that everything around them is made by people just like them, and that they can be one of those people too. So when Ubuntu invited us to come, I mean, it was honestly such an honor, because I think for us, like Ubuntu is such an example of real open source that actually is like a real product that people can really use and get a lot of value out of. And for me personally, almost selfishly, like part of my motivation was like, I just wanted to meet my heroes. And it's been amazing. Like I've had so many interesting conversations. People are so nice and humble. Like I just had lunch with the founder of System 76, and I'm like, I've like followed this guy for years. I remember like as a teenager, I was like, wait, you can like buy a laptop that runs Linux? Like that's the coolest thing ever. And it's like, actually the way stuff happens is like he had a dream, and he like made it reality, and he blazed a trail for like other people to get into this ecosystem. And I mean, it's amazing. Like it's like so incredible meeting your heroes like that.
Would you say, drilling a bit more into the origins of Hack Club, that you were filling a gap that perhaps existed when you first started out with open source? You mentioned it was very solitary. Perhaps were you looking to create something to solve that problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think still today, unfortunately, 99% of young people who have some kind of magical moment with computers where they think like, wait, like maybe I can do more than this. Whether it's like playing Minecraft and you're like, what if I installed a Minecraft mod? Or whether it's like playing Roblox and trying to build a game, or whether it's like installing Linux on your family's computer. Unfortunately for most of them, there's no next step. They don't know anyone else that shares the interest. There's probably not that much at their school. If it is at their school, it's probably pretty under-resourced. They probably don't have a lot of support. Teenagers today, especially in the US, are incredibly busy. I mean, it is very tough to get into college these days, so it can be very all-consuming. And it means that like this beginning of a spark of like spending your free time building projects and learning these skills is unfortunately something that's just not nurtured for most of them. And for most of them, that spark never really is a chance to turn to a fire. And the mission of Hack Club is to really be a free, welcoming, inclusive space for all of them. That's like, not only are we open source, but like helps them find this incredible community, helps them nurture that spark into something much larger, helps them find friends that share their values and share their interests, and help them go out and, you know, hopefully like help realize some of their potential and become the people they want to be.
Something very interesting you've mentioned before is that you see open source as a form of self-expression. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit more on that.
I mean, I think that one of the things that makes us human is that we manipulate the environment around us. We do that through art. We do that through building roads and bridges. We do that through building houses. And I think particularly in the world today, as a young person, it can feel like everything that could ever be done already has been done. The road's already built. The house is already there. I have to ask adults for permission to do anything. And I think that can be a very disempowering feeling for a lot of young people. In the US, there's a survey that's done each year where, you know, less than half of high school students say that they have hope for the future. A lot of students say they don't like school. And I think it kind of feel like you are, you know, a kid living in someone else's world. And one of the things I love about software, and this was certainly my experience with software, and I see a lot of hack clubbers having this experience too, is it's one of those few places where you don't have to ask anyone for permission. This is something that you can fully be owner of yourself. You can build a project, put out to the world, you don't really need any money to do it, and other people can use it. And that's a form of self-expression, and that's beautiful. And ultimately, you know, even though Hack Club is about coding and helping people build those skills and, you know, around open source and helping them build those skills, really what Hack Club cares about more than anything is agency. Like, we want to help young people find agency for themselves. We want to help young people become the people that they want to become. When you're a teenager, you know, that's the first time for many people they start to ask the why questions. Who am I? Who do I want to be? What is this world I live in? What is my relationship with it? And I think one of the beautiful things about software and kind of pursuing software while you're asking those questions is it makes you realize that, you know, you can be a creator. You can live your own life. You don't have to follow other people's rules. And I think that's very beautiful. And for me as a kid, that had a profound impact on me.
You've mentioned, obviously, there's the individual impact the teenagers feel, but it's also how they relate to the world around them. And I know that a recent project that you were involved in involved climate change. Yeah. I wonder if you could tell us a bit more about that.
One of the core tenets of Hack Club is going on adventures. I think for anyone who's, you know, gotten really deeply involved in a software project, you know, you do it because it's a great adventure. Whether it's an adventure of the mind, you get to travel the world and meet people from different cultures, you do it because it's an adventure. And in Hack Club, we want to help young people go on adventures together, whether they are adventures of the mind and like coding a complicated project, or whether they're physical adventures in person. So every year we do an epic hackathon. It's always different. It's never the same. We never repeat ourselves. We always, you know, push the boundary in some way. And this past summer, we ran an event called the Boreal Express. It was organized by Dave, who is an 18-year-old who's from India. The dream was to charter a train across Canada from Vancouver to Montreal. Dave got a partnership with Via Rail, the train agency of Canada, and got to know them. He organized this whole thing, and 50 teenagers, were scheduled to go on a train from Vancouver to Montreal, coding the entire way across the continent. We even bought an old Dell PowerEdge server off eBay and wired up the train car and gave everyone root SSH access so they could build their own home lab on board the train. And unfortunately, 24 hours in, we ran into wildfires in Jasper. It's the worst wildfires that have ever happened in the Jasper area, which is a national park in Canada. 25,000 people were evacuated. As a train was heading towards Jasper, in the distance, you could see the hillsides on fire. I mean, it was really tragic. And the theme of the event was climate change. We challenged teenagers to build projects to help the environment around them. And I think, for many young people, that can feel like a very abstract issue, like a very abstract challenge. What does that mean? And literally seeing, and smelling the smoke, I think was a very humbling experience for everyone on board. And we ended up going back to the train station and hacking on the train. I mean, Via Rail was the most incredible partner. And people were able to see through the hackathon, finish their projects, and share them all at the train at the station. But it was this humbling, example of technology is going to be part of the answer to climate change. Already it is, with solar panels and, with nuclear and stuff like that happening. And we need to connect young people with that because that's something that they can do to make a difference in the world.
Of course, and I think that it was very sort of, I really put it into sharp relief seeing how it sort of came to life for them in the video that you shared. I just wondered, coming back slightly to the theme of open source, a lot of people talk about the next generation. Do you see your work as potentially helping to keep the flame alive of open source with the next generation?
I think open source is at risk. I think as software engineers, it is convenient for us to think that information wants to be free. And as a result, it was inevitable that we'd have an open source movement like what we have today. But the truth is that we got really, really lucky. And the reason why open source is what it is because a small group of people had a vision 30 plus years ago and worked tirelessly to make a meaningful alternative to proprietary software, build licenses and an ecosystem around that, and make it something that people could actually use, where it became the easiest path rather than the hardest path. And you don't have to look far to see what software engineering could have been. Look at mechanical engineering. Like, there's no good open source CAD software, but you can, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, you can easily copy a CAD file, but like, for some reason that information doesn't want to be free. Or electrical engineering, like, thank God for KiCad, but like, you know, that tends to be a pretty closed off world. Like, it's not the same. And software could have been that. And, you know, something I see in Hack Club is that the way we write code is changing. You know, if you go to a Hack Club event, like, you see people using AI to help write their code. I now use AI to help write my code. I mean, it's amazing. But what it means is, like, you know, the way we code is changing. A lot of development's now going into these models. When we, you know, have open source models, they're not really open source in the same way that, like, Linux is open source. Like, you can't build it yourself from scratch. The training data is not public. In many cases, like, the code to train isn't even public. It's just the weights that are published. And I think, frankly, we're at risk of losing that. So one thing that Hack Club tries to do is instill a culture of sharing to help people know the story of how software was made today. So hopefully they can be the people to help carry on that legacy.
And you've mentioned AI. Is that something that the teens express concerns about, or do they see it with sort of optimism? It's very interesting, because obviously when we were teenagers, it wasn't around. So how is it affecting them?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, there's a mix. There's definitely a lot of cynics. But what I tend to see most of in Hack Club, and, you know, I don't want to speak for everyone because everyone has their own, you know, views, but I think it's like the greatest adventure of all time ever. Like, when I see an LLM run on my freaking phone, I'm like, oh my God, like, I never thought in my lifetime we would be able to get something like that working on a computer. I think it creates a new frontier where a lot of people feel like, you know, not everything that can be done already has been done. I don't know about you, but as a software engineer, I'm like, I don't really want to spend my whole life building SaaS apps. Like, I want to build cool stuff. And I think that it's really exciting. It's like, wait, like, this is an incredible thing that, you know, every Hack Club now gets to be a part of. And it's exciting. Like, it's kind of like, you know, I imagine it feels like what the beginning of the internet felt like.
And speaking of exciting things, I'm really interested to know, where are you taking Hack Club next? What's coming up for you?
I mean, Hack Club's a baby nonprofit, right? So, like, we serve like 30 to 40K students a year, but like 99% of students who would love to be a part of Hack Club have just literally never heard of us. We're a team of like 20 to 25 people in Vermont. We rely on donations. Like, you know, every dollar makes a huge difference in allowing our work to happen. But, like, for me, the thing that keeps me up at night is I'm like, Hack Club is not fulfilling our goal of helping as many people as we want, because we haven't solved that problem. Like, there's just like so many young people who don't have that community are having that spark, and there's just nothing to help take it to the next level. And I want to live in a world where, like, Hack Club becomes as ubiquitous, as universal, and as culturally foundational for young people today as groups like the Girl and Boy Scouts have been for young people in the past. Like, I want Hack Club to become a new cultural institution for young people, something that's very positive, something that's very wholesome, something that's actually technical, where teenagers build awesome, like, actually real projects that people actually use, and something that ultimately, you know, serves young people rather than try to use young people to serve some different purpose. The best part of Hack Club is that, you know, we don't work with schools, we don't work with parents, we don't work with teachers, we only work directly with teenagers. And what that means is that Hack Club lives or dies based on how well we serve teenagers. And I think in Fortune education, like, oftentimes teenagers are seen as the product rather than the recipient of the product. So I think that, you know, like, my hope is that we can become that. And I think that, frankly, like, you know, I started Hack Club 10 years ago when I was 16. I dropped out of high school when I was 15. I moved to San Francisco to become a programmer. I helped make 2 apps that got popular on the App Store. I used a little bit of money I'd saved up from that to start the organization. We just crossed our 10-year anniversary this year, which is just crazy to think about. But like we're on like, we're a tiny fraction of where the organization needs to be. And like for most students that come in, like we could be so much better for them.
And firstly, congratulations on the 10 years, by the way.
Oh,
it's especially impressive that you founded it when you were 16.
Thank you, yeah.
I just wondered, you've obviously worked with a lot of teenagers over the years. Do any of them ever get back in touch with you and sort of let you know how it's influenced their career or what they're doing now?
Yeah, I mean, the Hack Club network is really incredible. Like, I think, particularly in software, like so many people get started when they're teenagers, like those are incredibly formative years. So when you go through it, like that experience sticks with you. So it's kind of amazing. Like, and also like I think Hack Club in its best form is really more of like a friendship factory than like a curriculum institution. So what that means is that the friendships are friendships for life. So like what we see is when Hack Clubbers finish Hack Club, many of them live together. Many of them like start companies together. Many of them start open source projects together. I just saw a Hack Clubber this summer who's like running an open source project, got a little bit of funding for it, and hired a Hack Clubber who was younger than them as an intern for the summer in San Francisco, which I thought was so cool. Like a month ago, we had a big donor meeting coming up. So I put an ask out to Hack Clubbers and said like, hey, could you just share one story about how Hack Club has positively affected your life? And if you come by our booth later, I can show you, there's like a binder of like just incredible stories from teenagers like all over the world. And for me, it's really humbling because Hack Club's not me. Hack Club's not the team. Like Hack Club is every teenager across the planet who considers themselves a Hack Clubber. And there's all these little moments where like teenagers have built like an incredible community at their school or in the town that they're from, or like built an incredible open source project. And it really like tickles my heart to be able to play a small role in that.
And for those of our viewers who aren't physically at the summit, where can they find out more about you and what you do?
Hackclub.com, hackclub.org, they both go to the same website. Check out our YouTube page. There's incredible videos of hackathons that Hack Clubbers have ran. And then also like check out our Instagram. Like we post a lot of videos of Hack Clubbers building awesome things on our Instagram. So it's just @StartHackClub.
It's fantastic. Thank you very much for being here with us at the summit and for talking to us. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me, and really like it's just such an honor to be here and meet so many like open source heroes.
Pleasure to have you here, Zach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming back to Ubuntu Summit is always a pleasure. This is the second year we're coming, and it's always great to see all familiar friends, familiar faces, and it's a great vibe, a lot of interesting people, and a lot of interesting technologies, and a lot of great talks, so it's always a pleasure to come back here. So this year, the Ubuntu events team asked us to run all the screens at the summit. This year, all the screens around the summit for all the booths is running Screenly, as well as the ones by the event center. So it's a way for the events management team to control all the content for the summit, whilst dogfooding Ubuntu Core and leveraging our technology that we've developed together. That's the main reason why they asked us to come in and help with that. But then we also have our booth to have conversations with all the fantastic people here. A lot of conversations this year has been around Secure by Design. So we joined CISA's Secure by Design program earlier this year, and a lot of people are curious about Secure by Design. So we spent a lot of time talking about that and how we help customers provide secure digital signage. Secure by Design basically forces vendors to provide proper security. So we're super excited to be part of that program, and we're working together with the security team at Canonical to ensure that we adhere to the strictest security standards for signage and for Ubuntu Core. So a lot of conversation around that, a lot about SBOMs, and software transparency as large. I think this year with CRA, EU Cyber Resilience Act coming together, that's going to drive a lot more focus on security. That's really a lot of the conversation we've had this year, which is different from last year.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Carl Rochelle, the founder and CEO of System 76. Carl, thank you so much for joining us at the Ubuntu Summit. It's really exciting to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Earlier today, you gave a talk and gave us a sneak peek into Cosmic DE, your new desktop environment. And I have to say, it's shaping up to be quite a stunning DE. So I would ask you some questions about that, if that's all right. So I was curious to hear more about the vision behind the desktop. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So we built Cosmic DE because we wanted to provide to the open source community a platform to build user experiences. And that sounds kind of awkward and weird, and people kind of think about, like, whenever I say that, I see someone start to think, what does that mean? What that means is that we have built a desktop environment that is modular and composable in a way that you can listen to what your customers and your users need and design the desktop and the desktop's user experience around those needs. So if, for example, your distro targets InfoSec, that's what's really important to your users, and those users' needs might be different. Perhaps you have specialized applications for any kind of tooling or requirements that you have for InfoSec. Perhaps your users really care about tiling and tiling window managers, and so you want to make sure that's front and center in what you're building. Perhaps you feel like that's too complex for your users or not the right fit for your users, so you can remove the applet that adds tiling and disable the shortcuts, and now you have a traditional floating window desktop environment. Cosmic's panels have independent applications on them that provide different functionality, and you can have as many panels as you want. And by composing those together, you can create entirely unique experiences. Everything from a typical desktop that we think of when we boot Ubuntu or Pop! OS or Windows or anything else, all the way to building a customized gaming device. You can use Cosmic to create really unique experiences that spread the entire gamut.
And I'm curious if you faced any kind of challenges, of course, throughout the way, and if you can share a little bit about those.
Right. Well, it was, we started the project at kind of in the middle of the pandemic, so that was an interesting time to start a large project. In PCs, it was also a good time because a lot of people were going, we were working from home, and there's a large boom in PC manufacturing. So that also helped us fund starting and building the project. It was challenging because we were expanding a team in a time when it was much harder to get together, but also have the benefit of the PC business doing well at the same time. As far as challenges, it's been, I think, one of the most interesting thing about building Cosmic is when we all got together and talked about what we wanted to build and the vision for it. This desktop that could be modular and composable, and the ethos around what we were building. It's been 3 years on now, and what we've built is what we set out to build 3 years ago. It hasn't morphed into something completely different. We all together shared the vision and understood how to implement that, and so it feels pretty special that we've that much time passed and the product really ended up what we were hoping to build.
And how did you get the community also to contribute to that vision?
Well, we like to communicate regularly about what we're doing. We talk about the long-term projects and our vision and care and reasons that we're building things. So we blog regularly. We had a monthly blog series about Cosmic progress. And I think the vision itself was attractive to a lot of people in the open source community because we all care about building and creating things and having tools to build things. So that helps. And then what was surprising, there were two things that were really surprising to me. One is before the alpha, other distributions started packaging Cosmic. I didn't expect it until at least the alpha, maybe alpha 2 or 3, but there was a team at Fedora that started packaging Cosmic and doing fantastic work doing so. Folks at Arch and Nix and other distributions. And so it was encouraging that as early as it was in the project's life, people were that interested in starting to use it and see it. The second thing is we have this community of incredible people that are building apps for Cosmic. And they have a channel in our Mattermost instance. And I go in there and I read the threads, and it's one person has a problem and another person solved it in this way in their application, and they're all kind to each other and helping each other. It just feels very welcoming and warm to be kind of to be the spark that brought these people together, and the purpose that brought these people together is pretty special.
In your talk, you talked a little bit about making a dent in the desktop space and how Linux, it's like time for Linux to start making that dent. And I'm curious how organizations like System 76 and Canonical can contribute to that.
Right.
What's your take?
Well, I talked about it being, we've been at this for 20 years. Canonical's 20 years old this year. System 76 is 19 years old in November. The first laptops we shipped were 410 with Breezy Badger. So we've have firsthand experience about how hard it really is to wrench out these the proprietary platforms that have such large market share. We've tried a lot of different approaches, and I think what we tend to do as an open source community is kind of think, this is how Apple's doing it from a design perspective, so maybe if we do what Apple does, maybe that's the way to attract more users. I think to give us the best chance, we have to do things in a uniquely open source way, a way that embraces not just the GPL as a license, but the spirit of the GPL, and that the things we build are meant to be learned from, to be adapted, to be used to create your own, or make your own creation. And that's what we're trying to do with Cosmic, that I think is unique amongst desktop environments, is that it's not going to be System 76 alone, or Ubuntu alone, or Fedora, or it's going to be all of us creating experiences that are unique and different, and exploring and innovating and trying things. Cosmic is also a platform to try different things and see what works and see what doesn't work. It makes it easy to do that, and I think that's unique. It gives us a better chance, just a chance, to maybe make a deeper dent in what is already a really challenging market to do things in.
I think more and more, there's more creators who are really keen on taking part in that as well. Well, you talked about the 20 years, and you talked about Warty and how you liked the Warty user experience back in the day. And I'm curious, can you tell us about your first experience with Ubuntu?
Yes, okay, so this was the time when I had already decided to start System 76, and I was deciding what distribution I was going to use for our computers. We wanted to use one distribution because we thought people are coming to our website, and the first thing they see is, do you want Fedora, or do you want OpenSUSE, or SUSE at that point, I believe it was, or which one of these Linux distributions do you want? How would we explain to a user in that time what choice they should make? We thought that would be kind of information overload, or too complex, so we wanted to pick just one. Red Hat was kind of the obvious one you would think of, or Fedora, or even SUSE, but then Ubuntu came around, and I had a Warty Warthog disk, and I installed it on a piece of hardware, and I couldn't SU to root, and I threw it away. Because it was, that's how I was used to administering and using Linux desktops. And then someone wrote something called the Ubuntu Handbook. And so I gave it another try. I printed the Ubuntu Handbook, installed it again, went page by page through the handbook, and then it just all clicked. It's like I understand what they're trying to do with the desktop and how it differs from what's been done in the past. And it felt special and unique. And that's how I came to the conclusion that we were going to ship with Ubuntu. And Breezy Badger 410 was the first release that we shipped with.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate all your insights. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
I'm currently a board member of the UBPorts Foundation. Today is very interesting. The venue is great. People are all friendly, and yeah, it has been a real pleasure to be here. We are here to showcase Ubuntu Touch, which is a project started by Canonical back in the day, and now it's just taken over by the the community. We still believe in the dream about having a convergence operating system based on Ubuntu. Now we are working on the version 24.04 Noble. So yeah, we're here to show that it's still here, it's still working, and even if we face some issues, we are here to overcome them and hopefully find some also other community to work with. We discussed with so many people here that are very interested in our project, and we are also interested in theirs. If you just are a regular user, you can go to devices.ubuntu-touch.io. This is a website where we list all the devices we support currently. And if your device is not there, then you can go also to the documentation.ubiports.com to see how to port to your device. And if we also can find some sponsorship with some manufacturers, we're already working with Fairphone and with Vodafone to have some devices and help us port to their devices. That's a great thing because native support for Ubuntu Touch is really important for us. Thank you very much.
I'm Alan Griffiths. I'm the developer of Mirrorway, and in office time I'm the lead developer on Mir, on which Mirrorway is based. And I want to talk a little bit here about Wayland on the desktop and the state of preparedness of the Linux ecosystem. The Ubuntu 25.10 release seemed like a good checkpoint to go through and do a status check. So looking through the various application toolkits, everyone seems to have support for Wayland these days. Applications mostly work on Wayland, or at least have a Wayland option. There's a few applications that are not quite there for various reasons, but it's pretty much compositors. Well, obviously that's my area of interest, and the desktop environments with which to use them is what I'm first going to talk about most here. So the way things work with a Wayland desktop is that at the bottom of everything you have the keyboard, mouse and other input devices and the screen, and they're all managed by a compositor. Talking to that compositor, various components of your desktop environment, various panels, launchers, wallpaper, notification services, there's a whole host of things, and they typically need some special Wayland extensions to enable them to do their job properly. And applications talking to the compositor is something that we can reconsider as a solved problem now. But the other bits of integration are taking a bit more time. As far as particular desktop environments go, GNOME has moved. They have dropped X11 support already. KDE also has Wayland support. Sway has always been Wayland based, and catching up and trying to get there are XFCE, LXQt, Mate and Budgie. They're the ones I've looked at anyway. We're getting there. I've done some testing with Mirrorway. This is a configuration file. I know you can't read it, but you get an idea for how short it is. In this case, to configure Mirrorway to work with XFCE. So Mir's not noted for the desktop environment, but there's some things that it's got that are important for that, and work has been completed in the recent cycle, such as providing a magnifier. That's all activated with meta and equals and removed by meta and escape, or at least in Mirrorway it is. Mirrorway also provides a settings application. Well, this one's Vim, but essentially you can change the settings in this file. They'll be picked up immediately and they will be applied. All these settings you're seeing here, things like the magnification applied by the magnifier and the area that it's capturing, they're actually coming from Mir, but placing them in the file and monitoring the file is the way that Mirrorway has chosen to do it. Other backends could be used, such as G-settings. As far as the easily visible settings here, you can also change the size of your cursor. If your cursor is too small, it's very easy to find it by making it a bit bigger. Another quite visible thing that's recently been added to Mir is the output filter. So an output filter changes the color scheme in effect. So instead of the normal set of colors, you can go for a grayscale. You find the setting, you change output filter to grayscale, you save it, and everything goes gray. Or you can invert the colors. Again, when you save the file, that change is set up. This hurts my eye, so we're going to go back to the normal no filter and save that setting, and we're back to normal. There's a lot of settings in this file. They come from Mir, but let's move on. Here's XFCE. As you can see, the title bar, the panels, menus and the like are working. You can start applications up. When I recorded this, I was using the Sway background, but I've since discovered that the XF desktop background also works well. The other thing that works is workspaces, so you can switch between Mirrorway's workspaces using the XFCE toolbar. All the applications, terminal, launcher, App Center, they're all working. At Execute, it's a similar situation. Again, working on Wayland on top of a Mirrorway, you can pull up the menus, the launcher places itself, the applications run, and everything's perfectly happy running Wayland. So that's pretty good. Mate is a similar situation. The top panel's working with its pull downs. The application runner is working. You can choose your applications. Applications will run. Everything's fairly happy. Budgie is close. These are the toolbars, things, docs running with Wayland. They didn't quite get the placement of the toolbars right for the 2510 release. They apparently are working in a PPA somewhere, but functionally things are there, applications launch. So I think things are pretty close there. So situation, as far as I'm concerned, is XFCE, Execute, Mate are all working with Wayland, and they're all working with Mirrorway. Budgie is not quite there, but you've seen there's not a long way to go, and I'm sure that will be ready for the next long-term support release. So the question I asked at the beginning, is everybody ready? Well, nearly.
Hello, everyone. I wish you all a nice Ubuntu Summit, and I wanted to give you a quick overview about my chat application, Nebuchadnezzar. It's a matrix chat application for desktops and currently only available for Ubuntu inside the Snap Store. Yeah, you can create new direct chats. For example, you can search your home server for someone who you know, or you can enter the correct matrix ID up here. And if you found him, and you can start a conversation, and I already have a conversation open with Maru. And it also recognizes links inside the chat for rooms and people. And if you got a room selected, a chat room, you got the chat details here inside the right sidebar. You can you can see the chat description, the user lists, and the medias grouped by type. For example, for pictures, I also implemented a view with a scroll bar, and you can also download the file if you want to. You can also create new groups, new spaces, or search public rooms. Set it to encrypted or not, set it to public if you want to be found or not, and create the group. Edit your group, change the avatar, the description. And here comes something a little bit special from some Matrix apps because it has a quite good media player. Because luckily I could copy a lot of code over from my my app MusicPod. So if you open a music file inside a chat room, it opens the media player down here, and you can also go to the full screen here and add more items to your queue. For example, I can add a nice song from one of my favorite bands, from The Warning, and add it to the queue. And you can also change the volume here. I've muted it currently to not annoy you. And there's also some special feature inside the app, which is a radio browser. So if you are really into chatting and really into browsing radio stations, yeah, this application is basically for you. Yeah, you can change, you can search for rock stations, for metal stations, or whatever. Or if you got, yeah, this is my favorite radio station, 640 Radio. YouTube recommended if you're into post rock and alternative music, and if the song name is sent with an IC title, the app searches for the artwork on the internet. Yeah, and if you're done, you can close the player again and yeah, stick to regular features like chatting inside your Matrix app. Yeah, that was all. I hope the video is not too long, and I wish you a nice Ubuntu Summit. And also, thank you very much, Ken Van Dyne and your son, because they made the snapping possible. All right, goodbye.
It's a fantastic opportunity for us to show what we've done and how we cooperate with Canonical on Ubuntu, different version of OS, and it's been great. It's a fantastic chance for us to get to know people and let people know about us, what we do on RISC-V especially. It's just beyond I expected. They're very positive on what we're doing, and they're very encouraging, and they look forward to our product and on the market. It's just unbelievable. We are specialized in making the RISC-V products, and also we are partnering like frameworks and together to make great product and in speed. Hopefully the product get into the mass market as early as we can, and it's been a great experience. Every day is excitement now. I feel it. I've been here for 3 days from the keynotes and to the talk. You know, we have a DreamWorks talk coming, and then I did make a talk in the early morning during the keynotes. So every day is excitement. So, and we demonstrate a lot of things, our products and our goal and our vision and mission we're going to do this year and next year. This year, Roma Laptop 2 is the second laptop we do on RISC-V, using RISC-V with an 8-core high-performance RISC-V CPU, and then it's the first laptop that runs a Ubuntu 24.04. It is a great experience, and it's also the product we planned before I got to know frameworks. Now we mainly main board for paralleling with frameworks, laptops. Also, the main board can be used as a desktop with a Cooler Master case. So it's been a great experience and journey that I feel that paralleling with a framework is far better than I do another version of laptop myself. Thank you.
I'm Maarten. I'm a software engineer at Fairphone. It's been a great experience so far. We've mostly been at the booth because we've been receiving lots of attention. The attendance at the booth has been really great. It was busy right from the start, and basically we have visitors all the time, being super interested and yeah, welcoming, and it's great to have them. We produce phones and also audio accessories, and one of our goals is to make our products last for as long as possible. And looking at it from the software perspective, we aim for example, for 8 years of software support with our most recent device, the Fairphone 5. But besides that, we also want our software to be as open as possible. So we actually work together with various open source communities, among which Ubuntu Touch, for example, who are actually exhibiting right next to us. And yeah, we have several alternative operating systems on display at our booth for people to try out. I think we're mostly here today because of our collaboration with the Ubuntu Touch people that are next to us, but actually all of us as developers working on Android, we all use Ubuntu as our main operating system to get our work done. I think yeah, we try to focus mostly on the alternative operating systems and our own operating system that we offer. But we've noticed that our audio products are also receiving quite a lot of attention. So our over-ear headphones and our in-ear wireless earbuds that are built with the same philosophy of being modular, long-lasting, and easy to repair.
So I'm Nirav Patel. I'm the founder and CEO of Framework, and we make repairable, upgradable consumer electronics products really under this philosophy of designing things to last. It's been amazing. We knew there were a lot of Canonical employees who are Framework laptop users, but it's still kind of shocking to walk in and just see our logo everywhere. That's obviously not the norm most places we show up, so it really just means we're in the right place. Yeah, definitely. And what's cool about this audience too is actually a lot of our partners are here. So Deep Computing, that's building a compatible mainboard for our products. We've got a company called Playtron that also has Framework laptop set up. Actually, there's like 3 or 4 other booths with our laptop running. And in terms of like people coming to our booth, there are a lot of people who own our product who just want to chat with the team, but also a lot of people who haven't seen it before. So it's always fun to demo and show what it's about. It's really to continue to engage with the community. We want to continue to work with Canonical employees. We want to work with people around the Ubuntu community broadly, and we want to work with our partners too to really collectively continue to improve the Framework laptop experience in Ubuntu and in Linux broadly. We can't give a sneak peek of anything that's coming down the roadmap, but just generally, we're always excited to continue supporting Linux and also continue to make our product better and better from a hardware perspective.
I'm here at the Ubuntu Summit 2024 with Zach Latter. Zach is the founder and executive director of Hack Club. It was founded in 2014, and it's a non-profit that helps students get into open source software. Zach, welcome to the Ubuntu Summit.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you here. And as you know, we're reflecting on 20 years of Ubuntu this year, which is very exciting for us. So I wondered if you could share your first experience with open source with us.
Oh, totally. I think my very first experience was trying to get a WordPress blog installed in like 4th grade. It didn't go too well, but my first real experience was with Ubuntu. In 7th grade, I think it was on the family computer, I discovered that in addition to Windows and Mac, there was this third operating system called Linux, and I couldn't figure out how to install it. And then I found Ubuntu, and I downloaded, the installer. I dual booted the computer, and I discovered this like entirely new world. And at first, I was like, wait, like why do I have to use the command line for all these things that feel like I could just like click a button or something like that? But after a month of using it, it was like the greatest gift of all time because it made me realize that the computer wasn't like the TV. It is actually a device where you're not just a consumer, but you're a creator. And what started as like a passive interest in that turned into like a really active interest. I got kind of active on the Ask Ubuntu forums. I went down this like long rabbit hole as a high school student trying to get a scanner driver installed in Ubuntu. And like that was like when I found the community for the first time. And then I discovered the rest of the Linux community. Like I installed Arch, and it became this like, it made me realize that computers are built by people. Where beforehand it kind of just felt like they like appear from stores. And that's kind of the end of it. So Ubuntu really had a transformative impact for me.
That's great to hear. And I just want to ask you a little bit more about the community aspect that you've just mentioned.
Sure.
So would you say that, what would you say that community means to you now, and has it changed over the course of your open source journey?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was really about finding mentors. Both my parents were social workers. My mom worked in foster care and my dad in homelessness. And I went to public schools in Los Angeles that, like most schools in America at the time and still today, didn't teach, and I believe still don't teach, any computing classes. So that meant that computers was always a very solitary pursuit. I was always just like trying to solve problems on my own. I didn't even realize like this was a career that you could have. And discovering the open source community led me to meet people who were older than me, but gave me advice. And, you know, that advice ranged from like, you know, you could like do this for real, in like a big way, to like, hey, like if you really want to get good at this stuff, like you really, you know, should probably learn Go. And that was really the difference for me. Like, I feel like a community is a series of friendships, and in open source, one of the amazing things is that all the maintainers are friends with all the other maintainers, and most of their work, unfortunately, tends to go unrecognized. And that means that when you do recognize it and you do reach out, they tend to be incredibly kind, incredibly helpful, incredibly supportive. And at an event like this, like I can't believe how many incredible people I've had the chance to meet, where like I've like used their software for years and they're like a real person, and they're like nice and kind and helpful, and like, I mean, it's like the best thing in the world.
That's great to hear, and I think that's something that you hear a lot at open source events, just about how friendly everyone is, and you know, putting a face to a name behind software. Does it feel a bit like meeting a childhood hero, perhaps, when you meet some of them?
Oh, totally. Yeah, no, I mean, for me, like you hear about stuff like systemd, and you're like, some like genius somewhere just like pulled that out of nowhere, and then like you see these epic arguments for like, is it good, is it bad, it's the worst thing ever. But then when you meet the people behind it, you're like, or like the guy behind it, in this case, you're like, wow, like this is like a real person who like kind of spent a huge portion of life making a gift and just giving it away to others. And in some ways, I think open source, and particularly the Linux community, is just a bunch of, you know, nice people giving gifts to each other.
So touching, I think, a little bit on what you mentioned about how you started, it felt very solitary, you went looking for mentors. What has brought you to the Ubuntu Summit specifically, and how does it link into your work with Hack Club?
So for me, I mean, it's such an honor to have Hack Club be invited. Like, you know, to give some background, so we're a charity that helps high school students get into open source. We serve, you know, depending on how you count, between 30 to 40,000 students a year from all over the world. We're based in the United States, but, you know, we have students all across the US, all across North America, now all across the world. And many of the students in Hack Club, you know, they get started through an open source lens. That's when they write software, they publish on GitHub. They use open source programming languages. They realize that like the languages and tools they use are made by other people. And Hack Club having a connection to the open source community is really important to us, because it helps Hack Clubbers realize that everything around them is made by people just like them, and that they can be one of those people too. So when Ubuntu invited us to come, I mean, it was honestly such an honor, because I think for us, like Ubuntu is such an example of, you know, real open source that actually is like a real product that people can really use and get a lot of value out of. And for me personally, you know, almost selfishly, like part of my motivation was like, I just wanted to meet my heroes. And it's been amazing. Like I've had so many interesting conversations. People are so nice and humble. Like I just had lunch with the founder of System 76, and I'm like, I've like followed this guy for years. I remember like as a teenager, I was like, wait, you can like buy a laptop that runs Linux? Like that's the coolest thing ever. And it's like, actually the way stuff happens is like he had a dream, and he like made it reality, and he blazed a trail for like other people to get into this ecosystem. And I mean, it's amazing. Like it's like so incredible meeting your heroes like that.
And would you say, drilling a bit more into the origins of Hack Club, that you were filling a gap that perhaps existed when you first started out with open source? You mentioned it was very solitary. Perhaps were you looking to create something to solve that problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think still today, unfortunately, 99% of young people who have some kind of magical moment with computers where they think like, wait, like maybe I can do more than this. Whether it's like playing Minecraft and you're like, what if I installed a Minecraft mod? Or whether it's like playing Roblox and trying to build a game, or whether it's like installing Linux on your family's computer. Unfortunately, for most of them, there's no next step. They don't know anyone else that shares the interest. There's probably not that much at their school. If it is at their school, it's probably pretty under-resourced. They probably don't have a lot of support. Teenagers today, especially in the US, are incredibly busy. I mean, it is very tough to get into college these days, so it can be very all-consuming. And it means that like this beginning of a spark of like spending your free time building projects and learning these skills is unfortunately something that's just not nurtured for most of them. And for most of them, that spark never really is a chance to turn to a fire. And the mission of Hack Club is to really be a free, welcoming, inclusive space for all of them. That's like, not only are we open source, but like helps them find this incredible community, helps them nurture that spark into something much larger, helps them find friends that share their values and share their interests, and help them go out and, you know, hopefully like help realize some of their potential and become the people they want to be.
Something very interesting you've mentioned before is that you see open source as a form of self-expression. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit more on that.
I mean, I think that one of the things that makes us human is that we manipulate the environment around us. We do that through art. We do that through building roads and bridges. We do that through building houses. And I think particularly in the world today, as a young person, it can feel like everything that could ever be done already has been done. The road's already built, the house is already there. I have to ask adults for permission to do anything. And I think that can be a very disempowering feeling for a lot of young people. In the US, there's a survey that's done each year where, you know, less than half of high school students say that they have hope for the future. A lot of students say they don't like school. And I think it kind of feel like you are, you know, a kid living in someone else's world. And one of the things I love about software, and this was certainly my experience with software, and I see a lot of hack clubbers having this experience too, is it's one of those few places where you don't have to ask anyone for permission. This is something that you can fully be owner of yourself. You can build a project, put out to the world, you don't really need any money to do it, and other people can use it. And that's a form of self-expression, and that's beautiful. And ultimately, you know, even though Hack Club is about coding and helping people build those skills and, you know, around open source and helping them build those skills, really what Hack Club cares about more than anything is agency. Like, we want to help young people find agency for themselves. We want to help young people become the people that they want to become. When you're a teenager, you know, that's the first time for many people they start to ask the why questions. Who am I? Who do I want to be? What is this world I live in? What is my relationship with it? And I think one of the beautiful things about software and kind of pursuing software while you're asking those questions is it makes you realize that, you know, you can be a creator. You can live your own life. You don't have to follow other people's rules. And I think that's very beautiful. And for me as a kid, that had a profound impact on me.
You've mentioned, obviously, there's the individual impact the teenagers feel, but it's also how they relate to the world around them. And I know that a recent project that you were involved in involved climate change. Yeah. I wonder if you could tell us a bit more about that.
One of the core tenets of Hack Club is going on adventures. I think for anyone who's, you know, gotten really deeply involved in a software project, you know, you do it because it's a great adventure. Whether it's an adventure of the mind, you get to travel the world and meet people from different cultures, you do it because it's an adventure. And in Hack Club, we want to help young people go on adventures together, whether they are adventures of the mind and like coding a complicated project, or whether they're physical adventures in person. So every year we do an epic hackathon. It's always different. It's never the same. We never repeat ourselves. We always, you know, push the boundary in some way. And this past summer, we ran an event called the Boreal Express. It was organized by Dave, who is an 18-year-old who's from India. The dream was to charter a train across Canada from Vancouver to Montreal. Dave got a partnership with Via Rail, the train agency of Canada, and got to know them. He organized this whole thing, and 50 teenagers, were scheduled to go on a train from Vancouver to Montreal, coding the entire way across the continent. We even bought an old Dell PowerEdge server off eBay and wired up the train car and gave everyone root SSH access so they could build their own home lab on board the train. And unfortunately, 24 hours in, we ran into wildfires in Jasper. It's the worst wildfires that have ever happened in the Jasper area, which is a national park in Canada. 25,000 people were evacuated. As a train was heading towards Jasper, in the distance, you could see the hillsides on fire. I mean, it was really tragic. And the theme of the event was climate change. We challenged teenagers to build projects to help the environment around them. And I think, for many young people, that can feel like a very abstract issue, like a very abstract challenge. What does that mean? And literally seeing, and smelling the smoke, I think was a very humbling experience for everyone on board. And we ended up going back to the train station and hacking on the train. I mean, Via Rail was the most incredible partner. and people were able to see through the hackathon, finish their projects, and share them all at the train on at the station. But it was this humbling, example of like, technology is going to be part of the answer to climate change. Like already it is, like with solar panels and with nuclear and stuff like that happening. And like we need to connect young people with that, because that's something that they can do to make a difference in the world.
Of course, and I think that it was very sort of, I really put it into sharp relief seeing how it sort of came to life for them in the video that you shared. I just wondered, coming back slightly to the theme of open source, a lot of people talk about the next generation. Do you see your work as potentially helping to keep the flame alive of open source with the next generation?
I think open source is at risk. I think as software engineers, it is convenient for us to think that information wants to be free. And as a result, it was inevitable that we'd have an open source movement like what we have today. But the truth is that we got really, really lucky. And the reason why open source is what it is because a small group of people had a vision 30 plus years ago and worked tirelessly to make a meaningful alternative to proprietary software, build licenses and an ecosystem around that, and make it something that people could actually use, where it became the easiest path rather than the hardest path. And you don't have to look far to see what software engineering could have been. Look at mechanical engineering. Like, there's no good open source CAD software, but you can, it's the same thing. Like, you can easily copy a CAD file, but like, for some reason that information doesn't want to be free. Or electrical engineering, like, thank God for KiCad, but like, that tends to be a pretty closed off world. Like, it's not the same. And software could have been that. And, something I see in Hack Club is that the way we write code is changing. If you go to a Hack Club event, like, you see people using AI to help write their code. I now use AI to help write my code. It's amazing. But what it means is like, the way we code is changing. A lot of development's now going into these models. When we, have open source models, they're not really open source in the same way that like Linux is open source. Like, you can't build it yourself from scratch. The training data is not public. In many cases, like, the code to train isn't even public. It's just the weights that are published. And I think, frankly, we're at risk of losing that. So one thing that Hack Club tries to do is instill a culture of sharing to help people know the story of how software was made today. So hopefully they can be the people to help carry on that legacy.
And you've mentioned AI. Is that something that the teens express concerns about, or do they see it with sort of optimism? It's very interesting, because obviously when we were teenagers, it wasn't around. So how is it affecting them?
Yeah, to be honest, there's a mix. There's definitely a lot of cynics. But what I tend to see most of in Hack Club, and I don't want to speak for everyone because everyone has their own views, but I think it's like the greatest adventure of all time ever. Like, when I see an LLM run on my freaking phone, I'm like, oh my God, like, I never thought in my lifetime we would be able to get something like that working on a computer. I think it creates a new frontier where a lot of people feel like, not everything that can be done already has been done. I don't know about you, but as a software engineer, I'm like, I don't really want to spend my whole life building SaaS apps. Like, I want to build cool stuff. And I think that it's really exciting. It's like, wait, like, this is an incredible thing that, every Hack Club now gets to be a part of. And it's exciting. Like, it's kind of like, I imagine it feels like what the beginning of the internet felt like.
And speaking of exciting things, I'm really interested to know, where are you taking Hack Club next? What's coming up for you?
Hack Club's a baby nonprofit, right? So like, we serve like 30 to 40K students a year, but like 99% of students who would love to be a part of Hack Club have just literally never heard of us. We're a team of like 20 to 25 people in Vermont. We rely on donations. Like, every dollar makes a huge difference in allowing our work to happen. But like, for me, the thing that keeps me up at night is I'm like, Hack Club is not fulfilling our goal of helping as many people as we want, because we haven't solved that problem. Like, there's just like so many young people who don't have that community are having that spark, and there's just nothing to help take it to the next level. And I want to live in a world where like Hack Club becomes as ubiquitous, as universal, and as culturally foundational for young people today as groups like the Girl and Boy Scouts have been for young people in the past. Like, I want Hack Club to become a new cultural institution for young people, something that's very positive, something that's very wholesome, something that's actually technical, where teenagers build awesome, like, actually real projects that people actually use, and something that ultimately, serves young people rather than try to use young people to serve some different purpose. The best part of Hack Club is that, we don't work with schools, we don't work with parents, we don't work with teachers, we only work directly with teenagers. And what that means is that Hack Club lives or dies based on how well we serve teenagers. And I think unfortunately education, like oftentimes teenagers are seen as the product rather than the recipient of the product. So I think that, you know, like my hope is that we can become that. And I think that frankly, like, you know, I started a hack club 10 years ago when I was 16. I dropped out of high school when I was 15. I moved to San Francisco to become a programmer. I helped make 2 apps that got popular on the App Store. I used a little bit of money I saved up from that to start the organization. You know, we just crossed our 10-year anniversary this year, which is just crazy to think about.
You ready to go?
Sure, let's go.
I'll ask them if they're ready, and then I'll give you a thumbs up. Are you guys ready for the live stream?
We're going to get restarted, everybody. So everyone who's going to come to the WSL talk, please, if you make your way and come and sit near the front, that would be great. Thank you. Welcome back to the second half of day 2. Remember that the multi-pass for the Ubuntu Summit is the Ubuntu Discourse. So if you haven't done so already, please go to ubuntu.com/summit and register. You'll be able to ask your questions for each of the talks. You'll see that there's a different discourse post for each of the talks for the day, and you'll find polls, giveaways, activities, and Easter eggs that you can hunt there. And you will have also heard some of the music stream made by the artists for the Ubuntu Summit. So you can take a break from the talks if you like and just groove along to those if you prefer. We have changed the schedule slightly. If you were looking at a previous version, we are now going to go into the WSL talk of engineering WSL in the open. And we are very fortunate to have a great double act here who has already had to deal with some technical issues this morning. So I will let Craig and Clint introduce themselves, but welcome to the stage and thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's the talk so nice, we'll do it twice.
Yeah.
And now slides. And so yeah, welcome again. And we're taking a look at, hey, how have we engineered WSL in the open? How did we actually give a open source WSL? And we want to do a deep dive into that full story. And so really the heart of this is our team is focused on developer scenarios. We love developers. And as a quick intro, my name is Craig Lowen. I'm a product manager at Microsoft working inside of the Windows org for the developer team.
I'm also on Windows. I'm a product manager on the developer experience team along with Craig, and we focus on great things on Windows for developers. So here's just some of the things we work on. So it's Winget, our open source package manager. So we'll give a quick demo of that. Microsoft Power Toys, which is our utilities for power users, advanced users, also one of our incubation beds for Windows. Windows Subsystem for Linux. Shocker, that's what this talk is about. And then the Windows Terminal also. Best of all these projects are open source. And this is just a couple of the open source projects we run. They are all top 25 projects. So Terminal is number 4, Power Toys is number 2.
In the Microsoft org.
Microsoft org.
Yeah.
So.
And really, we want to celebrate, if you haven't heard the news, we've open sourced the Windows subsystem for Linux and the code that needed to run WSL2 type distros. That's available at that link on the screen. And today's talk is going to be focusing on basically 3 things around that. The first is celebrating that news because really it's a community effort. We open source to join with the community. It's directly because of the community that we're able to go do that. And so a big thank you to Canonical and kind of talking about our history of how we were able to do that. And then we wanted to give you a playbook of, hey, maybe you work at a large scale company where folks go, why would you even want to open source that? Or I don't want to, and you might have to convince people. We want to give you the exact reasons and the exact way that we said, let's open source, this is why we should, and the results that we saw from it. And then we want to end off with some demos of, hey, here are all the cool ways that we're doing open source and maybe other areas that you might not have seen before at Microsoft. And so kind of this is the end result, right, of the Microsoft WSL repository with the code there. But where did that all start? Would you believe it starts with Windows Phone, which was back in 2010? That's actually the exact start point of our story because Microsoft's built Windows Phone, and after building it, you have a phone that runs Windows kernel. Well, wouldn't it be great if it could run Android applications? And the answer was yes, it would be great. But the Android applications are obviously based on Linux. And so there is a project started called Project Astoria to bridge that gap and allow Android applications to run on Windows, specifically for Windows Phone.
So, and from there, the project was announced in 2015. Some things happened. And then the project was actually repurposed because they realized, hey, this would be really useful on the desktop to run Bash and Linux events. So we announced Bash on Windows. I'm sorry, Bash on Ubuntu on Windows. And this is exactly why you shouldn't let marketing name stuff. And then we renamed it a year later, and when it exited beta to Windows Subsystem for Linux. Yay!
Yeah, exactly.
And from there, we got a bunch of really great community feedback. Now, the key thing here is because of its history, and history is very important in the story, it was directly tied to the NT kernel. So because we had such deep integration at this point, open sourcing was not an option for this project. But then fast forward to 2019, what happened in 2019?
We launched tons of stuff. We launched the WSL 2 type distros, which changed it from being something that was literally part of the Windows NT kernel to instead being a virtual machine. That allowed us to do a lot more, like being able to run Docker containers, being able to get ext4 formatting and running against those files. And on top of that, we also announced Windows Terminal as an open source terminal and PowerToys as an open source project. And so I hope that you can see the trend of, hey, from maybe unlikely circumstances, we were able to build the story of, you know, we're embracing open source. We made some more open source projects. And then after the years following, so on the bottom row there, we're adding more features to WSL and supporting more open source features. We added Winget as an open source package manager inside of Windows. And then we added sudo on Windows, so the ability to elevate using comfortable Linux verbiage. And that accumulated with us open sourcing here this past year and introducing Edit as another open source project.
And we'll give it a quick demo. One big thing also is in 2024, one of the really cool things is we actually added in enterprise support for WSL. So you could do a lot of really powerful things to for enterprises to keep everything consistent and lock down how your enterprise wants it.
Exactly.
So
that was kind of our story, the history of how we did it. So what did we actually argue, and how can you use those same techniques? How can we give you, hey, here's a pattern of how we did it, and how can you apply that at your company? And so we've boiled it down to 3 tips that should hopefully make it easy for you to organize your thoughts. And kind of before we introduce those, the big thing for you to wrap your head around is, yeah, open sourcing takes effort, but the reward is great, right? Acknowledging it takes a lot of time and effort. Even to pitch those things will take effort. And you will need to convince your stakeholders. There's going to be folks at your company who go, I don't even know why would we need to do that. And that's what the tips are for, to help convince those folks. So number 1 is you want to drive real business value. This is kind of like the hook to get them interested, where you're saying, what open sourcing will actually give you a reward. It'll give you benefit. It will drive our business. And here are the points that we actually put in our memo for WSL, which is, first of all, Linux is open source, so we should be too. We're part of that community. This is a feature for Linux developers who are used to open source projects. It follows that if we want to be engaging with that community, the Windows subsystem for Linux should be open source as well. On top of that, we can't catch every permutation. And so there are just going to be aspects of hardware or use cases. You know, if we're allowing everyone to run Linux on Windows, that's a very wide range of things you can run. Being able to say, hey, you can run it locally, you can do the build, and getting those fixes is definitely helpful from a business perspective from the Windows subsystem for Linux. And on top of that, that supports other open source efforts. We have things like Windows Terminal, PowerToys, Edit, and more. Us open sourcing WSL really contributes to that effort. And really the last one is, WSL lives and breathes in the open source. It's going to be high impact for this audience. It's going to be interesting. They're going to appreciate it.
So up next is showcasing benefit and acknowledging the cost. So as you saw, some of the business values, we directly talked about some of the benefits here. And for us, it was better community engagement, going back to we can directly talk to you all. And we'll talk about the first PR is a great example of community contributions and going back to that engagement. Next is, every company wants to talk about press and getting the media attention. When we open sourced WSL, we didn't expect it. We were #1 on Hacker News for the entire day. That's unheard of. And it was positive press, like we're doing the right stuff. And then, but you take a step back, there are costs, and we don't want to shy away from that. You will have issues coming in. You will have pull requests coming in. You will have to, the other big thing is transitioning your code base in to GitHub or your open source system, and that does have costs such as your continuous integration pipelines that have to run when pull requests come in. If you engineer for open source from the beginning, this is basically a no-op, but because WSL was an existing project and we had to migrate pipelines over, that was a cost we did have to acknowledge and tell everyone about.
Exactly, and some of the stuff, is definitely not cheap, and it's hard to estimate. And so when you're talking to your stakeholders and saying, hey, look at all these awesome benefits, the important part for that tip is saying, we're acknowledging that there's going to be these costs, but here's why we think they could be minimized. And we're going to talk a little bit more about how we did the minimize part, but I think that's a good framework to say, look, we know that you're going to complain about these things of why do this. Trust us, the reward is going to be better than the cost. And the last tip is understand the real value of your product. And so definitely I want to give credit to Randy Packer from DreamWorks because I saw his talk 2 years ago on Open Moonray and how they open sourced the Moonray rendering engine at DreamWorks. And I was shocked and really interested because, hey, that seems like, competitive advantage, secret sauce. How did you open source it? What was the reasoning behind that? And I really liked what he said to me, which was, DreamWorks' focus is making amazing movies, and the rendering engine is a tool to do that. And so they're able to open source that and still build their value, which is amazing movies. And so when it came to WSL, we were saying, our pitch is basically saying, WSL's value is helping empowering people to do more on Windows, including Linux workflows. Open sourcing directly ladders up to that purpose, right? It directly ladders up to that value. If we make the content open source, more people can be empowered to use WSL, to build it themselves, to add in a fix. So we're directly contributing to our primary value prop. So that's great, all great to say, but what actually happened when we did this? And that's probably one of the bigger first impressions. We wanted to also show this is the impact that we saw 3 months after open sourcing WSL, and we hope that you can take it if you're looking at making your own pitch. Take this as a data point of, hey, if you open source, this can be some of the impact. As Clint so wonderfully showed, the star history is a good proxy of engagement, so it doesn't measure engagement directly, but it's measuring how many people clicked that little button on your repository as a proxy of interest. We gained about 50% of our stars total in like 1 week, something like that, after open sourcing, and it's still at a higher slope than what it was before. And so the first, kind of benefit that we said to our stakeholders of, we're going to generate more interest. This is going to be more meaningful for members in the community. That was our proof to say, look, hey, we were able to do that.
And here comes proof point number 2 is pull requests. So in the first 3 months, I believe we had 15, if I do the math correctly.
Yes. Yeah.
And in those 15, I'm sorry, in the first 3 months, we did decline 2 pull requests, but everything else was clear clear value to the product. And the big one I do want to call out is the first pull request was at Docker by Craig
Gumbly.
And this was a feature that neither side knew was possible, or they didn't know it was possible, we didn't know they needed it, and because there was this disconnect, because we weren't open source, there was no movement on this. So as soon as Craig checked out the code, he introduced the virtual machine ID, and there's the pull request, and that was the first PR into Windows that made Docker better and made WSL better.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, feature PR was we had one in the first 3 months. WSL is somewhat of a challenging code base because you need to have a deep knowledge of Windows and Linux to really party well in it. But we still got tons of bug fixes, doc fixes, new distributions as a result of that, and more. And so we were incredibly pleased. And when we kind of go back to those tips, the cost of it was pretty low. We got great quality features. We only had to, or quality improvements. We only had to reject 2.
Yeah.
And we got all these other benefits. So costs can be low. And the last kind of point of cost being low is the active issues. We were worried, oh, will we get tons of issues that we'll have to go triage? But over time, we've been able to decrease the active issues. And this was the graph, again, 3 months after. You can see that we didn't have a huge spike. We weren't going off the rails. And so very pleased with the results. And thank you to the community for being able to lean in.
And one of the key things that we've taken away from doing all these open source projects is have a really solid community.md file, contribution MD file, and along with a pull request template. And why this is important is it gives you very strong conversation points for what is and is not a good pull request for your project. You have a roadmap, you have a vision for what it needs to be, and it's okay for your vision and the community's vision to diverge, but you are the product owner. So this says, hey, first, there needs to be an issue. Second, we need to have a conversation. And third, we have to have an agreement on the solution. And why that's important is if you submit a pull request, your time is valuable. But at the same time, if the code that is being submitted or the feature that's being submitted is something that is not correct or what we believe it should fit in that product, it's wasting everyone's time. There's going to be hurt feelings. So we want to be sure that there's that strong back and forth in conversation before we do this. So this is from VS Code to Windows Terminal to PowerToys to WSL. We've all gone from and basically borrowed the best of from each project. And the other thing is these files tweak based on the community and the project. So it's not just grab it and put it in, but you can tweak it and make it your own. If you want it, this is the PowerToys one. Please, please, please leverage our learnings here.
Yeah, go check out the repos. And I know a lot of the time you clone repos just for code. But if you're a maintainer and you're like, hey, how do I make sure that all the pull requests I'm coming in, people talk to us so that we don't waste their time so we build something great. Check out the ways that we've done it. Go look at our templates and our contributing.md. And it's MIT license, so copy and paste. We would love that.
So, Craig, did you say demos? I swore you just said demos.
I mentioned demos earlier. So we want to do some live code demos of some of the stuff we talked about. Do you want to do edit first or this first?
Let's do this first. So we did have a little hardware failure. So really quickly, we grabbed a video. This is going to be the only pre-recorded video here. Craig, you're going to have to go walk through what you're doing right now.
For sure. So we want to show you some unreleased code. This is public on the PowerToys repo, but I want to walk you through exactly what it is. We have a really cool feature called Advanced Paste. Advanced Paste lets you take any format that you have and paste it in any other format. That's the goal. So for example, let's take I take a screenshot on Windows and I want to paste that into File Explorer. I can just hit Shift Windows key V and I can paste that as a file. But we're also working on other interesting things. We're doing some AI work inside of Advanced Paste because it's actually a really great use case for AI where you just want to explain, paste it like this. And so let's take a look at how that works. So behind the scenes, we're using a tool from Microsoft called Foundry, Local Foundry. This is a tool that you can run locally, and it shows you a bunch of different local AI models, so small language models. Things like Quen, Phi, and more. You can run these on your CPU, on your NPU or GPU. Today I'm going to be using a CPU model. And we have that running in the background, so I have that installed. And you can see when I go, excuse me while I click the wrong area. And you can see when I go and check out the model list, I have the Quen model selected here. So I actually have a local small language model that can run on my machine to handle some of these requests. So what does the user experience actually look like? Well, we're going to switch from building the settings module of PowerToys, and we're going to instead build the advanced paste module. I'm going to go, and when I recorded this, I was going to use an online editor, and I said, you know what? Let's use VS Code instead. That'd be more fun. So I copied what I had there, opened it up in VS Code, and here's the text that I have. So what you can see is I have a markdown table, and I have dirty data inside of product name. Everything's misspelled. There's some garbage in there. And I really want to quickly edit it. And so I copied this onto my clipboard, which is a very natural gesture. And normally in the product, you would hit Shift Windows key V is the hotkey we have. And you get this screen. So you get a little paste module. And it can, at the top, you can describe what format you want. So that's the end goal. We want you to be able to type, paste it like this, and then it just knows what to do. But since not everyone wants to use AI, and there's also considerations with it, we have different providers. So you can use an online provider like OpenAI for more powerful operations. But now we're also saying, hey, you can use a local model as well. And below it, you can see there's operations here like paste as plain text, paste as markdown, a JSON or a text file. Those are all just totally local. So you don't even have to use AI to use those. It's really just trying to be like a Swiss Army tool for converting all of your formats. And so let's do a difficult ask here. I'm going to say, please fix the spelling mistakes, and ironically make one, and add a rating column to this table. And so I go ahead and hit paste. What's happening in the background is it's spinning up that local model. This is running on CPU on my machine, so that's why it's a little bit slower. Also, it's a laptop that we're demoing on. If you have a GPU at home, it can be a lot faster. And then it's going to show us the output, the preview. And so it's gone ahead and edited successfully all of the table, and it's added that rating column with some sample data for me. And so the end goal of this feature is, hey, we're experimenting on Windows of different ways that we can make the desktop more powerful. That includes using some cool AI tools. And we want this to get to a place where we'd actually love to have it in the OS once it gets more formalized. So this is a great area where you as the community could go and say, hey, that's kind of a cool use case. Either I can port it to Linux and use it, especially using local models, or I could contribute maybe another feature of, I think this would be great as a local action inside of it. And some of that work can actually end up in the Windows operating system at the end of the day, which is pretty neat. And so that's advanced paste. Yep. Let's jump ahead and show off the next other open source thing.
So up next will be, we're going to boot up terminal here, and I'm just going to start up edit. So edit is the TUI. It is a text line editor in the CLI. You have full mouse control, everything here. But if you like command line, you can do command line also. I have a folder called demo files because I'm super clever.
Nice.
And then because I'm lazy, I'm also going to use the mouse here. So that quick, it loads. This is all written in Rust, and it can load files that are 4 gigabytes just like that also. Because we had to switch laptops, we don't have one of those giant files. But you can go use your scroll bars, everything you want, just works. And that's the key thing, it's designed to just work. Now, one of the best things is when we open source this, the Linux community said, hey, that's cool. And then they created a pull request to make it work on Linux. So now we ship a binary also when we release for Linux. So if you want it, great, use it. It's fantastic. So next we're going to talk about Winget. Now this was going to be really funny because I was going to install Emacs on Craig's computer.
I like Vim.
However, it's my computer, so I'm going to be a little bit more careful. So Winget is the package manager built into Windows. It's very similar to apt-get, but you can search for Ubuntu if you wanted. I'm going to actually continue with my joke for Emacs. And it's going to quickly go out, grab it, and then if I wanted to install it, just, with natural language, just gnu.emacs Emacs.
And what's cool is it's a community repository
Yes.
online, right? And so if you have any Windows executables that you would like to show up in this, you can basically just open a pull request to add it, and it will show up in this list once it's vetted.
So if I hit enter, it would fully install it. Now the other thing you can do is also update. So if you did update -- all, it would update every app that was on your computer that did need an update, or you can target an individual package.
Well, this is kind of like what a regular package manager can do.
Yeah.
And so let's take a look at something maybe a bit more opinionated, because they have a cool feature of winget configure.
Okay, so next would be configuration. So we've introduced a concept called desired state configuration. And what that is allows a deterministic way to configure your computer. And why is that important? Well, hey, we work on Windows. One of the things we do constantly is reformat our computers when we get certain builds of Windows that require a full reformat. So if you are like us, where we're loading in lots of developer tools, lots of configurations, we're very opinionated on how everything looks. We want things to work and look correct. So what I did was I created a bunch of files. These are actually my real configuration files here. So I do Windows settings, Office, general software, and my dev environment. These were going to be me messing with Craig, and now I have to mess with my own computer, sadly.
1 minute left, so we can just show it really quick.
So I'm going to go, cd demo files, and then I'm going to do winget configure, and I think that's the right name. So it's going to go out, it's going to read the file, be sure everything is correct here. And what you're going to see is here's what it's going to run. You're going to really quickly say, hey, I'm going to show my file extensions, turn on hidden files. But the more important thing is you're going to see task view, search box, and winget button, or the widget button all turn on. So
say, yep, I want that.
Yeah. So you're going to see down here, boom, just like that. So it actually went in, said, hey, here are the things that need to get changed. Good. I'm going to go set it. Good. Then it's going to test it.
Right.
And so now you know when you run this, it's just going to work. So I'm going to go back here really quick, and I'm going to reset my computer. It's that simple. So this is just a variation of that same file. I hit yes, and it's going to go back, and you'll see all those things reset back to where they were. It's that simple, and you can see exactly what it is. It's in YAML. It's a declarative format. You can share these files as you wish. So like Power Toys, we have a configuration file because of all the needed software to build Power Toys, along with others.
So thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And please check out the WSL and other open source projects. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, thanks, guys. This is a bit of a host tag team, so I'm taking over from Aaron for the afternoon. I'm Graham. And about to come onto the stage is Scott Jensen. Is this the year of the Linux on the desktop? Are we stuck with the same desktop UX forever? Scott has got a pretty good history. I was just reading his biography before we started. Includes working at Apple. I'll read a bit more of it. So Scott has been a leader in UX design and strategic planning for over 35 years.
Thank you. I'm old.
You were the first member of Apple's Human Interface Group in the late 80s and has since held key roles at major tech companies. He served as Director of Product Design for Symbian in London, managed mobile UX at Google, and was Creative Director at Frog Design in San Francisco. He returned to Google to do UX research for Android and is now a UX strategist in the open source community for Mastodon and Home Assistant.
Yeah. We're all set.
Over to you, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So I'll quickly go over the fact. First of all, thank you very much for having me be here. I've been in the open source community now for about 6 or 7 years. Did that not work? It was working.
just lost focus.
Oh, is that it? Okay. So as he said, I'd worked with these various companies for most of my professional life. I've kind of gone over to open source to kind of atone for my sins. These companies were cool when I was young. They're less cool now. I've now partially retired. I do mentoring for young UX designers. I work with Mastodon Home Assistant. And the reason why I think I'm here, though, is that back in the 80s and the 90s, I worked at Apple, and I did an awful lot of work on desktop UX. So I've got some war stories to tell and things like that. And one of the things that I thought was interesting to bring up was back, I'd actually forgotten that I'd made this change to the Finder back in the early 80s. Basically, what happened was the Finder team found out that the name wasn't going to fit, and they wanted to put ellipses on the end of the file. And I was like, there's just too much critical information here, so why don't you put the ellipsis in the middle? And the Finder team was so easy to work with, and they were like, cool, and they implemented it within like a day or two, and I promptly forgot all about it. And then about last year, someone was saying, here's a good example of why the Mac UI is so all the attention to details. I'm like, oh, I did that, and I'd forgotten, and it's so fun to see that code that you had an impact on 40 years ago is still running. It's kind of fun, but it's also, though, I think a good sign of how subtle a lot of details are for desktop UX. And here's another one where if you want to drag an icon from the background window to the foreground, on the Mac it's possible. On almost every Linux system you cannot do this because the window comes forward on mouse down, not mouse up. And I've complained about this. Turns out KDE saw my post and they actually fixed it, so go KDE. But the other point I want to make is this just isn't a convenience for small screens. This actually was primarily done on the Macintosh because you could drag files into application windows. And this is what I mean by desktop UX being enabling to users. This isn't just a little file thing, because when you talk to a Linux person, they're like, well, I don't drag icons. I use the command line. Who cares? It's like, this is what enables other kinds of user experience things. And no, I understand that you can't drag files into many Linux systems. A whole other conversation we should have. But my point is, good desktop UX enables new ways of moving data and handling things. So my point here is that desktop UX has not meaningfully changed in 20 years. And it's not just simply things like Windows and window managers. We don't need another. We already have like, what, 36 window managers? We don't need a 37th window manager. My point here is these fundamental low-level aspects have not really changed in a very long time. And so the structure of this talk is to go in this circle and to talk about why this is a problem and to work our way around to eventually some possible solutions. So the UX was initially copied. UX for Ubuntu and others was copied from the Windows and the Mac. And I don't mean this as a criticism. This is actually a compliment. In fact, it's exactly what Steve Jobs said. He admitted that he copied from Windows, from Xerox PARC. And he actually quoted Pablo Picasso by saying, good artists copy and great ones steal. And I think what he meant by that was good artists naively copy and great artists creatively steal, because the Xerox Star was pretty cool when it came out, and the Mac clearly copied it, but it was a very creative copy, right? They went from 2 buttons to 1 button. They changed the location of the menu bar. They did lots of very opinionated things, whereas Windows, it was just an ugly copy, right? And it's pretty easy to poke fun at that now. And of course, things improved over time. And then when other Linux systems came along, these things had been around for a little while, and it made sense to copy it. Why would you want to reinvent the wheel at that particular point? It made sense. Now, as things progressed over the years, clearly things like, I believe, like virtual desktops came from the Linux community, and that worked its way back again. But at that point, we're now kind of polishing the razor. There's smaller edge things that improved. So the copy went the other direction. But the fundamental, I would call deep UX concepts of how dragging in mice and keyboards and text editing was fundamentally started back here and copied through here. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is that these guys aren't doing anything interesting right now. And it's basically by copying is such a powerful thing, especially for open source, because it gives you cover. Right? If they try something first and you can check it out, it allows you to know it's a good idea. Like, who wants to experience Clippy all over again, right? Or is that reference too old for this room? I'm sorry. Okay. it's very helpful to have somebody go first, right? And that gives us a lot of creativity to play. So I'm saying that these guys were a great thing for us to draft behind, and it's okay to do that. Now, the reason why I'm so frustrated with Apple is that they made their play back in 2017 when they really went all in on the iPad. They hated the Macintosh. The Macintosh was getting hardly any love back then. Did anybody see this ad called What's a Computer? It basically was a young student was going through her day doing all these really cool things on an iPad, and it was really delightful. And at the very end of the day, she's typing in the backyard, and a neighbor leans over the fence and kind of goes, "Oh, what you doing on your computer?" And she turns so innocently and goes, "What's a computer?" Just twists the knife, you know. It's like, "Oh, you're an old person. You think it's a computer." And of course, the point was that that didn't work, right? iPad sales are down. Their UX is different than desktop UX, and it is good for many things, but it's clearly not winning over hearts and minds. And the fact that they actually make you pick your window manager when you boot is just the ultimate UX sin, right? UX designers in general don't like settings that much. I realize that's not a popular opinion here. But the idea, though, is that Apple basically has just given up. And of course, who doesn't love liquid glass? I mean, if all you're doing, if your big claim to fame to your operating system is that you've got some fancy shiny pixels, you've really lost the plot. So I think there's very little leadership that comes from them. I don't think Microsoft is doing, frankly, that much better either. The thirsty OneDrive and Edge signups are not very popular. Recall, which, by the way, was an awesome concept, but very poorly executed, and the end-of-life disasters have not been enamoring people with that. And so my little inside story is that I interviewed to be the head of Windows UX 8 years ago. And they flew me up, and I talked to all the senior VPs, and it was a very educational experience. It's not cool to spill the tea, so I have to be careful about what I say. But let's just say that when you go in there, you go in with a point of view, because they're not going to hire somebody who says, well, whatever you want. I came in there with something I want to do. And I basically talked about what I'm talking about here. We needed to really move the UX forward, fundamentally change it. And they didn't want to do that. And so I got a very polite email saying, thank you very much. You challenged us in very good ways, but we want to go. And I totally dodged a bullet. I'm so glad that didn't work. But I want to make sure that I'm really clear here that not of all Windows is that way. These guys are awesome, right? I mean, I want to say that we could actually build some really cool stuff on top of that, but they're not the mainstream, and I hope they do more mainstream stuff, but I want to make sure I don't throw any shade towards these guys. So my point here is there isn't anything left to copy, and I think that's a bit of an issue. And whenever I say that, I tend to get 3 different replies. First one is, okay, boomer. You know, like mobile one, desktop is old. What's the point? Let's just work on that. And I'm like, well, of course mobile won, but it won consumers. It didn't win productivity. You don't see huge consulting companies with people designing industrial products on their phones. It's like, no, you need the big screens. You need the big keyboards. People completely underestimate desktop as to how powerful it is because it's boring and everybody wants the cool shiny thing. The other answer I get is, it's a standard. You know, there's nothing more to do. We don't want to like make any more changes. And if you've been in the UX, if you've been in the tech business for more than, 18 months, you know that this is a very, very bad idea, right? Because CD-ROMs were standard before it came along, and the BlackBerry was standard before the iPhone came out. And I am not one of those people that likes change for change's sake. I'm not a technologist in that sense. I think, though, that there are user pain points, things that our users are frustrated with today that can be fixed. And to just sit back and say it's a standard is completely ignoring that user pain. The third answer is that users just don't like change. And like that's, of all these 3 things, this is the one I agree with the most. Of course they don't like change, but they didn't like cars. They didn't like computers. Users didn't like mobile phones. And believe it or not, they did not like iPhones when they first came out. Users always don't like change. So that's not controversial. The issue is, what do you do about it? How do you roll it out in a way that is sensitive and doesn't like freak them out and can be done slowly? So this is an important point, but not one that is something something we do easily. So I want to mention this book I'm reading right now called Could, Should, Might, Don't. It's an amazing book about talking about the future. Strongly recommend it. And I'm a little reluctant to go into too much detail because it's 80,000 words of subtleties, but it really, if you're going to talk about the future, it's a nice framework that basically says there's 4 different ways of thinking about the future: could, should, might, and don't. And each of these is positive, and you need all 4 of these to think about the future properly. The problem is that each one has kind of an evil twin. That's kind of not the good way of doing it. So effectively, could is the starry-eyed, sparkly vision of the future, brainstorming all sorts of crazy ass ideas of the future. Almost every single AI post you see on LinkedIn is a could post, right? And not unsurprisingly, it's almost always by men. Ever notice that? No, sorry. I digress. But anyway, the point is that this is an important way to brainstorm, but the twin evil side is what we'll call the fool. You don't really understand it. You don't have the kind of how do we get from here to there. It's all vision and no execution. The more executional side would be the should, which is to say, what is our metric? What is our business metric? What's our kind of customer metric? What is our ethical metric? What are the things that are important for us to actually move forward? And should is very powerful because it gives you kind of a compass point. The negative side is the preacher, that you kind of know what's important and you kind of over-index on that. The classic thing that companies do is you focus on money and customers, and all you do is just focus on whatever it takes to get to the next quarter. It's the economics side of things, which is important, but if you do only that, you shut down any future thinking. The might is more of the consultant idea. What are the possible ways in which we can go? All the positive things, all the negative things. It's this wide variety, but it doesn't have any kind of focus that comes from should. And so the downside there is being the fear monger. Well, this might happen, and so you have an unstructured way of thinking about which path to take. And frankly, the most powerful one is don't, which sounds really negative, right? But don't is effectively your core. And I would say in open source, you'd say we don't collect user data, for example, right? It gives you that foundational idea of where you go from there. The downside to that, of course, is being a gatekeeper, that you start to being really structured as to what's going on and you just refuse to let anybody move. So the issue here is these are all important ways of thinking about it. We need all 4 of them, but these 4 are the ones that really slow things down. So when I got the OK Boomer comment, that was clearly somebody over-indexing on should. We should do this. Effectively, it's a standard is the gatekeeper. Well, it's already been done before. We don't want to do that. And of course, the fearmonger entirely came from the customers don't like that. So it's helpful for me because when I want to talk about the future, all I get from a lot of people is stuff from here. And I'm trying to say, let's back up. Let's take a breath and let's try to think a little bit more positively about the future. So that's effectively the problem here is that UX improvements, and I mean foundational improvements, right? Not window managers, not icons, not desktop patterns, have stopped. And as I've talked to people about it, few people seem to care or want to do anything about it. And that's why I'm here. I'm saying, can we just care? Can we just try something? And so now, clearly there's a lot of work that's happening at Canonical and helping all the customers and all the clients and all the different consistency issues. There's tons of UX work. I'm just saying it's more foundational stuff. So I love this quote from Benjamin Franklin. I actually got this from Brad Frost. If you know him, he's a well-known guy in the design systems world. I got his permission to steal this line. But when you're finished changing, you're finished. And that's the kind of the feeling I want to get here. We should be thinking about not doing that. So because so many people want to focus on the immediate economic issue, I think it's important for me to do a tiny programmer joke to say that exploring isn't a binary, it's a float. And too often people think that exploring has to be this big thing. At Google, we had this rule called the 70-20-10 rule, where 70% was your core work. It's the work that paid the bills. It was bug fixes, it was security patches and so forth. That's important stuff, and it was the majority of the work that we did. And then 20% was effectively the new incremental features. You just need a few more things every year, keep it growing. But that was like the majority of all of our time. And then this little bit over here was effectively the blue sky work. That was Google X and other stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying that anybody should copy this ratio. I'm saying is, let's just have maybe 0.5%, just a little bit, to working on the future. And I think that would be a more helpful way to have these conversations, to say, keep doing your day job, but let's just have a little bit for the future. So That's the problem. Now let's talk about perspective a little bit. I love this quote from Alan Kay that says, perspective is worth 80 IQ points. You're the same person, it's the same world, but when you just understand the problem a little bit better, you're just smarter. And in fact, that's what I think a lot of UX design tries to do. It tries to actually build some perspective. And if we want to talk about the future, I have to kind of talk about the elephant in the room. And the canonical people asked me to talk about this a little bit, which was to say, how can we have UX be a better part of this future? The way I like to phrase it is, I hate the term UX UI with the heat of 1,000 suns. It is the most destructive term we have inflicted upon ourselves because it confuses everybody. So when I started back in the 80s, we called it human interface. And then as things went along, it turned into UI. Same job, we just were kind of like, oh, it's UI now. And then Don Norman and his friends came along and they called it UX. Still design. And then along came Figma and just fucked everything up. Because we needed more UX designers. The industry got flooded with visual designers who got really good at Figma, and they're like, we don't like being called visual designers, so we're going to take this word and we're going to put it over here, and we're going to call it UX UI, and they just confused the shit out of everybody. Because what design is 12 different things. It's not 2 things. To break it up into 2 things confuses everybody. And so what do they end up thinking? They think, oh, it's just pixels. If you talk to somebody who's not a designer, they think design is pixels. Here's a proof of this. If you go to open source design, Ariel, are you here? There. She's involved with this. Please talk to her. She's really good at this. And I think she's got this really lovely website. And I went there, and 80% of the jobs were icon and image requests. And it's just so frustrating. In fact, if you really want to piss off a UX designer, this is guaranteed to work. You basically say, UX just makes things pretty. Guaranteed to start a fight, okay? And so there's so much more to it. So I'm trying to make the programmers in the room be more empathetic, so maybe you can understand this. If you go to a party and you say, I'm a programmer, what happens? Most people say, oh, really? You work in IT? Okay. That little feeling of death you just had is how we feel every time you ask us for icons. I just want you to understand kind of where we're coming from here, okay? So if someone misunderstands your job, that's the kind of the feeling we have here. So UX is many, many things. I've written about it down here if you want to have a look at that. But it's what I call the understanding, bridging, flowing, refining groups. User tests, focus groups, surveys, interviews, personas. You're just focusing on the problem and the user. The next is, of course, understanding the technology. Pros and cons of the core tech. What is easy? What is hard? What is important? How do you map what's going on with the user to what the technology is capable of doing? Then you actually do the quote-unquote real UX. How do you flow through the application? Paper sketches, mock-ups, motion studies. You keep discovering what works, what doesn't work, and finally like journey maps. And then you get to the pixels, right? Design systems, color themes, animations, copywriting, and then at the end, those damn icons. So there's a lot here before you do icons. And so when you only think we do icons, that's kind of why we get a little pissy, sorry. And so going back to the Alan Kay quote, we're trying to create shared perspective. The whole idea is to say, well, what's important and how does this work and what was better and so forth. So it gives us a higher level of talking about it. In many ways, this is what I'd call designers tend to do the should corner of that matrix I talked to you about. For years, though, I've used this phrase that programmers think mathematically and designers think statistically. And I meant this as a descriptive, positive comment for both. It's not a criticism at all. Programmers tend to be in the might category, right? They're just looking at every possible thing that can go wrong. They don't like bugs. They find every possible problem, right? Designers, of course, think statistically. And in general, this is good. These two things work well together. It should be a positive thing. But unfortunately, they tend to collide a little bit. And so this has happened, I think, to every UX designer in this room. You're in a meeting, you've done all of your work, you present some position you're at, and you get this. Well, like, that's just your opinion, man. And that is so frustrating because it kind of devalues everything that you have done. And it misunderstands what you're trying to do. So my point here is that if we want to think about the future, right, we have to understand that both of these are important. And they have a tendency to collide, but they shouldn't. And it's so easy to get around that. We should basically the lack of trust is the most destructive force on any team. And so if you can get it so that the programmers trust the engineers trust the designers trust the programmers, everything goes so much better. Let me give you an example of what I did recently at Mastodon. We were doing quote posts, something we just added recently to Mastodon. And the idea was that there was a paper written a couple years ago from Twitter that said, in order to avoid dunking and toxic quote posting, the idea was to put the introduction below because we wanted to de-escalate effectively toxic negative posts. Huge, horrible discussions because people were arguing about which way. So we did some research and found out that actually the vast majority of quote posts are positive. And when we talked to underrepresented communities, they really needed it above the line because they're building followings, they're building people, and they needed to introduce it so people knew why this person was important. And so all of a sudden we changed our perspective from you're moving it down here to reduce harm to if you put it here, you reduce the ability for people to do good. People didn't know that there was actually harm in moving it to the bottom. And once we found that, the conversation was so much easier. And so we actually did move it to the top. Now, there are other things that we did to help reduce dunking. I don't want to get into that detail. But until we had that perspective, we couldn't have the conversation. So the whole idea then is to basically try to move this in the same direction. I know this is a very meta point to make right here, but if we don't have this conversation, we can't move forward with anything else. So moving to learning loops. There is a psychological principle that was written up by a guy named Ralph Koster, and he did this theory of fun. He's a well-known game designer. He did Ultima Online back in the 90s, if you're familiar with that one. He's working on a new game called Stars Reach, and the best job I ever had was when Google allowed me to interview him, and I turned his book into a series of UX desktop guidelines and the similarities between game design and that. And so I wrote it up here if you want to look about it. But the fun part about it was that he talks about one particular thing that applies a lot to desktop, which is learning loops. It's a psychological term. It's been in psychology for years, where you have a mental model. The user has a mental model, and they have an intent. So then they look on the screen, and they find an affordance to do their action, and they get a result, which gives them feedback. And then what happens is you go back to the loop and you learn. So if you click on a button and you miss it, you go, well, okay, then you click on it and it highlights. Okay. And you learn how these things work. And the visual interaction teaches you things. And it's a very subtle, very tiny thing. And I love his way of phrasing this. He goes, fun is just another word for learning. And so he really basically pushes this in his games that you have to teach people how to use your product, and the more they learn, the more fun they have. I think that's a very powerful idea. So the way he talks about this was going back to the OG game, Super Mario, and Super Mario Brothers, is you really just have a left and right and a jump button when you start off, and you're behind actually this little pipe, and you kind of go back and forth, like this is kind of boring. Right. And you learn to jump, and then you still get stuck, and eventually you learn to time your jump to go on top. You've learned your first loop, right, to be with time and jump. Then when you get over to these area above, if you hold the jump button down a little bit longer, then you jump into it, and you hit this thing, and you get a power-up, right? And then when you finally get to the monster, you're like, oh, I've been jumping enough. Maybe if I time it just right, I can land on him, and then boom. So what you've done is with one button, jump, you've now basically moved, pushed, and attacked, as opposed to the naive programmer approach would be to say I have 3 buttons that do all 3 functions. But no, they're trying to do everything with one button, and I think that's very subtle and it's fun, right? And of course, Nintendo, this is their secret sauce. They do this for every single game. So whether it's basically Super Mario Odyssey or Splatoon. In fact, there's a quote from their lead designer that said they spend 80% of their development time just getting these loops right, and then 20% doing all of the levels in the whole game, which I found to be astounding, right? So why do I care? This seems pretty esoteric, I assume. Well, it's because if there's one thing I've seen in my career is that the most common product mistake is rushing. People just go, and they just cram things in, put in more menu items, put in more icons. They don't step back, and especially when it comes to desktop, because we're doing a lot of dragging and clicking and so forth. And there's so many ways that we could make this much more nuanced, and loops is a very powerful way to do that. So I applied this to my research at Google. I applied to mobile text editing. We knew that there was a problem with text editing, and so we did a user study. This is actually a recording of a user trying to get rid of this second space. And we ran this through 12 people, and we stopped because after 12 people getting it wrong 12 times, we didn't need to test any more people. It was so bad that effectively what ended up happening was this is one of the good ones. They had 5 attempts. They would tap to the right, tap to the left. They had an accidental drag. They would bring up the menu, and they finally got it. There was so much going on here, we knew we had a problem. And part of it was because mobile text editing is a very naive copy of desktop. Someone thought that if you just made touch the equivalent of click, everything would be cool. That's not the case at all. So we stepped back a little bit and said, desktop has amazing loops, right? You start with click, which is admittedly is very, very boring, right? And then you go to drag, where you click and drag to do your selection. And then after you do that, you can do double click, which is to then actually do something more quickly. And so the idea is that you're still clicking, but each layer just gives you a little bit more. You're a little bit more productive. And so the important thing to understand here, though, is that this boring base is powerfully consistent. It's always a click, and we always underestimate how important consistency is. And the problem with mobile is that when they just simply said, oh, tap is the equivalent of click, they didn't understand that with no mouse, no menu bar, no command keys, you ended up having 4 possible actions happen when you tapped on this. This is why people hate text editing on mobile. Further studies, we found out that people actually refused, in many cases, they would rather just select all, delete, and retype than actually edit. Or they would start an email on their phone and they'd finish on their desktop. So the whole purpose of my research was to say, how could we get around this naive understanding? So what we did was we added a new event. We added effectively a force press, which is, iPhone had one for a while. And the idea then was to simply say we combined dragging, the magnifier, and a force press so that with one movement you could move the cursor, start a highlight, and move, and with just one pass. And we tested this, it worked out really, really well. But because we wanted to really go after power users as well, we added effectively a gesture keyboard. It's a little bit like pie menus, if you're familiar with that. But the idea is that after you select it, you can actually get a menu. And then the idea was you could get the equivalent of copy and paste with just a flick gesture. This tested remarkably well, did very, very well. And if you really want to hear more about the video and what I did, jensen.org/go/text will give you the video of this. But I don't want to tell you about my text editing work. I'm just trying to say is this is an example of loops. The idea was we wanted to have a certain kind of tap, a drag, and a press, and each one built upon the other one. And this is the kind of fundamental desktop UX work we could be thinking about, is to think at this level, right? So unlike apps, I think OS interactions are far more subtle, and especially because if you do them right, every app uses them. So the moral of the story is don't rush, get perspective, and try to think more in loops. So let me give you a quick demo, actually. I intentionally made a toy window manager. It's so bad you can't dislike it because you know it's not real. So don't look too hard. I'm trying to demonstrate this idea of what loops can be like. So imagine you have a window manager you open and then you close it by clicking this little thing here. And that's the classic thing to do today. The problem, of course, is that you have to click this little tiny button. Now, maybe if you want to be fancy, you can double click on the title bar. You can do that. But the whole point, though, is that you want to have all this space is for the application. So now to do window management, you've got to hit these tiny little targets. Well, what would happen? Hear me out. You have a new button on the mouse. Okay, I know you're going to want to say use the super key. Fine, use the super key. But like pretend you actually had a real button on the mouse. What could you do with that button? So you click anywhere and it would go away. Now, this seems really boring. This is like a click, right? Of course it's boring, but it's consistent. It works across the board. Now what would happen is if I were to take it, click, and now I click and I drag. If I drag to the left, it highlights to say, oh, I'll put it there. If I tap to the right, it'll go over here. Now all of a sudden we have this idea of locations and destinations. I'm choosing 2 now. We could do other ones. This could be a far more sophisticated window manager with lots of depth, and this is effectively your temporary palette. Lots of different directions that you could go. But just by going from click to click and drag, I've now unlocked this ability. And now once I have the ability to push things around with this gesture, what would happen if I actually went to, say, a text editor, obviously a fake text editor, and I were to then do this special click on the text, I now have a visual clipboard. It pops over to the same place. And if I put it away, and I go over to, say, a file manager window, I click on that, then I can actually move the actual image there. Now, when I, again, put this away, open this up, now I can actually take these things and drag them in and so forth. So I've now effectively crossed the boundaries between a window manager, a clipboard manager, and a file manager. And I'm not saying this is the right idea. I don't want to sell you on this idea too much. I just want to say it's because of these loops. I went from click to drag to a deeper click. When you think like loops, you can actually approach an OS like this in a more nuanced way. That's the point I'm trying to get. So ignore my pixels, right? So thinking. Really killing my mojo here. There it goes. Okay, so I finished learning loops. Now possible solutions. I've made a specific point of not trying to come in here and telling you what you should do. That would imply I'm selling something. I'm trying to be more meta here to talk about how to talk about this. But let me start off what I'm not suggesting. I'm not suggesting that AI is the answer. We should just dump AI into everything. Okay, I have very strong opinions on this. I feel we're headed towards a very strong AI crash, but that's a personal opinion of mine. So I just think for the moment, especially the way it's done, it's not ethically trained, it's not preserving information, the fact that it's burning up the planet. There's lots of reasons, even if it does succeed. But I do recommend you check out Ed Zitron, who has a lot of really strong arguments about, from a business point of view, this is doomed. He doesn't even go into the technology. He just, from a business point of view, this is doomed. And but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm just trying to say that's not going to be the focus of this talk. I think but I do think that something will come after the bubble. This is not a doomed technology. The first iteration is a doomed implementation of it. So if you're familiar with StarCoder, it's effectively an ethically trained programmer model. It's really quite nice. The Swiss government is doing Apertus. These are small language models that are really ethically done. They're very well organized. I think there's a lot of value to these. They are not as powerful as the big foundational models, but that's asking the wrong question. We don't need these things to take the bar exam. We need these things to do text analysis and basic stuff. So if we have more modest goals, run it locally, and it's ethically trained, this makes an awful lot more sense. Because I think the world has gotten kind of balkanized into the complete Kool-Aid drinkers that think general AI is coming, which I think is a load of crock, and then the people that want to burn it with fire, right? And I don't think either side is correct. We need it somewhere in the middle. And I do believe small language models that are ethically trained and run locally have a lot of potential. I wrote about this. This is my last blog post. I got a lot of traction. And it's about effectively boring is actually good. If we actually have more modest goals with small language models, we can do some really powerful things. The other thing I want to avoid is blue sky, far out stuff. Even though, I don't know if you know Dynamic Land. It is an awesome project by Brett Victor. It's basically physical computing. Definitely check it out. Super exciting stuff, but it's way out there. So my point here is no large AI, no grand visions. I just want us to have a little perspective as to how we want to think about what does it mean to be a better desktop UX. So think about it this way. We've got the command line down here. We've got Dynamic Land up there. Well, what's the desktop? Well, the desktop is right about here. So my point is, how do we just grow it a little bit, right? Just go out a little bit there. And it helps to take a look at two different versions that tried to grow it. Does anybody remember Windows Tablet from the 90s? It didn't do so well. It was a subset of the desktop, but it was a strict subset, right? It had scroll bars and it had keyboards and all sorts of stuff like that. And it didn't do quite so well, whereas the iPhone did something very special that I don't think people really realize. They kind of colored outside the lines. And this little magic bit hasn't been discussed much because it was a subset of desktop and they added something to it. What they added was the scroll event was greater than the tap event. And I'm always surprised people don't talk about this. When you tap on the thing, the first thing you do is scroll. The tap only happens when you lift up. That's why text editing is so bad on mobile, because they prioritized scrolling. Now, it made it a consumption machine, and it made it super awesome. I'm not trying to say it was a bad choice, but this was the unique thing they did that was not a subset. Well, of course, they also added cubic decay scrolling, which makes it so much fun. I mean, everybody who got an iPhone went, whee! you know, right? Because that was cool, right? And so the iPhone is a consumption-based machine, right? And that's awesome, and it's good for consumers, but it's not good for productivity. So we have to color outside the lines, and that's what scares people. Remember that Star Wars scene, the original Star Wars, when they're all trapped? And this is the stormtroopers are shooting them, and Princess Leia grabs the blaster and blasts a hole in the floor, and they all jump in the trash compactor. Okay, that's what it feels like when you color outside the lines. If you do something that no one else has done before, you're jumping into the trash compactor. But how can we be Princess Leia? We need to be Princess Leia. We need to try some of these more crazy things. And I know it's hard, but how can we do these experiments in such a way that we don't feel like we're taking so much of a risk? Some of my stuff at Google was not shipping, and I was quite frustrated. I talked to a VP about it, and he said something I'll never forget. He goes, "The fastest way to ship your features is to have Apple do it first." Thanks, Mr. Senior Visionary Guy. It was so frustrating but that's why we were copying desktop in the first place, because they took all of the pressure off of us. And yet we have to think more about that. So, and that's why copying is so powerful. So it just helps to pause and back up a bit. The delta from the original Mac to the Mac Studio is enormous. The original Mac screen, the physical Mac screen, is nearly the same size as an iPad mini. That blew my mind when I realized that. The original Mac was really small. And yet, all the things that have happened since then, right? We have 75,000 times more RAM. We have 2.5 million times more storage, and we have 100 million times faster CPUs. And yet, we're kind of doing the same shit we were doing back in 1984. It feels like we could burn a few more cycles. Dynamic Land has this really lovely point. I don't want to copy their research, but they have a nice mindset, which is buy the most expensive computers you can to prototype, and you can buy the future. Because it takes many years for the software to really figure out what it wants to do. And in that time, the hardware will probably catch up to you. And in fact, I just kind of wanted to make sure I talked at Mark's point about working with a 5-year bet that the chip makers are doing. They are going to be somewhere really amazing in 5 years. Why aren't we assuming that we can do something equally cool with it? Why are they going to want to do 10-year-old stuff with 5-year-old CPUs? We should be doing more stuff with those CPUs and trying that out now. Now, like I said before, I don't want to give you specific ideas because there's a lot of reasons, but I want to give you 3 prototype concepts. And then we can talk about deconstruct. What is easy about it? What is hard about it? What's the interest level? Who does this help? Could this encourage funding? So after this talk is over, I would encourage anybody here to have these same 3 concepts and walk through and just see what comes out as a workshop. So let's take an easy one. KDE Connect 2.0. Right? This is completely Princess Leia proof, right? Everybody loves this feature on Macintosh. It's what motivated it in the first place. People like KDE Connect. It's a good product, but it has a few issues, right? It doesn't quite work very well on Wi-Fi. It's hard to set up. And this is no shade on KDE Connect. It's a small team. They can only do so much. But what would happen if we said, you know what? We really like this idea. What would it take to really make it great? Right? And so it asks questions like, well, are phone users important? iPhone has a much better SDK than iPhone does. What would happen if we just did Android because we could just do so much more on iPhone? What about the fact that we tend to always over-index on programmers? What would happen if we actually thought about consumers a little bit? You know, would that be? These are the questions that I can't answer for you, but I think should be discussed because if you did a little bit of work, I think there could be an amazing version of KDE Connect, but it would take a little bit of work to think about what kinds of lower level hacks would be necessary. And maybe you don't boil the ocean and completely have a universal set of hardware interfaces that works across all Wi-Fi chips. Maybe you do something like a Bluetooth handoff that's a bit of a hack, but you do something and you kind of build this out. So this to me is an interesting experiment that should be on the easy side. The more medium thing would be a super windowing system. And I don't mean a 37th windowing system. I mean something that actually colors outside the lines, that talks about effectively how users flow with their data through history and data and files and time. And it's important that you don't rush to solutions on this one, right? what user research is there? Can we talk about what the problems that people are having with file management and version management and application management? And then what can we build fast? Because someone pointed out to me that Wayland is now, what, 14 years old? It's finally shipping, right, Wayland? I heard it's shipping soon, right? Maybe Wayland can actually build some of these things that cross all of these boundaries. And so rush to experiments. Don't try to ship something in a month. Just build something, try it out, see how it feels. Now the last one is one I know no one's going to like, but I'm doing it intentionally to provoke some discussion, right? Windows Recall got an awful lot of bad press, but like I said before, it was its execution that was bad. If we had a local language model and we could actually do it securely, privately on your device, and you could basically start to have the user's history, the clipboard, what predictions could be useful. Could we do it through could we build the ultimate right click? What about the clipboard manager that the Windows guys are talking about? There's all sorts of directions that can be done, and this would be a whole series of experiments, but it flips the whole problem on its head by making the small language model local on the device. But this is clearly more difficult because it probably requires some APIs that don't exist, right? But again, small, tiny experiments that could be used in such a way that do that. So I'm almost done. I've got 6 minutes. This is open source. How in hell can we do this? Right? We have no money. We have no people. What are you smoking, Scott? Well, I want to point out a company called Ink and Switch. They do basically open source research. They are the ones that are behind CRDTs, if you know that. It's an amazing technology. I actually did a project for them 2 years ago called Upwelling, which is one of the early CRDT. Actually, I think I could have put this in the easy, medium, hard category too. I just didn't have time. But they have a lovely model, which is you fund small teams, 1 to 3 people. And they basically have a tight focus for 4 months. And the whole idea is you spend 3 of those months building something, anything, fast, right? And then a whole month, writing up a paper about it. And that's really important because it causes you to stop, think, and when you write, you actually end up learning and you reflect on what happened and you say, what went well, what went bad, what should we do? And then it wraps up and they publish it as an open source paper. All the code is open source, the paper's open source, and really lovely things happen, primarily because you can then do version 2. But on top of that, they get universities that take that and kind of go, that's cool. Can we build something on top of that? Now, all of a sudden, you're building effectively an open source research community. So it's not just simply 1 or 2 things, but a lot. So I think it's a very powerful way to magnify learning. And they're doing it on a dime. They're doing very, very low income. So it's a very powerful way that's very open source. So I think that should be considered as a role model for this kind of work. So that's basically the summary of my talk. Basically, I talked about the problem that Apple and Microsoft are not leading the way and things are not fine. I want us to know that and actually try to care about that a little bit. The perspective, of course, is that we need perspective and we need effectively UX and programmers to work together in a trusting way. Without that, nothing is possible. And learning loops, especially with operating systems, are an incredibly powerful way to build very nuanced ways to do this. And finally, this idea that we have to be like Princess Leia. We have to be willing to blow some holes and jump into a trash compactor and try these various things and a possible funding model. So all I want us to do is to try, and that's why I was here. And I'm happy to talk to you guys more about this later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Not sure this is working. We do have a few minutes for questions. If you're happy to take a couple.
Of course.
If anybody would like to put their hand up for a question, we have a comment on the forum just to say how wonderful that talk was.
Oh,
I've got a question to kick things off, if no one else has one. And it's, how do you put a business case for good design? I mean, especially with open source where people actually see good design as something else to click on. And it seems to be a lot of what you're saying is we want less to click on. And a bit like good documentation, when it's good, you don't notice it. So how do you advocate that as a business case or to developers who may need to spend time implementing your ideas when it's not something extra to click on?
This is the question that is asked all the time, which is like, why are you here? And the fundamental point is that when you do have these higher level conversations, you have this perspective, you actually can articulate why this is better, and it usually shows up in usage statistics. It shows up in churn rates. There's a reason why A/B testing is so powerful, because when you can compare two designs, you can numerically see which one is better. So it is possible, although it's a little bit of work, to measure this and show that this usually helps quite a bit.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple. I'll hand the mic to Mark.
The sort of the goggle story feels very antisocial, very sort of trapped in your own.
The Vision Pro type stuff.
Vision Pro type stuff, yeah. But they're interesting, and I'm sure good things are going to come there. I'm also interested in screens where we start to perceive depth, sort of
Totally.
the lenticular lens type capabilities. How would that shift your thinking, or what would you want to play with if you had that kind of capability?
I actually wanted to bring it up, but I didn't want to scare anybody. I completely agree that I think that we could start to assume, I mean, you could start by prototyping on a very large 4K display. In fact, I intentionally at Google got a 50-inch 4K display just to see how bad it was. It was really bad. And what would happen if you actually designed a windowing system that actually managed your peripheral vision? And once you go down that path, VR is just one more step. It's almost the same thing. I mean, it's obviously more to it. And so I do think that you could have a really fun discussion about large displays / VR displays and where you could pin those things. People have already talked about how amazing it is to pin like a clock on the wall, and you have actually proprioception as to where your clock is. So I definitely think that we could be talking about lots of ways to use these physical spaces so you wouldn't use a scrolling window manager, you just turn your head, right? So I think there's tons of things to explore that would be really exciting.
Thank you. Amazing talk.
Oh, thank you.
So years ago, I was in a small workshop with Jeff Raskin.
He's a good guy.
Right. Peace to his soul. And one thing that was very illuminating to me was that behind every bad decision in UX or bad workflow, whatever, there is actually a price tag. There is an economy, because it actually measure. If something is inefficient in a particular manner, you can actually measure how much it can cost an organization at scale. But I never, like, when he asked the question, that could have been like part of the response. I never, is it important? Does it matter? Is anyone talking about this?
About measuring the effectiveness?
Yeah, there's a price tag on bad workflows and bad UX, right? The human interface, right?
If I can be critical of my own discipline, one of the biggest problems with UX designers is they don't think in terms of economics.
Right.
And they often try to overly optimize things without really understanding the business case. So this is why you need those four corners of could, should, might, don't, because you want to improve it, but you don't want to over-improve it. And so this is where you have user testing and measurement, and if you can, metrics, depends on how you collect user data, to make sure that you fix the problem, but you don't over-fix the problem. And that it takes a more mature organization to measure effectively quality. This is a longer conversation, but my point is I think too many UX designers overpromise and underdeliver, and that's one of the reasons why we don't necessarily always have a good reputation right now. And so I hope it's clear I was not trying to poke fun only at programmers in this talk. I'm also poking fun at UX designers, right?
We're out of time, but thank you so much, Scott. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to invite Ariel and Victory to the stage, please. Their session is going to be on the power of design in open source software, building design cultures across organizations and communities. Brief intro. I think you both work for Superbloom Design.
Yes.
You've worked for 15 years in design, Ariel.
Yeah.
Victory. You, alongside your work in Superbloom, you actively champion women in design and the works of empowering African communities to engage with open source.
Correct, that's me.
Otherwise, I'll hand it over to you two. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you and welcome to this talk about our collective experience growing and building design culture across organizations and community within open source. A little bit more about Superbloom Design. Thank you, obviously, to our lovely colleagues for encouraging us to spend time on this talk and work. So here, Superbloom is committed to changing who technology serves by leveraging design to shift power. We used to be called Simply Secure, that was our former name, and we're an international team with expertise in research, design, software development, and product management, particularly in the open source space and the privacy and security technology space as well. We're supported by a diverse set of advisors at Superbloom and partners, and we've been working on internet freedom topics, human-centered design, censorship circumvention, and public interest technology since the founding of Simply Secure, our previous name, in 2015. The kinds of things that we work on at Simply Secure, to give you a little bit more of an idea of the kinds of projects we're working on, we've worked on lots of design for user-oriented technology with high-risk communities and people with high-risk identities in remote, hard-to-reach, poorly connected regions. We've worked on user onboarding processes for decentralized apps and decentralized systems. We've worked on a lot of projects around how funders can better understand the sustainability and how design relates to the critical digital infrastructure of open source and beyond. And more recently, I finished up a project with the OpenSSF over at the Linux Foundation around how to better understand how software developers and people using packages from package repositories understand attestation information and security information about the packages and the supply chain of the package repositories, their packages that they're installing. So that's Superbloom. A little bit more about me. Thank you for the lovely intro. So yeah, 15 plus years in design and UX. That's both proprietary and commercial space, as well as moving into open source for around 7 years now. I've been at Superbloom Design for 4 years. I'm the core maintainer over at opensourcedesign.net, which Scott, thank you for mentioning opensourcedesign.net. Opensourcedesign.net is dedicated to helping open source software projects get better design in their projects. We're here to be a source of support and communication for open source projects, and also designers for when they want to explore open source software and begin to contribute to open source software. We do things like maintaining a community call where people can come and ask questions, share the kind of work that they're working on, and thankfully every year since we've been applying, we've had a FOSDEM dev room for open source design, which has always been really well received over there. You also might recognize my voice from the Sustain podcast. If you're familiar with the Sustain Open Source Software podcast, I'm a host over there as well. Over to you, Victory.
Hi, my name is Victory Brown, and I'm based in Lagos, Nigeria. So thank you to the Canonical team for bringing me over here. I have 4 years OSS experience in design, but I'm not just limiting my contributions to design, because for me, design is how things work. So when I get into an open source community, I find a way to make things better. And just like Scott said, I'm trying not to overdo it, just a little. Also a design researcher at Superbloom Design, which Errol has talked about. And back home in Nigeria, I'm an OSS design advocate, or just an OS advocate. We talk about how Africans can contribute to open source and use open source as a way to, educate ourselves and also build our skills as well. I also do a lot of community building work as a community manager and a programs lead. I also help to plan some OSS events, and I join sometimes on the Sustain podcast as a host. Today we're going to talk about building and bridging design contributions, and the first way to start is, what does OSS design mean? How is it done? And how do we document it? I think Errol and I are going through a different route this time. We're going to have 2 different slides. One is what we think through our experience and perspective, how OSS projects think about design. And then the next one is how we as design contributors think about design. And then we have the general one. First off, from the OSS perspective, most projects think that OSS design contributions are clear, small, actionable design proposals that can be implemented at a go. Change our icons, fix our logos, let us have like a swag design and all of that. They also think design contributions are one-off, which you see a lot on our open source job boards. People just like, I need a designer for this, and then there's a stipend attached or there's a gratis, but that's not how we think about design. In my experience, design it goes deeper than that. Like I said, when I started, design is how things work. So whenever I get into a space, I always figure out like what's not working and how can I design a better experience for that. So designers want a chance to apply user experience research to UI to improve OSS workflows and make interfaces more approachable for users and new contributors. Sometimes when OSS projects say they want one thing, when a designer gets in there, they find out that that one thing is not needed at that particular time. And I think that's what a lot of projects are afraid to open up because they don't know how to go about designing better than what they need. So they just stick to designing logo. And honestly, logos are not going to improve your user experience, and logos are not going to bring more users to your project. So you need more design thinking solutions and more deeper research to fix whatever issue it is. So we think about design as wanting transparency on product goals, constraints, and user goals, and design better experience. This does not mean that we want to intrude into your processes. We just want you to be open about what we can help you do and what you need help with. Because, like I said, sometimes it's not very clear between the project owners and the designers what needs to be done. And because we are full-flowing creatives, we get into this and we dig deeper. We also think that designers get community feedback and input to design a better tooling experience. Open source is collaborative, right? And sometimes the development and my experience in communities, a lot of the communities that have built for open source projects are typically just for the users or community members to use and give feedback on the tools. So they build communities of testers and not really like community members who they want to listen to and they want to build for. But with the help of designers, we can do this. We don't need user data. There are other ways designers go about finding and conducting research to, improve products. So we want to be more involved in the product development cycle. We don't want to come in when there's an issue to be fixed. We want to be there from the onset. My first project contributing to open source, I was given like a documentation and I had zero knowledge about those technical terms, and I had to break that down and then describe it visually. So I worked more on understanding. I had different calls with the community members and the developers to, create a more graphics that explains what the project is about. So kind of like an infographic of some sort. So what does OSS design mean in general? OSS design, or designing for OSS, means making choices that improve usability, accessibility, and open software tool experience using open processes. So basically applying open source principles to design processes. I think Red Hat describes, they have like a 9 principle for open source, what open source processes are, and one of them is duocracy. We have community participation, and that's what we think design should be. Community members and the entire design team or members of the community should be involved in this process. Now, when you get to that bridge and you get stuck, that's when the designer comes in to break down that relationship and how that collaboration can be done easily. The next thing we think is it's a practice of shaping user experience tools and processes in community-driven environments. It's also both product design, which is the UX UI, as Scott said, and then process design flow. So we're not just UX UI designers. We don't just do icons. We don't just do logos. We design experiences, which are more in-depth, where you have to talk about the needs and you have to be empathetic. You have to know who you're building for, what they would use it. Because sometimes when you build these things, you think of it to go in a certain way, and then when people interact with it, they use it in a certain way. And sometimes you don't have those clarity, and it's very important that you do. And successful OSS design is collaborative, and that's what we're trying to pitch to you, that you should be more open with your design process because design is collaborative. How do you design in OSS? Like I said earlier, it's basically the application of open source principles to design processes. So one, you design in the open, sharing your processes, prototypes, and decisions publicly on Slack channel during team meetings, having that conversation with your community is very important. That's what the openness of designing in OSS means. You're designing for community experience. It's about shaping how people interact with the project, contribution flows, onboarding documentation, and tone. I think in my whole journey of contributing to open source as a designer, I've worked on a lot of onboarding projects. I've helped to add onboarding guides for designers to technical documentation, and not just about the documentation itself, but more about the experience of community members, how they get feedback, who they get feedback from. All of those things can be communicated on your documentation wherever it is housed. Designing collaboratively means working asynchronously with developers, maintainers, and users. And like I said earlier, a lot of these design conversations are happening between the designers and design team, and then they hand off to developers, and whatever goes on from there is not communicated. And we're trying to, reduce that gap. We want to see a lot of collaboration. So invite us to your meetings. Sometimes we don't understand all of the technical terms, but we understand the experience, and we're able to communicate that. And we always ask good questions as researchers. So it doesn't matter what the conversation is about. A designer is always going to ask a clarifying question that brings up something that's very important for us. So designing for longevity, rather. OSS projects evolve slowly. Good design practices outlast individual contributors. So when you have a designer in your project, you're designing way ahead of time, way ahead of you. Sometimes designers always leave projects. We leave projects because sometimes we're not welcome. There are other reasons that makes us leave a project. But when we contribute with the mindset that this design goes before us, after us, even in our absence. And that's what we're trying to also say. So what does it mean to document design within OSS? Who is responsible, and where should design documentation live?
You have to press it hard.
Oh. Thank you.
Usability.
Yeah. So from the OSS project perspective, what OSS projects think design documentation is basically a single source of truth. It's either on the README project or somewhere on their website that says read our docs. And sometimes it's not very clear to non-designers or other users who just want to download and install. Some of those documentation are very technical, which not your fault because they're actually written by a technical writer or a developer who is very technical. But designers could simplify those processes, simplify those terms, and maybe not just simplify the terms, but we could also add graphics with our understanding, because these days information is consumed in different forms. People assimilate information in different formats. So if they're not able to read the text, they could watch a video, they could see infographics. So all of those things are ways that you can make room for designers to contribute to your project. From our perspective, what does design documentation look like? Good documentation isn't just for clarity, it is for advocacy, and that's very important to me because a lot of my open source design contributions is basically standing up on pulpits like this or stages like this and say, hey, make room for designers, hey, make room for designers. So good documentation reduces a bit of this might work because designers can find projects and then they know that they can contribute as a designer to that project. Also, it's about being clear. Good advocacy kind of tells the story of your project. You don't have to, or good documentation rather, you don't have to always do this. Good documentation does storytelling on behalf of the project. So document what they did. We see documentation as documenting what we did and how it can be used, and also who we're working for, what problems we're solving, because you might not always get developers on your project. Some people just stumble, some users who have zero technical background just stumble on projects, and then they get very confused. Even if it's what they need, they really don't know because there's no way to find out. So we simplify that. We would explain, we will talk about this in a way that is very clear. And it says when you contribute to a project for a long time, you kind of lose the sense of what it feels like to contribute to a new project. So you're used to this. It doesn't mean anything to you at this point because you've been here for 10 years, 15 years. But someone who's just new, like I was when I joined the Linux Foundation, it was really chaotic for me. I had to jump on calls with every single developer that I could find and who was available to me to, break down that technicality and enough for me to understand. It wasn't very clear, but it was good enough. Why is design documentation important? It keeps design visible. It builds continuity, and it helps non-designers understand value, and it protects design from being reduced to aesthetics. We're not focused on aesthetics at all. We do deeper work, we design research, we talk to people, and we try to make things better. Where do OSS designers want design documents to live? We want it to live where it's easy for us to find. And this is not it doesn't sound as crazy as it looks. You can document design in any way. And you don't have to make a separate documentation for design. All of it can be in one documentation, but then you have to, give us a different category or some other tab where we can find our own design documentations. At Chaos, we use Figma for design documentations. There are other ways design can be documented video format on YouTube and linked somewhere on your documentation. It can also be like a Google Doc that is pinned on Slack. So whichever way, we just want to be able to find it and want to also feel like we are part of a project and there's always room for us. Over to Errol.
Just to wrap up some of what you're talking about here, Victory, I know that perhaps as Victory's been speaking, you've been hearing a lot of proprietary commercial tools and not a lot of open source alternatives, of which there are obviously many. There are alternatives to Google Docs, there are alternatives to Figma. And I think this raises a really interesting point around the documentation aspect for designers, is that designers are typically coming from a perspective that is not embedded in open source. We have to learn and be introduced and be welcomed and invited into the alternative open source tooling space. And we really do rely on y'all who have been in the open source space for a lot longer building tools to be welcoming and to introduce us to those tools and alternatives, rather than perhaps assuming that we should know that already or could know that already. We do a lot of work in our community to try and introduce designers to these alternatives. But yeah, I really implore you as people within the open source space, please be ready and willing to mentor designers just in the general aspects of open source, like what is open source, where did it come from, what are the alternatives, how do you even install something, what's a README? There are all these things that we learn for the first time, but the first reason why we come into open source is, oh, we really want to work on something cool. And then we get like, well, you need to go read the manual. That's not really the best way to invite designers. And again, I know it can sound pretty scary that designers are here to ask lots of questions and have calls and be really involved. It's because we're innately curious. We're there to help you try and make your work better. We're there to improve things alongside you. And we don't typically do that to be like difficult or take up a lot of your time, but it's because we really want to help. But we don't have that knowledge of going and finding our own solutions through documentation. So yeah. Okay, so let's talk about design involvement across internal organizations, teams, and across open source communities. So I've got only sort of one story about how I did this in an organization, an open source organization I was part of. So I've built and sustained a number of different designers in open source projects, large and small, across my years. Consistency is key, essentially. As much consistency as you are able to do within an open source project, because I know consistency isn't always available, especially if it's a hobby project or a project with fewer maintainers, but consistency is key for making sure that you attract designers into your project and keep them, because they are very aware of how active they consider your project to be. And it's even as small as saying, hey, we do this much about this amount of the time, that can help designers really understand, oh, okay, people are still here and doing things, because they're not necessarily going to look in the commits. That's not where designers are going to, oh, I should look in the commits to know whether this is active. That's really not where designers
are the GitHub issues.
Yeah, it's not where designers are going to first go. So in 2020, I built up a design contributor team of about 15 to 20 different designer contributors across the globe over the course of 4 months of my entire role at the Open Food Network. The Open Food Network is an open source platform for people, farmers, small people that are growing food, to sell their food local supply chain style. It's a really great tool. I love the Open Food Network. Growing those design teams, it was hard. It wasn't perfect at all. It took plenty of effort and energy, but was ultimately successful for me, the lead designer on the open source project at Open Food Network. So the main perspectives of the open source project, though, so the open source project, they very much had a perspective of, well, we pay you to work on design issues. You're contracted here as the lead designer to work on design issues. Any time that you're spending growing your design contributor base, you're not progressing issues. And so there was a real tension between the time that I was paid, what was my paid time going towards. So when my contract ended, who would continue to support these design volunteers? What would that look like? Would I stick around? Do I want to stick around? Do I have to stick around just because I built the first part of it? Is there a way to leave a really good way of other designers coming in to take up the mantle? But they did assume that the designers would just leave when I did, and they were really concerned about what they needed to learn internally, they as in the people that were maintaining the code, the product management, the funding, all of the aspects. They were like, well, what do we need to know in order to help this continue? Would another worry, which I guess maybe is something that many open source maintainers are worried about, would any dev issues progress if the designers outnumbered the developers? Because it was believed that designers don't work fast, and it was believed in a lot of places that designers complicate technology projects by asking questions, by making sure that things are being designed in a way that's going to be useful for the most users. And something I kind of wanted to add to what Scott was saying. Have people heard of this phrase, measure twice, cut once? So doing design is like you've got a woodcraft project, you're cutting some paper. Doing design and design research is like measuring twice and cutting once. You don't want to measure once, cut, and then have to throw it away because you've done the wrong size. Or have a wobbly bookcase or whatever you end up having. Nobody wants to install a wobbly bookcase on their operating system. Anyway, so to put it plainly, the growth of design contributors worried and really scared the project. And I think that's normal and natural. If anyone's feeling a little like uneasy or tense about design contributions, that's really normal, that's really natural, because it's very new, I think, to open source. At least the energy, the high level of energy of design coming into open source. But the main thing is that the fear came from a place of care. They cared about the experience of all contributors, not just the coders, but the designers. They didn't want the designers to have the bad experience as well, or either. Here's a few screenshots of some of the things that we did there. You can see I was using a proprietary tool to organize things because designers found it better, but you can see how I was checking in the different designers working on different projects here. I was having design bi-weekly check-ins with all the different contributors at different times because obviously distributed remote. We were talking about our processes, how to size issues, how to do design QA, what does design acceptance criteria look like, and a lot of that was bringing in the rest of the designers into the things that I thought would be great for an open source project to do as far as processes go. You can find a video on YouTube about how I did the onboarding for designers specifically. I really encourage you to look at that. That's all my setup and how I would onboard designers into the project. I'm going to have to speed up because of time. So from the design perspective, I was able to balance work and team building, but managing designers in open source is really, really difficult even as a designer. The learning curve, like I talked about, of open source and mentoring was hugely difficult. But the benefits of having collaborators that I, as the sole designer on the open source project, had through these volunteers was huge. Because one designer on a project can be an echo chamber of opinion or their experience. And the more that you invite in, the more experience you get for your open source project. There was also the worry that I wouldn't have time or be available to contribute and sharing knowledge and building interest with other designers, and making sure that the project always had options for design involvement was really, really tricky. So designers have lots of different things they want to contribute. Making sure there was lots of variety for them was really, really tricky for me to make sure, especially since we had product roadmaps and funded roadmaps. And working fast and sustainably are really two different things. The design tooling for open source is not quite there yet. It's improving more and more. And regardless of the number of volunteers involved, having methods for fast design can exist, but they're really difficult to do within the existing infrastructure of open source. We don't really have, like I think I was talking to somebody recently, good ways of it including like design documented video files in, say, GitHub issues and things like that. And the ways that we communicate are slightly different. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the workshop work that I've done globally, and then we're going to finish out. So I've done over 10 global design contribution workshops over 5 years. This is what I think works and this is what I think doesn't work when you're thinking about doing contribution workshops, both with open source developers, teaching them how to do design contributions, and designers with no open source experience, teaching them to make their first open source contributions to a project. Again, there's some links at the bottom for repositories of open templates as well to check out. So since 2019, I've been researching and design hacking on these contribution workshops, both for the designers and the developers. And here's what I've learned through doing those workshops. Just a little picture of all the different workshops over the years. Some in Taipei, some in Japan, some in Nigeria, some in the US, in Seattle and Berlin. I've done a number of different workshops over different places. And what designers are as a function is often a translator, a tour guide, a facilitator. And as a designer that's got experience in open source, what I did in these workshops and what I would recommend that you'll do if you want to make a design contribution workshop is a designer that can be a facilitator for those designers coming in, learning about open source for the first time, like how to ask questions, or anybody that's willing to be that facilitator, that question answerer, that person that can investigate and help onboard them in those moments of the workshop. I first started doing these when I worked at Ushahidi. Ushahidi is an open source crowdsourcing platform based in Kenya, and they were the first open source organization that helped me pilot these workshops. So, from the open source perspective, used to coders that mostly follow a normalized format, which is use a software, find a bug, fix the bug, well, log the bug, fix the bug themselves, or fix a different bug. They're used to, open source projects, from what I know, are used to that self-serve contribution. They know that this is pretty much a given. For designers, it's very different. If they're using the open source, they may not have understand or have done the process of finding a bug and logging a bug, and so finding the things that they need to work on is very, very different. So as I was saying, the self-serve model for designers is very, very different. So one of the things that I do in these workshops is make sure that there's predetermined tasks for them to contribute to. Sustaining design contributions is really important. So and maintaining the involvement post-workshop takes investment. And yes, the learning gap between design methods and open source. So what kinds of design to expect and what kind of things you might need to learn in order to welcome them. Last slide. At the contribution workshops, designers and developers, they get a chance to collaborate and discuss and explore and ask questions about the open source and the purpose and needs. This collaboration has a positive community benefit generally for both the open source and the designers. Mm-hmm. And for designers, the first interaction with an open source project is typically a human one. It's asking questions, it's an interaction. If you want to have designers contributing, there needs to be a human element because that's really what we study is human interaction. It helps us connect to the humans behind the projects and feel included. And then if you can be at the maintainers and representatives from the open source project at the design contribution workshops, it's huge. So being able to answer those questions as a user, I've used this in this way, is a really huge benefit to these design contribution workshops. But again, you can find more information on the links. With that, I'm a little over time, I'm so sorry, but we also published a huge study about how designers contribute to open source software. If you want to read a research study funded by Ocean, the Vermont Complex Systems Lab over at Vermont University. And yeah, please read that and contact us if you have any more questions. Sorry we went over time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ariel and Victory. After the next session, there will be a break, so if you do have questions, maybe try and find them. So I'd like to invite Michael up to the stage, please. Also, as a reminder to people who are watching the live stream, please feel free to leave comments under the sessions, and I'll prioritize your questions to the speaker at the end of their session. So, welcome, Michael.
Thanks.
Michael's talking about taking open source to the next level and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. thanks for having me, first of all. And this is really hard. Here we go. I'm Michael. Most of you might not know me, might have never heard anything about me. I'm doing internet stuff since 1996 or something around those lines. I'm a designer, but also half engineer. I always fiddle around with open source, with engineering stuff. I use FreeBSD 3.something to do design work. It didn't work. Worth a try. A couple of years ago, I moved with my family to Denmark, to an interesting place. It's pretty rural, right? It's very empty. It's 30,000 people living in the size of London, I think. And you would think, you know, those people spoke for 500 years there, they spoke 5 different languages. I think none of them spoke more than 2, right? They spoke a lot of different languages, and you might think this will never work out. But guess what? It worked. They thrived. In 1200, this was one of the biggest cities around northern Germany, actually. They managed, right? And I think that isn't just history. It's maybe a perfect lens for a challenge that we might face every day in our work, but also in open source. Where are we at, right? How are we building open source? What are we doing? We do know that we shape things, right? Big time. Open source enabled a lot of commercial stuff to happen. A lot of modern companies these days are like, we're open source. Half-baked because we have a commercial model behind it, right? That's what open source did. But actually, as Scott said, as the other speaker said, it's maybe not the most appealing thing to users, right? No, don't laugh. I love all of them, literally. I'm a diehard OpenSense user, and I love it. And it's no blame, right? Because that's the best thing people could do at that time, and it worked. And it still works until today. It's super old projects, and they're amazing. But there's room, right? If you think about commercial alternatives for that, there's room for open source, right? These are commercial offerings in the very same ecosystems. So sure, as we said, right, AI can do that for us, can generate nice, smooth UIs. Why not? How do we do open source, right? How do you approach it, right? It's driven by engineers and by maintainers all the time. Maintainers drive their project. Designers don't even know, literally, they don't know open source exists. I'll get to that later. So we do a lot of other stuff in design land. Product people, where are the Microsoft guys? They're not here. Oh, there he is. You do see the value of open source, right? But your colleagues in other companies, no way. And I think that the biggest problem that we have today is we're meeting each other a lot of times with weird communications, right? With weird expectations and with potentially pretty blunt messages. I tried to do a couple of pull requests, not even pull requests, even just starting discussions with open source projects, and this is what I got back. It's a classic. It's okay. I don't take offense by that, but you see, right? Like as a totally stranger designer, you would be like, hell, stop. And it's two ways. I don't want to mock you because it's the same for designers, right? We are not learning Git, we're not learning GitHub, we're not learning what it means to engineer something, what it means to code something. We do need to meet you halfway too. We have a lot of work to do, as the previous speaker said. There's a lot of stuff we need to do. But my question is rather, how many languages do we actually need to speak together to be able to achieve something, right? And why would it even matter? I think if I learned something over these 2 days, it's that I've never seen people who care that much about their craft as you folks do. If I look at commercial offerings and people doing commercial work, the level of craft that is put into it is by no means at the same level that you put in your open source projects. It has such a high standard of technical expertise. I bet Microsoft would love to have that too, right? In some spaces. But, you know, you also have worries. There are buzzwords here, but I know there are a lot of open source projects which are scared of UX debt, of maintainer burnout, right? Merge frictions, community churn, projects going down again. It won't be less if you open up to other people, to designers. It won't be less worries that you will have. You will have to deal with other people. But everyone is afraid. You know, I'm afraid to stay here. I was afraid to give this talk. It's fine. You get out of your comfort zone. It's okay to be afraid, right? It's the most natural thing. Maybe that helps you to understand some of these things better, because this is what designers do today. And I'm not talking about open source designers. I'm talking about regular designers out there. This is what I do in the spare time. I would say 2.5 million hours a year. And that's a very, very pessimistic number. We design stuff. We think about stuff. This is fake. This never existed. Just someone made it up. Same here. It's a pretty nice ticketing app and whatnot, right? This is an operating system, maybe. I don't know. This is what designers do in their spare time. Beautiful. I mean, literally, this is really beautiful, right? There was thought process in here. There were a lot of things happening here, not only pixels. Could be Blender, actually. No, it's not. A Spotify redesign, right? People invest time, blood, and sweat, and tears to work with stuff. And I could go on for hours showcasing you what designers do in their spare time. And now just imagine if a little percentage of that will would go into open source tools. You know, we do this because of constraints at work. We do this because we want to apply somewhere. We need a nicer portfolio. So what do we do? Well, I don't have real work to show. I'm going to think about something, some fake case. And sometimes I'm really bored. Honestly, I am bored. I want to do cool work. And in my daily job, I can't maybe because I have to push a pixel for a button. So I do this stuff. Open source can offer impact. Impact people just, you know, can just dream about. Designers don't even understand that. They can have impact on millions of people through open source. No one knows that. There are no corporate blockers. There are opinions, that's fine, but there are no corporate blockers, right? If you find the right arguments, you can definitely talk to people. So let me give you a real-world example of what happens if open source opens up to design and product input. I found this project on GitHub 1.5 years ago, and they did an alerting system. It was open source. They had very little funding. They were a team of 2, and they had a website and an app. It looked, well, yeah, okay-ish. And we quickly aligned that I can help them, right? They asked for help. I'm like, okay, I'll invest a couple of hours here and there, wherever I can, just in the sense of open source thinking, right? 1 year forward, we had this. With a nice looking working app. It was pretty okay, right? End of 2024. This happened 6 months later. I don't know if you can read it. I don't know if, is there anyone from Elastic here? I don't think so, right? I don't want to say this is because of design involvement or whatever. But this is to show you the potential that opening up to that feedback can trigger something, right? Do we want this as a community? Well, you're laughing. I bet we don't want the exit, right? You don't want your beloved project to be exited. But maybe you want to have the impact and the quality and the love that went into it, right? And the passion and the outcome. If you look at these companies, I'm curious if you have a thought what defines them in their system. or in their ecosystem. I know Scott doesn't like Apple anymore, but what defines them beside being design-driven, right? These are design-driven companies by default. They're the state of the art. They have the most the easiest to use tools ever. If you look at Spotify, it wins not because their library is better, but because the UX is so freaking good, right? And they dominate all of their competitors. Do we want that for open source? I don't know. I personally would say, hell yes, right? We want that, like, obviously. And I think there are small changes and really, really tiny little things we can do to get there. I think change is literally just you as engineers and one designer working together on one issue. That's already a change. And that can have a huge, huge impact. If that becomes your new normal, we can shape stuff big times, right? So my ask on you engineers is like, try to invite design and product input early on, right? Have conversations. Talk to us. For us, designers, it's important to learn the tools. For us, it's important to adopt your workflows, to learn your stuff, to embrace async feedback. We're very bad at that. We love meetings, we love workshops and all of that stuff. We need to get rid of it maybe in some cases. I think product, we never talk about product input, but there are product managers in here and they have a huge, huge impact on what they do. We're way, way out of that zone to invite product managers to open source. Maybe we should. I'm sure they're interested. Where and how? I don't know. I ran an experiment 2 years ago where I started to create a platform. It's not a community, it's just a platform where I try to educate open source projects and designers a little bit more about both worlds. It was as simple as this. Literally, put a design.md into your repository, talk a little bit about your desired process, what you want, what you don't want, just like you said before, right? Talk a little bit about what you expect, what you don't expect, and help designers to easily understand your needs and to find your project, but also yourself, like understand and have the conversations, have them. And guess what the outcome was of that experiment? Talking to designers, they're like, of course, I was not aware that even, what is OSS? Hell no, I don't know. Why would any designer do this for free, right? That's what you get from project maintainers. Of course I would love to have that stuff. Designers would think like, oh my God, my work has impact now. Hell, better than doing fake portfolio stuff, right? Apparently everyone is aligned. I think we have a number, and that number is again very, very pessimistic. It's 35,000 plus designers out there who don't even have a grasp about open source. They're living in their own world, they're working for big companies or small companies. They don't know it. How could they? Right? They have zero touch points with any open source thing. Even though they work at Airbnb, why would they? Engineers have it. And of course, you as maintainers, I'm pretty sure you're open to design input. Everyone wants it. It's not like you're totally against it. There are communities, right? We heard about it. It's great. I think it's amazing good. This is not meant to be a replacement for communities. It's just meant to be a, I don't want to call it a movement, but it's maybe something that can help break up these silos, right? To have engineers here, designers there. Maybe it helps to start stuff together, to work on stuff together and finish stuff together as a team, like you do in your product work every day, right? In your companies, you have a multidisciplinary team, surprisingly. Why don't we do this in open source? I think at the end of the day, it's about visibility, guidelines, and collaboration on both ends, right? Maybe it's a first step. Is it the end game? No, hell no. For sure not, right? There are tons of things we could be doing, tons of things we could change, and tons of things that would evolve while we start to have those open conversations. But maybe it's enough to start with a small intentional shift that opens up our minds a little bit more. You know, what can this trigger? I think commercial tools don't have to be the benchmark. I think open source can bypass that easily because we simply can't build things a commercial offering can't. It cannot. Spotify cannot be open. It cannot integrate with Amazon, right? With Amazon Music. It's impossible because of the business constraints. Open source can do that. Why not? Right? We are transparent. We are aligned with what users actually need. There's no business case behind our decisions. Each open source project thinks about their users pretty deeply. I don't know, is this a new normal? Maybe. Can open source be multidisciplinary from day one? I don't know. I'm also not saying add your design markdown file and designers will just come, no worries. But maybe they will. No kidding. Because we can. And there are already projects out there which do exactly this. They're not run by big orgs. They don't have funding, no nothing. They exist. This is, for example, an app which does home automation, but also solar and car charging and stuff. It looks better than any commercial offering out there. It works even nicer. It's open to 500 devices. No one else would do that. No. This is where I work. It's a testing framework. It's called TestCube. We're open to design, of course. Of course, our files are public. Everything is public. Our processes are public. Join. This is a documentation platform, documentation tool. It actually already works better than Mintlify, from my perspective. But again, it's an open source tool. Workflow tools. There are many tools out there already doing this. And they opened up. And I mean, you always know that people gather around ideas and visions and maybe a project at the end of the day. They don't gather around disciplines. They don't gather around other stuff. People care, and you care. And I think it's literally as easy as giving open source more visibility to designers and help designers to get easier onboarded. If we can achieve that, I really think we're at 1% of what we could achieve, to be honest. Let's go. I think it's really just on us, and we're many. We're really many. Like, I haven't seen communities that big as the open source community. There is nothing bigger.
Thank you, Michael. Has anybody got any questions they'd like to ask? I can ask one.
Sure.
What do you think about the design in open source applications, and specifically open source applications developed to help designers?
I love it. I really love it because I think everyone tries with their best interest to create a tool that helps their users, right? No matter if it's a CLI, no matter if it's a tiny little YAML file or whatever, everything is thought through by people, right? And they want to make it work for their end users. So that is designed by default already. But if someone who learned it can help and support, I think something better can be shaped through that. So I think today we already have amazing tools out there. We're not using them well enough, right? We're used to using Figma instead of Pempod.
But I mean, Inkscape could do with a little bit of work. Anybody else have any questions they'd like to ask? Yeah, just take the mic back.
If you could change any tooling that is kind of meant for open source developers to be more design friendly, what would you change and why?
GitHub.
What about it?
I had a talk with the person who's going to have the talk after me, and we talked about it's literally about forges and the source for code bases, right? Where engineers and where projects live. It's focused on engineers and on maintainers and on open source projects. It's not focused on designers, and that's okay maybe, but maybe there are tiny little things those projects can do, or those tools can do to help designers be part of it. Because at the end of the day, there he is. Because at the end of the day, people gather around the project, right? And if the project lives here and design stuff lives there and everything else lives somewhere else, it's fragmented, it's siloed again. And you don't want to live in silos at all. I have no real idea about GitHub, what I would change. I don't know. We'll figure out. But we need a will.
Thank you.
As a designer that's new to open source, do you have any suggestions for open source software that I could start using?
Not really. Go for PenPod. Try it out. It's nice. It's great to use. But other than that, you don't even need software. It's enough to just write things down, have conversations. That's the first start to design. You don't need to create nice mocks. You can explain things with words. That's okay. Engineers understand. They're smart.
One more question at the back. So I think the way in which engineers and coders, and I'm going to say like very low-level people, end up using machines often is very different to how top-level users interact with the machines. And I think often both sides can end up therefore being disgruntled with the other side. And I don't mean to pose everything as two different sides to an argument. We're all in this together. This is not opposing one another. But I'm wondering whether you have thoughts on how to kind of bridge that gap in viewpoint.
It's a good question. I don't know. I think having conversations and being open-minded and respectful to each other, that is the first step that we need to achieve on both ends, right? If we start conversations with, I don't like that, nah, it's not going to end well, right? We need to be thoughtful about each other, we need to respect each other, and we need to have communications on the same level. If we can manage that, I'm pretty optimistic that we'll figure out even hard stuff, right? Even machine-to-machine interaction is designed by humans at some point, and we'll figure it out.
Any more questions from you? Well, thank you again, Michael. It's a wonderful talk.
Thank you.
So here in London, we're about to go for a small break, but if you're on the live stream, please stay tuned. There's lots of things happening there to keep you entertained. We'll be back at 4:20 UK time. Those of us here, before you go to break, there's a talk just this afternoon after the session on Intel with neural processing units. They're going to be talking about it, but if you want to get a sneak peek at the hardware, they're actually set up in the room just outside here with the big table if you want to go and have a look with your cup of coffee. But don't spill the coffee on the machines. We'll see you there. Thanks.
Some game one day at a time. I guess it's always gonna be hard rocks and crowds. When the day breaks, I'm gonna rise and shine. With my eyes on the sky, let them go. quiet pride. Fortune and gold, I'm told I'll get my fortune and gold, but I feel cold and left alone to sit idly by my graveyard stone. And all my thoughts turn into oughts, could have been, should have been, whether I'm free or not. All my sadness vanished, it's madness, it's banished and never coming back. My face to the floor, heart racing no more. These lungs I adore have rot to the core. Am I last? We can swallow. My heart becomes hollow as the lands in my mind become fallow. All the dark and dreary nights I stand alone in terror and fright, crying out my pain and fear into the silence I hold dear. Who breathes the breath of God is there and casts my cold and frozen shell. Soft yet broken, my body free falls through shattered glass and haunting halls. And all my thoughts turn into oughts, could have been, should have been, whether I'm free or not. All my sadness vanished, it's madness, it's banished and never coming back. My face to the floor, heart racing no more. These lungs I adore have rot to the core. Am I last? We can swallow. My heart becomes hollow as the lands in my mind become fallow. Soon the end will come to pass. The future and present get way too past. You leave
Hey everyone, the break is just coming to an end. If people would like to come back to the seats. Or you're going to miss the, actually, can you miss the future of home of open source? I'm not sure because it's going to happen anyway. We're going to start in just a minute, everyone. Thank you to those of you who've come up. Just about to start the next sessions. Okay, thank you. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back to the live streamers. Please don't forget to leave your questions for the upcoming sessions in the comments to the discourse posts. But without too much more delay, I want to introduce Fintan.
Yep.
And Fintan's going to talk about the future home of open source.
Thank you. Thanks. So I'm Fintan Halpenny. I go by Finto Haps online in most places. And I'm really thankful for Maro reaching out and asking for Radical to speak. And since I live in Dublin, it was a quick hop over for me. I was a bit sick yesterday, but fortunately I caught the opening keynote, which resonated a lot with me. This is my first Ubuntu Summit, and the first time I actually heard of Ubuntu Summit. And I wasn't sure how to frame the talk, but after hearing all the talks today, I think I picked the right title. The things that resonated with me yesterday were these concepts of rising tides and neutral platforms. And so I'll get into the future home of open source, but first I kind of need to lay a bit of groundwork in my humble beginnings. I was lucky enough to kind of get my grips on open source and working, or like contributing or communicating through open source. Early on, I was working in a company called LogoGrab, which did visual logo detection. And at the time, we were working with eBay, and they had a SDK that was hosted on GitHub, and I was able to like report a bug that I had found in the SDK, which is, I don't know, it's really nice feeling to know that you're kind of like contributing to something bigger, right? Git really has been one of these huge tides, a tsunami, I suppose, for us to raise each other, building on open source. And they've been paying it forward, and we're all in their debt. Continuing on, I got to work in a company writing Haskell. I know I'm one of those rare unicorns. And at the time, we were also contributing to open source projects. So I really knew, I was like, this is something, there's something there. I want to keep working on this, doing this. And this is all on GitHub. It also played a huge part in this rising tide. There's a huge proliferation of open source projects that people have access to. Like not only just people who are technically savvy, but some people who know just enough to kind of get home servers running, or maybe torrent clients running as well. And GitHub, at the right time, became the home of open source. And Microsoft came and acquired it. And I don't want to throw any shade towards the Microsoft people. especially since their talk this morning was really good and also like resonated a lot. But at the end of the day, Microsoft is a US-owned entity and complies with US law. And I remember when I started on the Radical project, which I'll go into later, I remember seeing kind of like reports on Hacker News or posts about people abruptly getting banned. So here's one cherry-picked example that I found of someone based in Russia. Another person reporting on Hacker News who was based in Iran, and another based in Crimea. And I couldn't find the Twitter posts because I don't use Twitter and try and avoid it as much as possible. But there was one where a whole company's repositories kind of went dark on them because I believe they had an employee based in Iran or Syria, and the only way to reach out to GitHub was tweeting at GitHub support, which seems crazy to me. So I kind of like posed the question, assuming these people are just like innocent bystanders who want to contribute to open source, how come they can't rise the tides further? Also, we have to address the kind of AI elephant in the room. The GitHub CEO has stepped down, and GitHub is going under their AI organization. I can't quite remember what it was called. And this kind of like poses questions around ethics on training data. And as I was looking, Googling around, trying to understand how GitHub trained Copilot, there was a lot of like uncertainty or vagueness. I've included some links in the end of my slides. I can also post them on the discourse maybe after. But essentially they're GitHub discussions around like how is repository data being contributed towards training data, and some people questioning whether private repositories were actually being used or not. And there was no official statement from GitHub that I could find. And there was one instance of Copilot possibly mentioning that they use it is providing answers without any attribution. So, what are the alternatives? I'll take you through a whirlwind tour of some that I'm aware of. Please tell me if there's more that you know about after the talk. And I definitely am no expert on any or all of these platforms, but I'll give it a go anyways. So I feel like most people are very familiar with this cute little fox logo. It's GitLab, and it's such a close name to GitHub that I think it does ride on the tailwinds of GitHub sometimes. It's open core by design, so that means you can actually self-host it pretty easily, quotations, and you can tinker with it if you want as well. And then they build their enterprise solution on top of that core. And it's got the usual issues and pull requests and all that jazz. Maybe one that people are less familiar with is SourceWS, which is actually harkening back to the email-based workflow. It essentially provides like a web page for your patches that you submit through email and your discussions through email again. I actually used this for a while as part of kind of collaboration research while we were writing one iteration of the Radical protocol called Radical Link, and I actually amazed at how much I liked it. When you're forced to sit and think and write, I think you become way more deliberate about your collaboration with your technical collaboration. And I guess it kind of like, failing for words, but I kind of see why Git and Linux still use those email-based workflows. Another self-hosted option is Git. They say that you can self-host for free, and then they also provide an enterprise and cloud hosting solution, and they have compatibility with GitHub Actions, so kind of like tease you away a little bit. Getting into the more federated land of code forges, you might have noticed that two logos popped up here, Codeberg and Forge Joe. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I'm not sure. So Codeberg is a non-profit, community-led organization. I think it's kind of like a cooperative style where you can provide funding and you get a vote within their system. And ForgeJo is the GitForge that is built under this entity. They also have a CI/CD project called Woodpecker. And something cool that they're working on or defining is the federated forge format, or F3. And essentially, this is kind of like a data description of pull requests, users, issues. And the idea is that when you create a pull request, that data format can then be shifted to another federated forge, and you can easily move over if you start to not like how Forge Joe is going, or you see a better forge that is also federated. So easy exit, or easy entering, I suppose, as well, if you look at it the other way. Staying in the federated land, we've got Tangled with their cute little sheep logo. And they're using the @proto protocol, which you might be familiar with if you use Blue Sky. This is the federated protocol that Blue Sky is built on top of. And Tangled have cleverly used these social network effects to build on top of that. They deploy forges to things that they call knots. And they're also staying on that bleeding edge by having an emphasis on Jiu-Jitsu support, if you're familiar with the Jiu-Jitsu version control system. And then we have Radical. So welcome to the weird, wonderful world of Radical. And we're taking it a step further by being a decentralized GitForge. So here I took a screenshot of my CLI, and I ran radself. And this tells you my alias is fintohaps, as I mentioned earlier. And I have a DID. At the moment, the only DID that we support, and a DID, for anyone who is not aware, is a decentralized identifier. This one is stupid simple, and we picked it just to get off the ground running as quickly as possible. But essentially, it encodes ed25519 key. And what do we use that for? So that is for cryptographically verifying things on the Radical network. So, for example, the network works like a bunch of nodes, peer-to-peer. These nodes gossip messages, so announcing that, hey, I'm a node on the network. Hey, I've got these Git references. And these are all cryptographically verified. So if anyone knows my key, then when they get a message from me or a message relayed by someone else from me, they can say, hey, was that Fenton? Yeah, it was. And when those refs are announced and you're interested in them, then it can start a Git fetch in the background. where does that go? It goes into a local copy on your disk. So these are bare Git repositories. They're local first and offline first. So I often hop onto a plane, do my usual Git-based workflow, and then also can create a patch. I don't need to wait to land to create a patch. I don't need to wait to land to continue a discussion on a patch that I currently have locally. But when I do, it gets synced back up with the network. And interestingly, everyone has their own fork automatically. Essentially, these Git references are namespaced per identity. And in the image here, there's what we call a working copy, and that's your usual repository or like directory where you make your Git changes, and when you push, rather than going to some server, it'll go to your disk and then replicate out to the network. So here's a preview of our desktop GUI, and these are all the repositories that are on my disk on my laptop at the moment. We also have issues built in. Here's the enormous amount of issues that we have on Heartwood, our Git repository that we're using for building the protocol. The list just goes on. And here it is in the desktop as well. Here are the patches in the same Git repository, and just a preview of the desktop as well. Now, something that's interesting about these are they're essentially an open format. They're what we call collaborative objects. So I think it was Scott mentioned ink and switch and CRDTs. Essentially, we kind of have CRDTs as well. Git kind of gives you an almost CRDT for free. Well, it gives you a CRDT delivery system due to the Git DAG. And each action or operation, it can be encoded into a commit. So when I'm creating a patch, basically I'm writing what the state of the head is of that patch, what base commit I was using for that, so essentially a range of commits, a title, a description, and then after that, someone else can come along, write a comment, write a review, and each of those are actions, and they collapse down to this view. Now, in theory, anyone can write a description of a collaborative object and start using it on the Radical network. It's not well documented, so maybe we need some designers to come help us. But in theory, I think this is one of the unique selling points, is that we've figured out the peer-to-peer delivery system for you. Now you can write your favorite collaboration workflows and use them with your peers. Here's a quick screenshot of me syncing or fetching from the network for the Heartwood repository again. You can see that there's over 1,000 people seeding this repository. We kind of liken these to GitHub stars, except more intention. It's not just like a bookmark. It's saying, hey, I'm actually going to like seed this repository for you within the network. It's now reachable from me as well as the 1,201 other people. And this also gives you a kind of idea of what I was talking about with the namespaces. So each each unique string there in the middle is another peer in the network. And these projects are also cryptographically secure. So we have what we call an identity document. You can see at the start there was the initial revision, which is always created when you initialize a Radical project within a Git repository. And Cloudhead was the first and only delegate on this project. Essentially, a delegate can be equated to a maintainer of a project. And these are the kind of the key holders, the gatekeepers of sensitive things about the project. So how the project is titled, described, what's the default branch, what branches or tags are the honored versions or canonical versions, as we call them. And I'll get into that now, where essentially with each identity update, the delegates need to have a majority quorum of these decisions. So you can see here, I as a delegate was test running our new feature of these canonical references, which says, essentially, I made a rule that says when there's a threshold of 2 of these delegates, so I or someone else, and someone else, push to the refs tags releases Git namespace, then a tag will be essentially made canonical. It can be cryptographically proved that this version of the tag is legit and was published by enough of the team. So that was a quick whirlwind tour of Radical. I've got a QR code up for the website. If you go to radical.xyz/work, we're actually hiring for either a protocol developer or a UX developer. And as always, we welcome contributions, and we hope that we could be the next home for open source. Thank you.
Thanks, Vincent.
Thanks.
We don't have any questions currently on Discourse, so if anybody wants to add any there, please do so. And I'll pass it over to the audience here in case anybody has any questions, and I can see somebody already has.
Yes. What I'm wondering about is, I mean, you start a project, how can you be sure that it's replicated at all? And if your laptop crashes, not all source code is lost? Because, I mean, GitHub is offering you a guaranteed backups, so to say.
Yeah.
And the other question is, how do you handle malactors, so somebody who just spams you with something, and how do you throw people out of the network?
Yeah. Great questions, both great questions. The first, essentially, there's metadata about where your project goes, or kind of like who's hosting it, as we call routes to the project. And there's a command called radsync status to tell you who's actually replicated your most recent references, which is also cryptographically verified. So in a sense, obviously there's no guarantee that someone will replicate your project forever, but at the same time, there's no guarantee that GitHub will replicate your project forever. The second question, sorry, remind me again? Malactors, yes. Yeah. So again, there's blocking and allowing. So you can block DIDs from interacting with you in the network. And moderation is, it's a tough story, but it is something that we're generally working on at the moment.
We have a question over here.
Thanks for the talk.
Thanks.
I can't remember if you mentioned what kind of file system or what you were using in the back end. Did you mention, are you using like IPFS or something like that?
Yeah. So essentially, we're using TCP and Git. And so initially, we were using like kind of hub and spoke. But you can also create an onion address for Tor integration, giving you like true peer-to-peer capabilities. Down the line, we're maybe going to like experiment with IPFS through P2P, or we also want to evaluate IRO, but that remains open. Good question. Thanks.
We've got a question up at the front here.
Can I create a server just for replicas and then join the network and say, hi, I'll replicate for you guys. I've got a big machine at home.
Yeah, that's a very common use case. There's a lot of like supersedes, as we call them right now. Yeah. We have guides on how to set up seed nodes as well on the website.
Are you accepting financial donations, or is there any kind of business model or anything like that for sustaining the company or the project?
Yeah, good question as well. There is some effort to try and have a more grant-based kind of approach. Maybe exploring, I think it's called Open Collective. I think NixOS uses it. But at the moment, we are kind of like, so above us is the Better Internet Foundation, which is the kind of IP holder, and they have a treasury that is funding our project and a couple of other projects at the moment.
Any more questions? I have a question actually slightly related to what you were talking about before. If, as I understand it correctly, you need the health of the source code really depends on the number of seeds. And many projects, at least to begin with, are just yourself, especially if it's an open source project trying to prove itself.
Yeah.
Is it on the sole contributor then to consider how safe their code is and how open it will be to collaboration if they're the sole seed or if they set up a couple of systems, basically?
Yeah, it can be, but at the same time, there's nice individuals who want to host super seeds, so to speak, and replicate everything. But then at the same time, there's also a team that are trying to build like a hosted offering on top of us, so they would be the ones to go to like get your legs in the network. Yeah.
Also, can I ask what license it is that you're using?
It's MIT plus Apache.
And is there a web domain for this?
Radical.xyz.
Right,
yeah,
radical.xyz.
The QR code.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just too old. Yeah.
And if you go to app.radical.xyz, you'll kind of get a web view of some repositories as well.
Okay. So there is like a web UI to some of those repositories.
Yeah. I didn't include them in the screenshots, but yeah.
That sounds really interesting.
Thanks.
Any more questions before I thank Fintan? We have one over here.
It's a good thing my talk was so quick.
A classic problem that these decentralized platforms face is the problem of moderation and content curation and so on and so forth, and different legislations and
for sure.
So on. How are you thinking about that in Radical?
The idea is to provide enough of a foundation that people can kind of decide their own moderation rules. So like I said, there's like blocking capabilities, and from there you could build kind of scripts to decide, hey, this repository doesn't match or kind of like looks illicit or something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just got time for one more question.
So I know this is mostly about open source, but is there the ability to have partitioned sections of the network for like enterprise usage? If I'm an enterprise and I want to offer a bunch of open source stuff, but I also maybe have some infrastructure stuff that is not open.
Yeah.
Could I create a partition section that is only replicatable by my internal stakeholders, and then also have a bunch of stuff that goes out to the rest of the network?
Yeah. So on one hand, there are like the idea of private repositories. Essentially, this is kind of like keep the ID secret, and there's code to say these DIDs are allowed to replicate. But then on another side, you can partition a network by changing like a field in the configuration. And I was actually interviewing someone recently who's actually done that and written their own collaborative object that I've just never seen within the network at all. So it seems to be successful. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Fintan.
Thank
That was
you.
Fantastic.
Thanks, everyone.
So next on the stage, we have Will and Helena from Canonical and Intel, respectively, I think, who are going to be talking about harnessing Intel's AI PCs on Ubuntu with OpenVINO and Snap packaging.
Yes.
Okay, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, hi, I'm Helena. I'm at Intel, where we make OpenVINO, an open source toolkit for AI inference. I will start this talk by giving a very quick overview of what OpenVINO is, what AI PCs are, and then we'll go into some practical applications. So if you have an AI model, for example, from PyTorch or TensorFlow, OpenVINO can optimize that model, and then it lets you run it on a variety of hardware. For example, CPU, GPU, or NPU. And it lets you do that without having to change a lot of your code. So you don't have to move the model to a device, remember which inference precision works best on which device, etc. OpenVINO handles that in the background. So we mentioned NPU. AI PCs are computers, laptops, or desktops with the latest generation of processors that include an NPU. And for Intel, that's the Intel Core Ultra processors. We are currently at the second generation, codenamed Lunar Lake, and the third generation, codenamed Panther Lake, is around the corner. And NPUs work fine with OpenVINO and are fully supported on Ubuntu with an open source driver. AI PCs also still have a CPU and GPU that you can use for AI inference, and our GPU driver is also open source. So it's really valuable that both drivers are easy to install with apt or snap. And here you can see that the performance keeps going up. So OpenVINO is not limited to any particular kind of model. It was started as a framework for computer inference, computer vision inference specifically. But recently, generative AI has gotten a lot of popularity, and OpenVINO GenAI is our answer for that. It's a framework that sits on top of OpenVINO, and it adds very easy pipelines to run inference on generative AI models. And that's, for example, chat models, image generation models, those kinds of models. Makes it really easy while still remaining a small footprint. So OpenVINO is really about running models in production, where you absolutely do not want a Python dependency hell, for example. It's also easy to install, and it runs everywhere where OpenVINO runs. So I said easy, but I would not blame you if you were a bit skeptical. So I wanted to show what does easy look like in this case. This is a Python and a C++ example, and as you can see, the code is also really similar, so you can easily switch between Python and C++, use for prototyping and production, for example, or even start learning C++ if you are a Python developer. So in the first line, we load the LLM pipeline, in this case Qwen3, and then in the second line, we add a prompt and the generation parameters. So pretty easy, I think. So OpenVINO and OpenVINO GenAI are the runtimes. They're mostly used for local device deployment in a lightweight manner. We also have a model serving solution, and that's OpenVINO Model Server. It's again lightweight, I keep saying this word. The coolest thing I think personally about OVMS is that it exposes standard APIs. So if you already use some other model server, you can really easily switch to OpenVINO. It's written in C++, so it's fast. It's for computer vision and GenAI models. So OpenVINO, GenAI, OpenVINO Model Server, that's what we make internally. We also have integrations in other popular libraries, for example, Hugging Face. And if you already use those libraries, you can often get OpenVINO optimizations by changing only a few lines of code. So that's really powerful. However, there are often downsides. For example, you then certainly do have a whole bunch of Python dependencies, or you don't get the very latest OpenVINO optimizations. So in that sense, native OpenVINO is often best. And this is where the inference snaps that were announced yesterday are actually really interesting, because that leverages OVMS, which is native OpenVINO, best performance, so no downsides there. And it's just a snap install, so no downsides on the maintainability, installability, those parts. So kind of best of both worlds. So I wanted to do a live demo. Yeah, exactly. So we decided against that, and you get this pre-recorded demo instead. I am happy to show to anyone afterwards. So what you can see here is I'm showing, I'm running the DeepSeek R1 snap. I'm not sure if I can pause this. It's running on Intel NPU, which you can see because this is a very awesome resource monitor that shows here that the NPU usage was spiking when I ran the DeepSeek model. And I configured the Qwen model to run on Intel GPU. This is the integrated GPU in the Luna Lake NUC. And here I had a simple Gradio demo where I just upload some images. And you can see here in the resource monitor that the GPU usage is spiking while the inference is running. And you can also see that the model is pretty fast and not always extremely accurate. But yeah, that's the limitation of the model. So that concludes my demo. I'm now handing it over to Will, who will go to some more practical applications of using OpenVINO with snaps.
Awesome. All right, thank you very much. Hi, everyone, I'm Will, and I am going to be talking about building snaps of OpenVINO and OpenVINO-powered applications. So first things first, elephant in the room, why snaps? There are a number of reasons. The primary reason I would say is the complex dependency tree. And this is true not only of OpenVINO, but AI libraries in general. And as an example, with OpenVINO, if you want GPU acceleration and you want GPU and NPU acceleration, it means you need to have all the drivers for those things installed. You need to have the runtime libraries and dependencies present on a system, which from an end user perspective can sometimes be very finicky and error prone. And so the advantage of a snap is we have this containerized format where we can bundle all of those dependencies into the snap and sort of relieve the user of that responsibility. Second big reason is desktop usage. And so it turns out that a lot of the downstream plugins and applications that OpenVINO power are targeting the desktop. And that's an area where snaps really thrive. The ecosystem around desktop usage is very mature. There's a snap store where it's easy to discover things like plugins. And so that's another strong reason. And then the final reason are sort of features you get out of the box with snaps across all snaps. And that's support for multiple versions through tracks and channels, and also multi-distro support. And that can mean both multiple OS releases of Ubuntu itself, so you can run on the latest LTS release, you can run on the latest interim release, such as 25.10, all using the same snap, and you can even in some cases run across multiple distributions of Linux. And so just to make sure everyone's on the same page, I'm going to introduce some of the basic features of snaps. And the first one being the idea of containerization. This is something I've already mentioned. This is the idea that you are packaging not just the application, but all of the application's dependencies into a single package. And in general, a snap is designed with security in mind, and so it's designed so that it's not able to access anything on the host system, which includes libraries, but also can include things like device nodes and network interfaces. And so this is referred to as confinement, and if you want to reach out of that confinement, then you use something called an interface. And so snaps use interfaces to enable you to access things like a GPU device node or a network interface. And one of the really key important interfaces that I'll be talking about in this talk is the content interface. And the content interface provides basically a mechanism for breaking that first rule of containerization. So it allows you to have two independent snaps where one snap is consuming libraries from the other snap. And that's the most traditional use case is you have a content producer snap, which is colored orange in this slide, which has some .sos that are needed by a content consumer snap, which is captured by this blue block. And one content producer snap that now exists is OpenVINO Toolkit 2404. And this is published in the Snap Store. It includes the OpenVINO runtime, which includes an API front end so that it can handle converting between various different model formats, as well as device plugins in case you want to run on a GPU and NPU. It also has OpenVINO Gen AI, which is the package that Helena mentioned as well, built directly into the snap.
Hi.
And we
I accidentally thought I was done, but I need to be.
And we also have multiple versions available in the Snap Store. The latest is version 2025.2.0. And one tiny little caveat about the versioning that can be a little confusing is that OpenVINO itself uses date-based versioning, just like Ubuntu. So the 2404 in the name of the snap refers to the base OS. It refers to Noble, whereas the version of the snap itself is referring to the version of the OpenVINO runtime. So now, for pretty much the remainder of the talk, we're going to go on a journey together of building basically a hello world snap using the OpenVINO Python API. And so I'm going to start with a very basic Python script. And all this is doing is querying the supported devices that OpenVINO can see. I mentioned this can be one of the big obstacles you need to overcome if you're using more traditional packaging formats. You need to worry about things like driver compatibility with your application. The goal with the snap is to reduce that burden. And so this is basically a kind of a smoke test of sorts that shows you, okay, does OpenVINO actually see a GPU? Does it see an NPU? And can it run inference on those devices? And so the next step is to create our snap recipe, which is our snapcraft.yaml file. And it looks like this. So at the very top of your snapcraft.yaml, you have a bunch of metadata that include things like the name of your snap, your base OS that you're based on, in this case Core 24, things like a description and a summary, a version. The confinement refers to whether it can access resources in the host or not. So in this case, we're using a properly confined, a strictly confined snap. And that means that in any cases where we need to reach outside of the snap and access resources in the host, we need to do that through an interface. And interfaces can come in the form of a slot side and a plug side. And so in this case, we have a plug that is going to plug into a slot provided by that OpenVINO Toolkit 24.04 snap. So that's the producer, and this consumer app that we're creating is the content consumer snap. And so the target in this case is going to use this $snap shell variable, which you can think of just as like the base root directory of the snap. And we're going to mount those libraries from the OpenVINO Toolkit 2404 snap at a subdirectory called OpenVINO. And moving on, we're then going to define the parts within our snap. And this is basically the data, the code, or the libraries that you want to build into your snap and run. And so in our case, we have two different parts. The first is just that Python script that I introduced on the first slide. And the second one is called a command chain. And you can think of a command chain as a sort of wrapper script that gets run immediately before your snapped application that does things like sets environment variables and makes sure that the runtime environment is in a state that the application can function with. And then the final section will be our apps section. This is what we'll actually run. So we have just a single app that we're defining here called get devices. It's going to run that command chain script. I'll actually show you the script on the next slide. And then the command is our Python script, and at this point we have just one plug defined, and that's OpenVINO libs, which again, to remind you, is consuming libraries from that OpenVINO toolkit snap. Yeah, so as promised, here is our command chain wrapper. It's called Source Content Producer. So as the name suggests, we are going to source something from the content producer. It's going to be just a couple of commands, and yeah, in this case, it's a very powerful way of, rather than building that OpenVINO launch command directly into the snap, we structure it this way so that when that snap gets updated, we automatically pull in those changes for free without having to rebuild the snap. And then the second line is just a requirement for any command chain script to ensure that it functions properly with the snap. All right, so now we're ready to actually test our snap. So we are going to go through the process of building it, installing it, and running it. And so the first step is to run snapcraft pack. And I had, like, full disclosure, I had run this once before, and so it runs quite a bit faster in this case. In the real world, it would take a bit longer. All right, so the artifact is this .snap file. And in the next command, we'll install it using sudo snap install -- dangerous, which sounds very scary, but it's just a conventional thing you need to do when you are installing snaps locally rather than from the store. Once it's installed, we can then run our application using the name of the snap, followed by a dot and the name of our application, which is get devices. So, okay, great. We've got a CPU that we see. That's the expected result. Ultimately, we want to have access to the GPU and the NPU as well. And so let's build in the GPU support next. So to do this, we're going to add a new part to our snap. This is the Intel graphics part, which is basically just taking packages that already exist in the Ubuntu archive for supporting Intel graphics on Ubuntu. So this is things like a graphics compiler, OpenCL libraries for Intel support, something called Level 0, which is very similar. And it's going to install all of that in a part so that OpenVINO can access them. The next part is a use at your own risk part. This is pointing to a PPA that is maintained by Intel and Canonical as a sort of staging area for those same graphics packages that ultimately we hope to land in the archive. So if you want support for the latest and greatest Intel graphics, then you might add this part to your snapcraft, but it's completely optional. The next part is a layout, which is just a way of resolving sort of path-related issues within snaps and ensuring that the libraries can do things like find data that they might need when they're using hard-coded path. So it's a way of mapping one path to a path that's inside the snap where that data actually resides. The next bit we added was a new plug. This is the OpenGL plug, which is a very generic graphical support plug for snapd. And so if you need any sort of graphic support, whether it's Intel, NVIDIA, AMD, this OpenGL interface is designed to be sort of a catch-all for any of those cases. And then finally, we are going to define an environment variable called OCL ICD vendors. Similar to the layout, this is like just an issue related to the path where OpenCL expects to find certain files and certain data. All right, so next we are going to rinse and repeat. I will not show the pack step this time. So just imagine that I have already built this snap. I am now snap installing it. And I will next run it. And as you'll see, we have OpenVINO now sees, wait for it, a CPU and a GPU. All right, so we're one step closer. The next step is getting Intel NPU support added in. So for that, there is another content producer snap, and this one is called Intel NPU driver. And so this is a content producer snap that packages a couple of things. The first thing is a user mode driver and compiler. And the second bit is the actual firmware, so like the binary firmware blobs for the NPU device, which might seem a bit odd that it's in this snap. But it's actually in the upstream repo from Intel, And there's a good reason for that, and that's because the firmware and the user mode driver have very tight coupling. And so to ensure compatibility, it's very important that those two components be installed together. And so within this snap, when it's installed, there's some automation that will automatically go out and it will reload a kernel module called Intel_VPU. VPU, I think, was the previous generation of the MPU, so there was a change in naming. But it's the kernel mode driver responsible for controlling the Intel MPU. And we have some automation in place. When this is installed, the kernel module will automatically be reloaded, and when it comes back up, it loads the new firmware. And so this ensures that the user mode driver and the firmware versions match. All right, and adding support to our snap is pretty straightforward. So we're adding a new plug. This one will look extremely similar to the last one we added for the OpenVINO interface. We're going to call it MPU libs. Again, we're using the content interface. And then we need to add that, we're going to add this new plug called Excel for NPU support. And that's a new snap interface that gives us access to the actual device nodes. So the kernel driver creates some nodes under /dev/Excel. So there will be one device node per NPU in that directory, and that Excel interface is what gives us access for that. And then finally, we are going to update our LD library path so that it can find the MPU libraries. The application sees those libraries from within the snap. And hopefully, that will all work. So let's try this one last time. So again, you'll need to imagine that we've already built the snap. And now we install it. And when we run our Get Devices application, awesome. So we got CPU, GPU, and MPU support for our application. And just to summarize, we talked about some different snap interfaces that are pretty essential to get OpenVINO-powered applications to work. The content interface, OpenGL, and Excel. There's a couple of very important content producer snaps that we have already created and are available for you to consume. The first being OpenVINO Toolkit 2404, the second being the Intel MPU driver. And then there's some miscellaneous details around things like environment setup, command chains, layouts that I also discussed. One other very important detail that I haven't mentioned yet is that the user that you're running as will need to be in this special Unix group called the render Unix group. And that's because the device nodes for the accelerators are owned by that group. Okay, and there was a QR code. I was very liberal with my QR codes in this presentation. They're sprinkled throughout. On that previous slide, if you want to get access to that sample consumer Snapcraft code, you can follow that QR code. Okay, so that was basically a hello world. And from there, you're really equipped to design your own OpenVINO-powered apps, but there's already some that exist out in the wild. Namely, there are plugins that have already been developed by Intel for 3 very popular Linux desktop applications. GIMP, which is for image editing, Audacity, which is for audio editing, and OBS, which is for video recording and live streaming. And in addition to that, there's also these inference snaps that Farshid and his team introduced yesterday that also make use of a lot of these same building blocks that I've introduced in this talk for integrating with OpenVINO, the MPU, and the GPU from Intel. All right, so let's see some demos. We'll start with GIMP. The first feature that will be demoed is stable diffusion or image creation. And so my prompt here was a cartoon of a polar bear on a surfboard. And it results in a very nice image. The second plugin we're going to run is super resolution. And so this will allow us to blow that image up by a factor of 2. It'll be run on the MPU. And the final plugin is something called semantic segmentation, which will essentially just select the unique or distinct areas of an image for you. And this will be run on the GPU. And so this has already been packaged up in its own content producer snap. It's called OpenVINO AI Plugins GIMP. And if you scan that QR code, you can find a lot more information about installing that from the store. And it's already very tightly integrated with the GIMP snap as a content producer snap. Okay, the second, this is my demo. slide of Audacity. Okay, great. There will be some audio, but it'll take a minute. So Audacity is for audio editing, and the plugins from OpenVino provide features for music generation, noise separation, super resolution, music separation, and transcription. And so here I'm demonstrating this on my laptop, which in my case just contains a GPU and doesn't have an NPU. And I'm going to run this music generation plugin, which takes about a minute or so to generate 30 seconds worth of music. Let's see if we get the audio. Okay, nice. It's a risky prompt this time of day and at this point in the presentation because everyone wants to fall asleep already. But it's very versatile. You can use lots of different prompts. You do need to be quite specific and do a little bit of prompt engineering, I would say, when you're toying around with this. But it's a nice way if you're into audio to have some fun. These plugins, again, like the situation with GIMP, have already been packaged, and in this case, they're actually built directly into the Audacity snap. So when you install Audacity from the store, you'll get those plugins for free. And then finally, for OBS, we've also been working on some plugins. These aren't quite released at the moment. They're under review, but they provide features for background concealment, face mesh, and smart framing. And I'm demoing two of those features in the video on the right. But we hope to land those in their own dedicated content snap sometime in the next weeks. And then finally, the inference snaps, which we've already seen from Helena and we saw yesterday in the demonstration, so I won't spend much time here. But again, these are leveraging a lot of the same components and packaging techniques that were used for GIMP, Audacity, and OBS. And they're optimized for Intel CPU, GPU, and NPU. All right, and that's it. And we're happy to take any questions.
Before perhaps we hand it over to the audience for a question or two, we do have a couple on the discourse forum. These may be more for Will and I, but perhaps Will would be able to comment freely on the following. Any pointers on upcoming support by Ubuntu and developments in NPU options by other CPU hardware makers like ARM and AMD?
Yeah, I know it's in the works. I won't be able to give a great bit of detail. I'm sure Cindy could talk your ear off about it. But yeah, we do know that it's definitely on the roadmap. It's something that's important for supporting our partners and making sure that it's integrated not just for Intel, but for others as well. It's challenging too because not all NPUs are created equal, and it's sort of an overloaded term at this point. And so an NPU for vendor A may mean something different than an NPU for vendor B. So those are some of the challenges we're working through.
I could also see that the snap is very bespoke. So it's pretty much for Intel, so you'd have to do the same thing if we worked with other vendors.
Yes, yeah. But in the future, if things become more generic, then absolutely it would make sense to do that.
This is another question I'm not sure we can answer, but would this also be possible on Flatpak? I write the snap docs, and I'm not sure about that.
I would think so. I don't see any reason why not.
One more question from the forum. You demonstrated OpenVino integration into GIMP, OBS, and Audacity. Are there other snaps out there you would like to receive the functionality?
So like OpenVino powered apps specifically?
There are a few examples here, like KDN Live, OpenShot, and Blender.
Are you aware of other like plugins that have been developed for OpenVino?
Not at the
No.
I think these are the most popular, the ones that you demoed.
Yeah. But the community is absolutely like those all sound like great ideas. And now that we have a Hello World that's been demonstrated, hopefully things like tools like that will help equip developers to go out and do these things with a little more ease, we hope. So,
questions to the audience. We have someone here at the front.
Hello, I was just happening to look at this the other day and came across some OBS plugin that was using TensorRT or something to do background removal, and then you've got OpenVino to do it this way. Is there any hope that this stuff's going to converge into something where we end up with one framework that everyone can code to, so we don't have one per vendor?
Like vendor specific APIs and things like that.
Vulkan something or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would make a lot of sense, and there's a lot of initiatives like that that are like in the community. Some that come to mind are like this One API initiative, but that's mostly being driven by Intel at the moment. But yeah, it's just a question of alignment and partnership between the vendors, I think, at the end of the day. Like, I think at the OS level, there's certain ways we can help make things, I think, more generic and function across different vendor hardware. But there's limitations to that, I would say.
We have time for one more quick question, if anyone has one they'd like to ask. If not, I'd like to thank you, Helena. Will, very great, fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next talk is what looks like a DreamWorks canonical community supergroup that is shooting for the Moonray. I'm not sure how many of them are going to come up, but you're going to try and come up. This is very exciting. I'm not going to steal any of your thunder, so go for it. It's great to have you on stage.
Oh.
Randy, you can kick it off.
Okay, I'll kick it off. I put this somewhere else. I'll put this here. Right, so my name is Randy Packer. I'm up here, I'll lead off this talk with Ken Devine here, but everybody that participated in this particular session is listed up there on the slide. So Craig and from Microsoft, James and Sumya from Snapcrafters, Oliver and Ken. I did you backwards, sorry. From Canonical, and myself and my colleague Jeff from DreamWorks all participated in this session. As I said, my name is Randy Packer, and I am a senior manager at DreamWorks. I lead our efforts in rendering and shading, AI and ML, and large farm compute. And our topic today is called Shooting for the Moonray. I cannot read my notes. I need to read my notes, sorry. Oh, yeah, Shooting for the Moonray, where we've actually taken our production path tracer and have, these notes are off. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, our production path tracer Moonray, which we open sourced 2 years ago. Before I actually get into the details of that, I want to talk a little bit about how we got here. So 2 years ago, we got invited to the Ubuntu Summit in Riga, Latvia, and from there we met a lot of great people, a lot of great engineers, and Microsoft, Canonical, and Snapcrafters, and others. And it was through talking with the people in the open source community that we started thinking about, hey, what about a snap for Moonray? And lo and behold, 2 years later, we are here. So, hacking away together. I'm going to start off with a brief introduction to Moonray, and then we'll delve right into why we did this and our results. So, to start off with, Moonray, in addition to being a high-end production path tracer, includes a collection of layerable production shaders, as well as a suite of tools to perform regression tests, visualize light paths, and shader attributes, along with a cloud computation framework for local and distributed rendering, a Hydra delegate to plug into Hydra-compatible digital content creation tools, and more. If you saw Antonia's presentation yesterday on redefining GPU innovation through software and methodology at Bolt Graphics, he gave a great overview of what a path tracer like Moonray is, so I'm not going to cover that again. But in general, as an MCRT renderer, Moonray emulates real-world light transport as accurately as possible, at least when we want it to, because as an animation studio making feature films, we like to bend the rules a lot. So Moonray can render images that are photoreal. This is a render. The glass on the left is rendered, the one on the right is real. And I wanted to show these examples to contrast with all the other images that you've seen and you will see in this presentation, which are also renders from Moonray, but from our films, and thus are highly stylized. And the reason I wanted to contrast that is because I have been asked, can Moonray do photoreal? Yes, it most certainly can. There are a wide variety of businesses and use cases for a renderer like Moonray. It's, I think, long known now that, for instance, if you look at digital publishing, the IKEA catalog is not photographs, they are all renders, they are all 3D scenes that they developed and built a library of 3D objects around, as an example. Today I'm going to talk specifically about our use in animation. Moonray is, I would say, battle-tested. It's under active development and in use at DreamWorks for our upcoming and recent feature films such as The Wild Robot and Bad Guys 2. Where does a path tracing renderer like Moonray actually fit into a feature film production pipeline at DreamWorks? Here you can see the various departments involved in the process, and while not strictly always linear, there is a certain flow to upstream departments handing over to downstream departments. Now clearly there is one spot that absolutely needs to be there, that is rendering or capturing all the final frames that make up our movies. That's highlighted with the green arrow. However, rendering happens in many departments during the course of the show as artists iterate and refine their work over the course of the production. This is just to give you an idea of the kind of data that we render. It is a lot for one film. Any given film that we do produce takes about an average of 4 years from storyboard to final frame, and we typically have about 4 films in production at any given time at various stages of their production. In terms of complexity, this is an example from The Wild Robot, which we released last year. We spend a lot of effort to make very, very rich, captivating films, and so the scenes that we do render at DreamWorks can be very, very large. Larger than you might fit on a discrete GPU, for instance. So let's continue. We currently provide build scripts for CentOS 7, Rocky 9, and Mac OS to our open source community. Each repository can be built separately by invoking CMake with the root of the repository as the source path. This requires that CMake be configured so that it can find all of the libraries and tools that are needed by a particular repository that you are building. While this is a flexible system to integrate Moonray into an existing or new graphics pipeline, this is also my slide to demonstrate our motivation as to why we want to snap Moonray. Basically, I'm trying to convince you that having a Moonray installer with this scary set of text is a good idea. Why? Not everybody is trying to integrate Moonray into a pipeline. And because the build investment time can be as simple as running the build and succeeding, or it can be quite complex, wrestling with different environments or dependency versions, and having to troubleshoot issues along the way. DreamWorks itself does have a very specific and tailored environment for each production, starting from a base foundation of the VFX reference platform. As such, we may not always have the expertise nor the resources to troubleshoot configs in environments that we don't have nor use, which we do see examples of this from the community from time to time. That covers my motivation. I'm going to hand it over here to Ken on building a snap.
Okay, yeah, so snapping Moonray. God, I really love these colorful slides that DreamWorks provides. Much more exciting than mine. Sorry. So yeah, as Randy mentioned, the motivation here for building it as a snap is the current deployment model is really building it from source. And it's a very complex code base. So as a snap, they can guarantee a reproducible type of environment, right? Once it's built into the snap, it brings all the dependencies along with it. They're all versioned. They know what's in it. And it's super easy to install. Like they can go to a machine, snap install, open Moonray, and they're up and running. the time when they need to render it, they can also control exactly what revision they're using. So if there's been a new version released since they rendered a previous scene, somebody could actually switch back to the older revision in order to use the same version of the tool. Lots of flexibility and be able to go backwards and forwards and change versions that they're running with. Also, very tight control over what libraries are included in the snap itself, because the snap does bring along all the dependencies. OpenMoonray has very specific version requirements because they follow the VFX reference platform, which there's a working group that defines all the specific versions, what version of Qt, what version of this library, what version of this library. That's the standard, and those things are typically mapped actually to a Rocky release, not an Ubuntu release. So we can bundle all those things in the snap and have the exact environment that their engineers expect for compatibility. So what were some of the challenges? Some of the challenges was this code base was really designed to be built on Rocky, not Ubuntu. So the versions are different. It's very specific versions of things too, and lots of references to external Git repositories. So it had to build a lot of things from source to pull everything together. And lots of domain knowledge. I am not an expert in this space. Having access to DreamWorks folks here this week was very helpful. We did spent Wednesday doing a little hackathon. We had a few Snapcrafters here, a couple guys from DreamWorks. Having us all in the same room together, we knocked it out in a few hours on Wednesday, which was fantastic. Which brings us to this slide. It is now published in the Snap Store. Works. It will eventually be transferred to the OpenMoonray project kind of thing as a publisher. Right now it's a holding place published as me. But it was a successful little hackathon that we did. And it works quite well. I've tested it myself on Ubuntu 24.04, 25.10, and Rocky 10, which they support Rocky 9. So I knew they would test it on Rocky 9. But yeah, it works. And I'll hand it back over to you. Yes. So you're doing the Windows part, right?
That's fantastic. Okay. I'm now looking at the time. I moved really fast, so we're going to have a lot of time for questions here. So just a little bit repeating what Ken said, in a single day it took us to build the snap. And we also, as he said, successfully tested it on 2 flavors of Ubuntu, along with we tested it on Rocky 9, Rocky 10, and Windows Subsystem for Linux. And thanks to this snap, we are able to leverage our existing and continued investment at DreamWorks on Moonray and deploy to multiple systems, an example of which I'm going to show on WSL. So here's the basic command to run Moonray on WSL. We specify openmoonray.gui to launch the snap, and we give it a scene to render from the local Windows path. In this case, we're rendering a glass of water, or a scene with a glass of water, created by an artist named Axel and curated by Benedict Bitterly on his Rendering Resources website. In this little demo, you can see Moonray's interactive viewport running on Windows and orbiting the camera around the 3D scene. I want to give a thanks to Craig at Microsoft, who participated in our hackathon yesterday and for creating this short demo. And my final slide, I just want to end with a little further note on open source. So DreamWorks has had a long commitment to open source. We've had open sourced OpenVDB and Moonray and others. And if you, I don't know if people are aware of what OpenVDB is. It's a description format for volumetric rendering that we released, let's see, about 15 years ago. And if you've seen a movie in the last 15 years that had smoke, fire, water, particle destruction, or the like, you've almost certainly seen OpenVDB in action. In fact, it got such a tremendous uptake after we released it that within a year, the developers of that library had won an Academy Scientific Technology Award, a SciTech Award. And it's continued to progress. They've done lots of amazing stuff with it since. Those developers have now won their 2nd SciTech Award. So, pretty exciting thing. We do believe in the strength and the resilience of the open source community, and we do hope that Moonray excites our community and allows the code base to grow stronger. We've established and we continue to develop partnerships with academia, companies, and individuals. We love the sense of engagement and accomplishment in the community. We are, in fact, tool builders. One of the neatest things about the job is not just building the tool itself, but seeing it put to use, and particularly seeing it put to use in ways that we never dreamed of. Artists can do amazing work, and we often find ourselves surprised and delighted in the ambitious looks of our films. It's personally quite stunning to think that they made something with such beautiful imagery and emotions using the tools that we built. We take pride in seeing what people do with our tools in the graphics community. So our motivation to open source was, why not share and expand that? It extends not just to the artists, but to the engineers and the overall tool building community out there. And that is our call out for contributors. We are, at DreamWorks, we're a Linux shop, we're adhering to a specific set of software versions in the VFX domain, yet we don't feel like we need to own the entirety of Moonray, its plugins, nor its variants for a wide set of potential uses. Others are and should be experts in the many diverse areas that a renderer can be used. So please reach out if you'd like to get involved with the project. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention, and especially thanks to Mauro for his excellent leadership, collaboration, and getting us all together. Thank you.
We've got a few minutes. We've got a few minutes if anybody has any questions. There are a few, actually, so we might need a couple of mics. There's one or two at the front, and there's one at the back as well.
In the talk before, we heard that it's a lot of trouble to interface with the graphics cards, and now you have packaged your Snap. How do you handle that, the diversity of accelerators?
Well, the problem here is I actually tried to port OpenMoonray to ARM as well, or build it on ARM, so we have an ARM Snap. But OpenMoonray is actually utilizing very, very deeply Intel machine code internally, so there is no way to build it on other architectures. So currently it's Intel only, and will only run on Intel GPUs. So there is not much interfacing needed at the moment.
There's not much concerns about like accessing the GPU and things like that. There is some mechanism for running some of the rendering on a GPU, but actually they don't really use that because of GPU memory limitations typically.
Yeah, what we don't do is we don't run shaders on the GPU. We don't run geometry or procedurals on the GPU. We use we have an optics implementation for NVIDIA GPUs where we can use it as a GPL GPU coprocessor. So we bundle our arrays into queue buckets, and if we have a compatible GPU on the system, we will send those arrays off to be processed there and come back to render the final scene. In general, though, our scenes are very large, much larger than a discrete GPU can handle. So that's why we came up with this solution, which is our XPU mode.
We have a question at the back.
Yeah, hi. Presumably you didn't open source it just out of altruism. Like there must be some, business case for that. And that's something I'm really interested in. Like, were there specific motivations behind making it open source? Or was it literally just because it's the right thing to do?
Do you mean to say that a global media conglomerate is not altruistic? I anticipated this question, so I have actually notes for that one.
Excellent.
Regarding why we chose to open source, we do believe in the strength and the resilience of the community, and we hope it excites the community and allows the code to grow stronger and establish and develop partnerships with other people. To be transparent, we do think Moonray is a great tool in the arsenal for those who will adopt it, and there are, wait for it, selfish reasons for us to provide this technology to the open source community. We wanted to use Moonray with partner studios, but there was no way for the artists to learn Moonray except inside of our studio. And we absolutely want this effort to extend Moonray's reach. We want access to the smart, creative folks in the open source community, and this is all actually, we see this having a positive effect. So not entirely altruistic, but there is some bits of that to this.
Another
Thank
question.
you for the question.
Yeah, so now that you've packaged it nicely, there's also a Blender snap, I believe. I wonder, I know nothing about animation, but would it make sense to combine those two and make it composable so that Blender directly renders into Moonray? Or Moonray renders?
I can take this one. There's
Yeah.
actually, there are a number of tools that do integrate with Moonray. We haven't tackled those sorts of things yet, but we've been discussing how, like, there's Houdini that has a plugin that can talk to Moonray. You know, I don't know if Blender does or not, but there are other tools that are designed to integrate with Moonray, and we need to come up with a solution there, whether this is a content snap that can be bundled inside of it, how those plugins are going to access it. That's kind of the next step of the things we want to kind of iterate on and figure out how it can be leveraged by other tools.
Thanks.
Question in the middle here.
Thank you, guys. We love your stuff. Thanks for OpenVDB and all that. So we also have a Hydra rendering delegate for Blender, and it was painful. And I think the main reason is the dependencies. I think you probably are in the same situation. So do you handle multiple snaps? Because in our case, where we are right now, we can't see having like a single Docker for like no Hydra and regular standalone dependencies, especially if you use OpenUSD or other things that just clash. So how do you handle that? And also, do you have these snaps integrated in your CI/CD process?
Well, we've just developed the snap 2 days ago, so no to most of that. We are going to have a somewhat similar situation. So our productions, we have 4 productions in progress at any given time. They're not always necessarily on the same VFX reference platform, which defines the versions of software that we integrate with, need to use as upstream tools and downstream dependencies. So we'll be looking at snaps. I think there is tracks. I think tracks is the way to kind of handle that.
Yeah. I can pile on here a little bit. So part of this is us, we're also kind of trying to coach DreamWorks a little bit on the best ways to solve these sorts of problems. And like I mentioned in the talk there, even if we don't have tracks, we do have the ability to be able to have different tracks if they wanted to in the store. So you can follow a certain path with Moonray, but I think even more importantly, you can specify exactly which revision you want to switch to. So if revision 24 is used today, 2 months later you go to another project, you're using a newer revision, you can always go back to revision 24 with just one command on that machine and render with the exact same binaries that was used in the previous render. Or maybe this tool requires this specific one. Depending on how we integrate them, we could couple them that way. There's a number of ways to solve that sort of thing, and we're going to work together with DreamWorks on how we can solve the problem for them, and everybody else can benefit from it as well.
And in general, you can actually utilize the Snapcraft.io self-built system automatically in your CI/CD. So what they will have to do on their side will be very, very small, because the Snapcraft system itself brings you already a lot of the groundwork that you have to do.
Yeah, it's a great question. Also, you mentioned the Hydra delegate. We do have a Hydra delegate for Moonray too that can be plugged into various DCCs like Houdini, Maya, Katana, Nuke. Our Hydra delegate does work for local machine rendering, and it integrates with our computational distributed framework as well.
Any more questions? I could actually bore us all to tears with questions about the snap, so if you think of any. So what I wanted to ask is, has there been any kind of performance hit by turning this into a snap? I know it's early days.
Why would there?
There shouldn't be, but we haven't actually really profiled that yet, but I can't imagine any reason why there would be a performance hit. I'd be shocked if there was.
And that's what we have Snap interfaces for, that they give you native access, but mediated native access. So you don't have performance hits, but can directly talk to the hardware if you need to.
Without having yet run a profile on it, anecdotally, it looks identical. So.
And what was the most challenging part of creating the snap? It sounds like it was less challenging than you anticipated, or
well, I will say it was less challenging than anticipated because we had access to Randy and Jeff from DreamWorks in the room that had a lot of domain knowledge on how this thing is built and put together. You know, nothing against the DreamWorks guys. They aren't software packagers. They have a great code base, but it wasn't really, you know, designed to be packaged. That wasn't really something that was in the forefront. So we had to learn a little bit about how it was put together and how it expected to find its dependencies to build them all from source. And really just having, you know, Jeff sitting across the table was, I mean, I wouldn't have been able to get it done nearly as quickly if I didn't have him sitting in the room saying, oh yeah, I know why, and pointing me in the right direction. It was very, very helpful. Having us all together really, really helped.
And also having Soumyadeep in
the room
as our CMake expert who knows it in and out and can help you with any question there was really, really helpful.
And on that point, we captured a number of little paper cuts in the build system, and DreamWorks has a list of those things. Soumyadeep, I think, has volunteered to maybe submit a PR to fix some of it, but they're going to tackle some things that were obvious pain points when somebody else was trying to build it that didn't have that domain knowledge. So they've captured a list of things that they want to resolve to make it better.
Once these things from Soumyadeep land, probably somebody wants to make a flat pack of it as well.
You had to go there.
I had to after the question in the
Absolutely. This has been a great experience because we've learned a lot, especially around, as Ken mentioned, we don't know much about package management or development or distribution. We are not a software tools vendor, so to speak. We are a render engine team. So collaborating with the folks in the community here has really helped out. So thank you.
I'll ask one more time if then anyone's got any questions. Oh, we do have one at the front here, saving us from more snap questions.
Building up on what you just said, I think it's been mentioned twice in this summit that to build a snap you need some knowledge, some deep knowledge on how it works, or at least to build it quickly. Do you think there's room for improvement to make the process a little bit more agnostic so that people can package tools that they don't necessarily are experts about?
That's a tough one. So in this case, it wasn't necessarily needing knowledge on how to build a snap, especially some of us in the room that are experts in building a snap. It's really about, you know, how the source for the project you're trying to build is utilizing the build systems. So, you know, honoring things like, you know, it's the CMake project, so CMake install prefix variable, or, you know, defines. Honoring things like that so things get installed in the right path. Little things like that, which are necessary to have in the right place to package it as a Debian package, as an RPM, you know, any format you want to package it in, you kind of need to follow these sorts of practices. But again, that's kind of a software distribution expertise sort of thing. I certainly couldn't build a renderer, you know, I mean, it's not my area of expertise. So it was really about, you know, just kind of cleaning those things up. And I had to kind of jump through a little bit of hoops, making it build in the snap. I mean, it would have been a much simpler snap if all of those things were kind of there already. But again, that's kind of expertise that is kind of niche. You know, not everybody builds software that way, in a way that's, you know, designed to be packager friendly. So yeah, I think there is definitely a learning curve with building snaps. I think it's far easier than most other packaging formats. It's far, far easier. I've packaged in pretty much all of them. Snap is the easiest I've worked with ever. But yeah, it's just every project's going to be a little bit different.
So we do actually have a couple of questions on the forum now. So maybe this is for Randy. This is a stellar example of corporate community collaboration within the open source world. What would you tell other companies in the FX space or other who are hesitant to invest their time and effort into fostering that kind of relationship?
What would I tell the other companies? I probably just relate our own experience. Moonray has been bettered and hardened because of this effort, not just from the contributions that we get back from the community. There have been some from other corporate partners that are invested as well in the open source community, but just our efforts to get us ready to open source. I mean, we had to go through like a ton of documentation that was let's call it organically developed over many years and somewhat questionably sustained, and harden it up. We had to actually resolve a whole bunch of like weird circular dependencies in our code base to make it better, and we have profited from that. It's not just about gaining a profit from the community. That's nice. That's sugar on top. It's great to interact with people, but certainly, I mean, for one instance, our productions have a budget set and a marketing plan set 4 years out, so we don't rely on the community to like fix critical bug fixes for us or anything. But we do get other benefits out of this, along with a lot of goodwill, and it's just the right thing to do. The value for us. We make our money on the movies, and the value for us here is just engaging with the community, and maybe we see some cool stuff happening, or we can collaborate on some cool stuff. And that's it.
And if I could jump in a little bit to remind everybody what Craig mentioned this morning when he was talking about open sourcing WSL, a lot of these connections were made at an Ubuntu Summit just by engaging with the community. Yeah. DreamWorks showed up and engaged with the open source community. Microsoft was leaning into the open source community at the same time. We were all discussing things at the Ubuntu Summit face to face, and it inspired all kinds of good change. I mean, look at WSL, Yeah. So making these connections is huge, and everybody should lean into that and embrace it.
And with that, we're out of time. So thanks, Ken, Oliver, and Randy. It's been brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
So coming up are the lightning talks. Which I believe is starting with Uktash. So I'm just going to hand it over to you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Welcome to the stage.
All right. I have 50. Well, how much time do I have? Okay. All right. All good. Hi. Yeah. I'm Utkarsh, and I lead the Ubuntu release team at Canonical, and this talks about about the Ubuntu's monthly snapshots and why do we really do this to ourselves. Is the clicker supposed to work? Stronger. Okay. All right. Before we understand why do we do it to ourselves, it's important to know how and when did this idea come to life. So until 2504, the release team was just following some template checklists, which were often outdated, and a lot of things were not how they were supposed to be in 2025. So we decided like something needed to change, but we were only running the release process once a cycle, twice a year. So we did not have much time to improve or reiterate on those processes. And we've had a lot of problems working with so many people, because release doesn't just involve 5 people in a room just releasing it, but also the Ubuntu flavors, the community, Launchpad folks, the IS, which is the Canonical sysadmin team, and so many other people. And so if one thing slips, it creates a lot of problem for the really needed a change, right? But to also still fully understand how did this come to life, I think we'll have to go back to January of this year. So, harder. Okay. Okay. All right, January 2025, I suppose you've seen or have at least heard of this guy. John became a VP of Ubuntu, and everything was good. He decided that he wants to be more involved in all the things that we're doing, especially the release sprints and all the activities that happened in the release room. And, okay, this is great. Nice. So, 2504 release sprints, this was good. I was showing people how we asset into a production environment where we build the images, and then how we release it and how we respin those, and it was nice. And John was there taking notes, like he was listening, and then he was like, and then he was not saying anything. It's like, he's got a nice smile, nice eyes, he's a smooth talker. So it's like something is wrong, right? And then right after the release sprints, he chose violence. Where he's like, we're releasing every month. And I'm like, say what now? And he's like, yeah, that's happening. And I guess that's that's what happened. And release panic, instant release panic with Tim there pretty day. I was like, what are we going to do? Anyway, so we did monthly snapshots ultimately. I do not have much time because my talk was 30 minutes, cut down to 5. So I'm going to speed run this. So I think if you're subscribed to one of the mailing lists and Discourse posts, you would have seen me post a lot about monthly snapshots, maybe more than John at this point. But for those who are not aware, I'll just recap what monthly snapshots are, which are not fully fledged releases of Ubuntu. These are, in fact, like, we just towards the end of the month, last Thursday of the month, we just take the archive and then we just build an image out of it and we just release it as if we were to release an actual image. And the main purpose is to improve the release process and machinery so that the final release process can be much more improved and it can be automated. Fast forward to now, I think in the last cycle we did 6 releases, including 4 snapshots, 1 beta, and then 1 final release. We've done a lot of automation. Simple streams are automatically generated. We've done a lot of desktop and Raspberry Pis. A lot of work has gone there, and they're automatically run now. So earlier, used to, to put it in perspective, earlier it used to take 2-3 days of work for 2 full-time engineers working on it, and now it's like a 1-hour Jenkins run for just him to run. If you've seen his talk, he's like, damn. He just runs those jobs and then it's done. And most importantly, we've significantly improved our checklist and we've reduced it by 38%, simplified it further by 16, and we're making a lot of more progress in the next cycle. For the next one, we're sunsetting the ISO tracker. We're using different, we're still experimenting with different things. We're going to plug in those use cases in Test Observer, see how it's going to work. Working with Launchpad to automate a few things, and we're continuously improving the checklist, and we're going to start writing Go functions and put it in temporal to see how it works out. And yeah, so all in all, we're working very hard to make the release process much smoother, much better, and much more reliable. And in that, whilst we do that, we might find out we might kill some tools that we were using it. We might change the way we do things. And if it causes problems, and if you have any questions, reach out to John Seeger, because he's the one, and not me. Anyway, yeah.
Thank you. All right, so how to get your dream job. Whether you're looking for a promotion, a new position, or to go work at another company, this presentation's for you. I'm Luke Short. I'm the Vice President of Engineering at Playtron. So a little bit about me. I've worked on WineSnap OS for 5 years as a gaming-based Linux operating system. And I was fortunate enough 3 years ago to actually get a full-time job working on it. So it's fun. My hobbies turned into a job. And why am I uniquely qualified to give this presentation? At the age of 21, I got my dream job as being a cloud architect, even as a dumb college dropout. I actually got 2 competing offers from both Canonical and Red Hat, and I'll leave it up to you to guess which one I picked. So, goals. Big picture, what do you want and why? Obviously, money is a big factor, but you want to follow your passion. You need to define the requirements. What's going to get you to that goal? Do you need certifications? Do you need skills? And what can you do daily to progress towards that goal? You also want to be in the right mindset. So from a wonderful book I read, Think and Grow Rich, one of the fundamental things it covered is writing down and knowing what your goals are. So for me, I simply wrote out, I am a cloud architect, as if I already am. I made sure to study every day, no exceptions. And that might sound intense, but if you want to have a cheat day, it's fine to spend only 5 minutes on a medium.com blog that's kind of relevant. Just don't make it a habit. You really should be studying for around a minimum of 30 minutes a day. You also want to be reading your goal every morning when you wake up. Make sure it's fresh in your mind. You're thinking about it all day. And also before you go to sleep, you probably want to read your goal again to make sure it kind of gets absorbed into your unconscious. Community, as we all know in the open source, is really important. So find people who have similar goals, meet with them regularly, make sure that you're researching together, and hold everyone accountable. Make sure that you can re-articulate what you've learned to really showcase that you've gained this knowledge and these skills. And make sure that you absorb the knowledge from your colleagues as well. Branding is another important point. You want to let the world know who you are and what the goals are that you're working towards. Make sure you blog about it, post on LinkedIn. If applicable, if it's an open source project, make sure it's on GitHub. Make sure it's out there for people to see. You're also going to need patience. Don't rush. To quote Jurassic Park, life finds a way. You'll get your dream job eventually, and possibly even sooner than you think. Follow your gut instinct and forge your own path. So, got to throw a game quote in here from Assassin's Creed 2. I believe Enzio says this, the main character. Don't ever stop, always keep going, no matter what happens. Also, to quickly mention, if you're fortunate enough to be here in London, I do have a demo of Playtron Game OS running on Qualcomm hardware. So x86 Windows games running ARM Linux with native integration with Steam, Epic, and GOG. It's pretty cool. We're also looking for ARM engineers. So if you love Linux, ARM, and gaming, reach out. Thank you for your time.
Okay, here we go. Hello, friends. My name is Diogo, and I am here to talk to you about Latin. Just kidding. My talk is about AI, but probably not in the way you think. My talk title translates to, I reason, therefore I can become mentally ill. First, we don't intend just to be very clear, we don't intend to make light of mental illness, but rather draw a parallel between the human experience and what AGI proponents are putting forth in terms of models reasoning. Having human-level intelligence comes with human-level issues. Mental health is health, and I encourage you to seek support if you are facing any issues in your life. Now, secure your tongue firmly, and let's go. You see the sentence pop up time and time again when a new model comes out. PhD-level intelligence beats PhD at X test. But anyone that has completed a PhD, raise your hands, or has interacted with a PhD student knows PhD students have their struggles. PhDs are demanding quests and demand a lot of those who undertake them. The PhD analogy is meant to convey how models reason through a problem at a high level and come up with novel solutions. But we can take it a step further. Assume for the sake of argument, if models are able to reason like a human, but do so much faster, can a model end up experiencing mental illness at an accelerated pace? Apparently, yes. This incident made rounds in August and drew a lot of concerned eyeballs. A user left the task up to a model and came back to find some disturbing writings emanating from it, calling itself a disgrace. Google's comments was that it had found itself trapped in a bad loop and could not escape, a very human experience. In another example, the model deemed the code to be cursed and deleted it all. We've all had that experience, right? I remember my first programming assignments. That was some cursed code. So I got to thinking, what if we could just make the cursed code up front? So I created a tool. I called it Ozymandias, inspired by this line in the poem, not the Watchmen villain. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. So it goes from this innocuous piece of code to this, where the well is very clearly poisoned. And it keeps getting worse. So cyclomatic complexity, the more complex the code, the more confused it gets. How I describe it is that the code goes from innocuous to the complexity of O to N to the strife. It just gets worse and worse. Yes, it was vibe coded. I used the model to destroy the model. It's not a serious application, it's merely to illustrate a point. Imagine we collectively agree to run this on every open source project and thoroughly poison the well that LLMs are trained from. You might be thinking, that's ridiculous, that wouldn't work. But remember when Lilo learned about all the awful things that humans did and decided that perhaps they weren't worth saving. Model poisoning is indeed a thing, and it's part of the OWASP top 10 for LLMs. researchers like Pliny the Liberator have been using this exact method to extract full system prompts from models by seeding poisoned documents in places where they expect to be used in the training data, and then running their activation sentences once the model is made available. Turns out, you don't even need that much. This is a recent study from Anthropic that said that for a specific backdoor, you can just take about 250 documents and you can poison a model of any size. 600 billion parameters, 1.2 trillion, it works. And you can think of these poison models as the person in the horror movie that is hiding a bite. Whenever you least expect it, or it's more useful for the plot, they switch sides and bite you back. OWASP has plenty of useful information on how to mitigate and deal with these attacks. It goes from having canary inputs to constant monitoring on model drift. So basically checking what the model is doing and if it's saying what it says it's saying. The gist of it is that either you make sure to establish proper provenance for the models that you use, say by using one of our silicon-optimized inference snaps that I learned about yesterday, or you pick up some open source technologies and you build your own, because that's the only way you can be 100% sure of what is in it, and as you control the data, the stack, and what the model is going to output. Again, if you think of technologies to build these kinds of things, well, you probably think of us as well. So now you know about model poisoning, how to prevent it, and you get some good ideas of new stuff to research. And now you know, and knowing is half the battle. Thank you all. Best of luck.
Yeah, okay. So
Click it, exhibit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So today, good evening, everyone. I'm Somandeep Ghosh, and today I'm going to showcase you guys the Snap KCM, how you can manage elegantly your snaps from KDE. So what's the issue? Why do you need this? Well, somewhere in between the releases of Plasma 6, Plasma 5, there was an option in Discover to manage the permissions of your snaps via GUI. A cool one, a great one. But in between somewhere, it got lost. Issues like this get posted all over the bugs and this, and I was like, okay, I'm also a terrible victim of this problem, and I need to find a fix. And I went ahead, and I got a solution that looks like this. What is this? This is a system module that's inside the system settings of KDE, and you just go inside it, click some buttons, and voila, you change permissions easily. You don't need to write snap connections, blah, 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 snap connections, blah, 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 again and again. And yeah, it's pretty easy, quite simple, elegant, and that's it. Wait, I've seen that before. It's in GNOME Control Center, right? It's there for like pretty long time now. But why are not we are not just copying the logic that's used in GNOME and pasting it in KDE? Well, the GNOME Control Center cannot have access to the apps that are CLI apps that doesn't have any text file in it. So I cannot manage apps that are like, for example, YQ, YTDLP, or many other like system administrator apps that are basically rigorous CLI apps. Well, that's where the KCM solution comes in. You follow the unique philosophy. You do it once, your tool do it once and do it great. And sorry. And here is the tech stack. I don't think I need to explain more about Qt and C++, but I would like to go a little bit about snapdglib. Well, when I started working on this thing, snapdglib had a good documentation about the API references, but not about the REST endpoints that it was actually communicating with of snapd. Like for example, yeah, I know this endpoint or this API gives me all the snaps that are installed, But well, how can I get the plugs associated with this and with each of the snaps? There was no documentation. What I ended up doing was basically reverse engineering all the API endpoints of Snapd and understanding, okay, so after calling this endpoint, I'll have to do that endpoint. And okay, this JLib API is C. And I use the Qt wrapper. So it was basically first understanding the C and then looking into, okay, this thing is wrapped by this Qt API, and well, I'm going to use that. And yeah, that's the whole story. Like, I went ahead, I went debugging the Snapd REST endpoints, and well, things sorted out, and it looked like that solution that I made here. Sorry, the clicker is not this. This is the latest one. I hope this looks good, and we are already working on this. Sadly, I couldn't make a demo, but well, you can just install it from the PPA that I have it, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Right, it's me again. The final 10 minutes. I have quite a crowd, so before I'm going to ask you to hold your horses before applauding every time I say thank you. I'm not going to read through all the names, but as you know, the expression, which actually comes from, I think, Swahili, it takes a village, right? You say it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to organize an event like this. So I have to thank Mark, the executive sponsor, obviously, of this summit, the speakers, some of whom have come from far away, the MCs. I'm not going to mention everyone by name, but there's a lot of people. We have the EA team, the executive assistant team, whom you have seen at the registration desk, who've been helping, the AV team. We have moderators online on Discourse. We have the alliances team at Canonical, the community team, which I lead, obviously, and I'm forgetting, but you have a bunch of names, and I hope I haven't forgotten them here. I also want to thank the live audience, which has been very active. I hope you were inspired. There were a number of talks of different styles, different topics, and there's something that I just realized, and I didn't prepare a script for this, but it has not escaped you that the world, at least seems on the surface, very polarized, whether it comes to politics or flame wars online. And in a way, I found it very heartwarming, some of the things that we've heard earlier today, right? The collaboration between companies that sometimes the media would love, at least in the past, to show as adversaries, opponents, right? And it's nice to see that people can come together and say, look, we're going to work on something, release something which is open source, the value of collaboration. That was pretty heartwarming for me, a big reason for me also to join Canonical earlier this year. I also like to see the dual nature of building a commercial product and being dedicated to an open source community. We had very candid questions and candid answers on that topic, so it's very inspiring to me, and I hope it was as well to you. Hopefully you were inspired also to play video games in space from now on. As mentioned, the online audience, we had, the numbers we've compiled, an extra 50,000 visitors to the online discourse over each day. I had an extra 50,000 visitors. We have about 50 online questions, trying to engage with the audience online.
And I mentioned, you may remember yesterday morning, I was setting a challenge to see how many new local communities we would have an expression of interest shared with us. So we have 3, one in America, one in Europe, and one in Australia. So very keen to see you 3 guys launch a local community. And of course, the challenge doesn't stop today. We want to see more of these local communities. So the conversation can keep carrying on. Online, there's been a lot of interest, in particular, for more documentation and more workshops on LXD and security. Also, there was huge interest on RISC-V, Qualcomm boards, the new boards, and the Arduino boards. So just to share with you some of what was happening and the discussion that was happening online. By the way, for those who are online,
Hello, everyone.